Right, it should be live, everyone. A little bit late to the stream. I did improve my quality time. I could have gone faster, but I'm happy with the improvement. I mean, this gained us 1 position. So, Womble's in here. Got mass power again at the back, I think, and then Daphne's in here as well. Hopefully a good one to get back into it. Welcome JC 9.53, long time JC. Welcome Carlos, Jerome, Gavin as well. Hopefully everything is working. Welcome Flatka, welcome Just a Man. Justin, let's keep it clean. Dear. Right. Not really warmed up, but we'll have to... Hopefully the sound's all good as well. Jumping into this race in P4, so let's see what we can do. Oh, thanks Motive, very glad you enjoyed it, man. If you enjoyed my last video, then I think you're going to enjoy the stream. Because it's the same sort of concept, except live. And 3 Supras ahead of us. In fact, every other car I can see is a Supra. So what's going on? Oh, there's one more Nissan, but I don't know what's going on. We're the only Nissan really, but anyway, we'll roll with it. Because I think if you can drive the Nissan, then I think it's actually a quick car here. Welcome, Carl. Nissan's not great from the start immediately, but... Oh, big moment for the German. Thanks, OMG. It's good to be back out on track. Ooh, okay, so now we can start motoring a little bit. Looks like the guy behind had quite a poor exit. Obviously the worry here is if Daphne and the Czech driver work together, they could make a breakaway. Whoa, that was a big moment. That was a big moment. In fact, Aidy's also had a moment. Once we get around Parabolica, that's where we really should pick up pace. A bit squirrely on the brakes, aren't we? So that Supra is 1 second ahead of us, but let's see where we are by the time we come into the first chicane. Best time in Nissan, my best time is a 0.7, whatever the 0 is. Yeah, go for it, Carlos. It is very hard to control. I'm going to make a video on it. It's turn some of the tips that I've kind of learnt. It's very different to, I think, probably every other GT3 car. Gone deep. It doesn't like curbs as well. I feel like it's quite light, like it just flies off the curbs. To keep this German. Whoa, Virgilio! Thank you so much, man.
He's got time on his side. Has scored nearly comfortably into the back of Kireth Kart.
Thank you so much, Virgilio. Oh man, I'll have to wear it every stream. Oh no, I've got an issue now. I didn't close the window. I might have to wear my hat. I didn't close the window, and this is the Daily Race C. I mean, I didn't close the blind. I'm getting blinded now. It's like the whole sun is shining into my face. I actually genuinely can't see. Thank you so much, Virgilio. The donation, massive appreciate that. Good game. Good game. I should have done something for my 30,000 subscriber milestone. But I think I did say we just play some random games. Maybe I should do that. Oh, shifting at 149, love it. 38.3 with a bit of slip, I guess. Now, thing is, we're going to come at him at such pace here. I would love to work with him. Maybe we'll kind of try and force him to work with us, because we should be able to just blow past him here. It's where the Supra's quicker. See what he does. It's risky there. Yeah, the sun's directly just everywhere. It's just, I'm sure you can see it on the camera. But it's going to get worse as well. It's going to get worse. This will be my greatest ever victory. So I'm trying to avoid that last sausage curve there. I feel like that's a much quicker way of going around it. It'll be interesting to see whether this guy can hang with us here. I don't think he'll be able to. But... And I find the Supra is actually very difficult at Parabolica. It's just feels so heavy there and understeery. Welcome, Martian. Oh, is that what happened with Ari Vatanen? Was he blinded? I'll try and channel that. If you are enjoying the stream, do feel free to actually deploy the likes. 1 like equals 1 less piece of the sun in my face. Maybe. Not strictly true. We'll roll with it. Right, so 3 seconds to the lead. Whoa, what am I doing over there? Come on, need to catch him. I think we can, if we drive to our maximum, we can catch him. But I think this is doable. I think it's doable. Thanks, Michael. Good to see you. Yeah, it hits the limiter motive, but it hits the limiter of this car. Oh, I'm too slow there. So my line was way too narrow, which meant I had to sacrifice a lot of speed. And you just lose so much there when you go down the rev bands. It's cost me there, maybe even half a second. Here as well, like if you let the revs drop too low, it'll just kill you. Just kill you. So it's pretty obvious what the mission is. The mission is to catch those two ahead. And it looks like they're working together. So we're up against it. Okay, well he had to change gears as well, didn't he? Like with the gear stick. Coming in full chat. Ah, 3.5. It's a shame because I feel like I'm driving quite nicely. It wasn't a great lap actually, was it? Yeah, we made that mistake at Azeria, and that's quite a slow exit as well. Just to up the pace a little bit. Yeah, it's quite a bit of turbo lag in this as well. Ah, slowed it down too much again. The car will just kill you there. If you just slow it down, you need to carry your minimum amount of speed through. So I don't know what the dynamic is, where's Womble, but we just lost another 2-3 tenths. There was 3.5, now 3.7. This is going to be a tough one. I mean, they will fight near the end, but we're kind of dropping off them, to be honest. Kind of dropping off them. We catch here because this is where we're so strong. A bit squirrely there. It's like Daphne might have had an issue or something. So bringing it back to 3.4. Just missed the gear. Try and have a good Azeria this time. But that was a bit better. That was a bit better than previous laps. Not the best, tightest bit on the exit, but we just carried a little bit more speed in. Now, change for the lead there, so it looks like Pavel had a penalty. Nice. Okay, so now 2.6 to Pavel. I wonder if he'll have lost slip or not. Do the maths. So Pavel's a second behind Daphne. He's probably right on the edge of split. Bucket Bob, good racing with you yesterday. Someone told me that you raced on the motion controller. Quite impressive. This guy's caught up as well, hasn't he? Come on, let's catch him. Just have to keep the revs up at all costs. It's a very fussy car to drive, and I can see why. I'm sure there was lots of racing last night, and people may have tried it and thought, nah, that's not for me, that's way too fussy. Not the best, but keeping it just about around 3 seconds. Womble's got past, so we'll see if Womble catches us, because no doubt we'll work together. Yeah, that's a pretty good lap from us with no slip. If we can get in the 37s with no slip, I think that's quite good. Godson, why does it blah blah blah? Maybe shift where you're shifting. Maybe you're not shifting at the best place. Maybe you're in a different car. Like, have a look at this corner, how quickly the Supras get away. That was pretty nice through there for me. Just let the revs drop there a bit too much. Likewise, just revs a bit too low. If you really want to play along at home, have a look at my MPH at the lowest point in these corners and see the difference when that MPH is just 1 or 2 slower. Right, where's Womble? Where's Womble? Luckily for us, a rush, not a penalty. Right, I think with 4 laps to go, we've got to work with Womble here, try and push him along. That was a horrendous moment at the end of Ascari. So great. First 2 are fighting actually. So let's see if we can catch up with Womble and push him for a couple of laps. They look like they might be going side by side around Kireth Grande actually. So we won't go for a move here. We won't go for a move. Look how quick the Super accelerates here. Oh, I did on the gravel as well, but he thought about it, this guy behind. If we can just signal that we're going to really work together and we'll fight for the spoils, greater spoils. So we'll be pushing Womble along when we get close enough, if we get close enough. It's a big gap to lead us now. Better that time, less drama. I can't see anything in real life or in the game. Like, I have 0 visibility right now, just generally. Right, we should be able to catch Womble here and give him a boost. But we need a couple of things to happen. We need to work together. We need to both be quick. And we need the first 2 to fight. Not catching him as quickly as I'd like, actually. Bonk. Ah, come on. We have gained a lot on the leaders. Wide, they were both a bit wide. Nice time by Womble using all of the runoff. Yeah, I agree, Marcian. We need them to really fight. I'd love to see someone flick out into Ascari. Bit of a weird way through, but we'll take it, we'll take it. Right, we should be close this time to give some big boost. 2 laps to go. Ah, it's got on the power there a little bit too early. Had to get off again. 5 tenths to Womble, come on. Daphne's now in the lead, so they are chopping and changing. If I was just closer here, we could... Looks like side by side ahead of them, so that's good. 4.4 the gap at the moment. Coming in for a mid-corner bonk. Watch out, Womble! .2 is the gap now. Decent exit, managed to kind of hang with the Super just about. Oh, come on! Welcome to MKR. Yeah, not bad actually, not bad. Hope everyone watching's having a good Saturday. Anyone having a very exciting Saturday? Who's having the most exciting Saturday? So the plan is, by the way, we're going to do daily races until 8 PM UK time, and then we're going to get up here the Gran Turismo final stream, because the live stream chat in those streams is a bit, if you watch them you'll know. So we can watch it here, we're going to co-stream it. .3.6 now to the leaders, but surely just too late. At what point do I just betray Womble? At what point do we just betray him? But yeah, I hope everyone's having a good Saturday. Saturday evening to go, all of Sunday. 126 people watching, but only 26 likes. There's 100 likes out there. Something just kicked off. If we can get to the big 50 likes before the end of the race, that would be massive for us. Absolutely massive. Gonna go for it. Oh no! Unintentional bonk. Oh, we've both gone deep. He's aborted. Oh, we got teleported. Womble, no. Womble. Ooh. And they're really fighting. Okay. Oh, shame there. We probably lost about a second there. We'd be a little bit closer. Thanks, Raider. They're going side by side here. Chance someone could end up in the gravel. They're really going for it. Fair play to them going side by side all the way through. Oh, nice Tim Kia. Yeah, I think their sausage curves are just, honestly, they're one really, really, really bad instant away from just kind of generally getting looked at. Obviously, there was a huge one at Monza a few years ago. F3, I think. Fucking good, Jay. We'll have to ask Womble. Womble will come in the chat. We'll have to say, Womble, what happens? Okay, well, we're going to start off the stream with a P3. So we'll take it. We'll take the P3. Daphnif again getting the better of us. Good to see Womble finishing a P5 still. How is the car? Less people are using it today. Less people are using it today. I think we started a trend yesterday. It became really popular yesterday. 44 likes, hashtag blessed. Yeah, we'll take the podium. We'll take the podium. So that's the plan anyway. So daily races till 8, and then I'll get the stream up here, and we can kind of talk the strat and see what's happening and who we think is going to win and stuff like that. They invited people to co-stream it on Twitch, so I assume that extends to YouTube. Don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Thanks, Bob. Maybe we'll be racing soon. Thanks, GT. Yeah, podium. Starting off with a podium. Very nice. Very, very, very nice. We're going to go straight again. Spam the messages like the good old days. Yeah, so in the end we were 2.5 seconds off the lead of the race. So when you think it's a 12-lap race, if we'd found a few tenths every lap, if we'd found two tenths every lap, arguably we would have won, or you know. So, what happened, Neil? Let us know. Okay, we're gonna go again. So we're gonna jump in. Let's see if there's a page up. Actually, I wonder if the broadcast, because I can get it up on the PC, but I wonder if we can see the broadcast here as well. Because you used to be able to watch it and it would crash the whole thing. Okay, so I think we can just watch it in here. Amazing. So I can make this full screen when it goes live. And yeah, quality's not too bad. So I think we're set. I think we're set later. We'll do that. Perfect. Predicted winner. These are, oh yeah, these are my predictions. I was wondering if these are the general predictions. I went for my good friend Baptiste, who I rate massively, have rated for a long time. And I went for Subaru, but big drama with Subaru because Miyazono's got COVID. So, who knows? Thanks, Raider. You got pushed off at T1. Oh dear. Do you mean the chicane? By the way, if you get pushed off at if someone makes contact with you at chicane 1 in this variant, feel free to cut the chicane, and you won't get a penalty. But not as much as Womble did, because then you get reset. But there is an art to doing that. Unless I change the yaw, I don't think I changed the yaw for a while. How is the yaw in the car? Oh, it's excellent anyway. We'll change it. The Variante della Roggia. What's the first chicane called? Right, let's see who's going to join us in Das Splits today. So yeah, so 1 hour 34, we've got a countdown. Perfect. So we'll stream it here. Maybe I can get a beer from downstairs. But we've got another race to do. Miyazono's got COVID, so he won't be racing. I guess he's isolating in Austria. In fact, a few of them have COVID. So I don't know if it's because I don't know if there's a cluster that's like particularly bad, or maybe the sort of people who do esports maybe have isolated more, so they haven't had it before or something. I don't know. Welcome, Leon. Good to see you. Oh, we're fast and Super GT now, and we're in the middle of between Momos. Oh my. Yeah, so I don't think I'm going to get the free credits for Subaru, am I? It's unfortunate. 53 likes. Thanks so much, everyone. Welcome along, by the way, if you're new.
Welcome to the Kireth Kart Channel.
Let's see where we fit now. So, Dose Note from Delboy. I could have gotten a 36, I just couldn't quite. I think it's Ascari where I'm losing a lot of time, because I was losing a lot of time in the middle, and then I was smashing the last sausage curb on the exit and losing speed all the way to Parabolica. So I think there's about half a second there, actually, for me. Russell had a go, very nice. Got 19 people on the leaderboard, not bad. Not bad. As you can see, the Supra really is the car of choice. So yeah, we'll see. I don't know if people are people excited about it or not? Do people care about it or not? I think it's quite controversial, the World Series stuff, because I think a lot of people just don't care at all. Like, it's just, okay, cool, whatever. It doesn't really have any relevance to what I'm doing in the game. Whereas I think a lot of people love it because it's on the same platform that you're playing, so you're close to it. TMKR's got a new computer being working on design for OBS. Wow. Make sure to check that out. I change my stream stuff all the time. My stream probably used to look more professional, but it just took too much toll on my PC. 1 minute 50 to go. Such a simple track, isn't it? Next week, I think we're going to be at Brands Hatch for Race C in a mandatory pit race. That'll be interesting. Looking forward to that one. But yeah, hopefully we start a similar position and we can just... I think we started that race quite slow. We let the race get away from us, didn't we? And we didn't work with the German Supra, we just kind of overtook him. Maybe we should have worked with him. Welcome, Julian, good to see you. Yeah, how are people's weekends? Who's having the most exciting... Who's got the most exciting weekend plan? Is anyone going to Spa? Is anyone... No one's at Spa. Anyone going to Spa? Anyone going to Hungary? I've been to the Hungary F1 before. I've never been to Spa. Yeah, multi-class would be great. Or just allow us to do multi-class in lobbies would be great. There's a lot they can still add, and I'm sure they're working on it because some of the changes they've made in the patches have actually been quite good quality of life features, I think. Question why they weren't in the game at the beginning, but can't knock them for adding it, I think. I'm using a Fanatec CSL Elite. Yeah, Russell with P1. Amazing. It's traditionally been a good track for Mercedes, hasn't it? Raider dechromed my mini JCW. That was exciting for me. Nice. I don't really know. I don't understand most of the words in that sentence. It sounds very cool. Oh, Burrs is in here. Right, it's kicking off. It's kicking off a little bit. Burrs and Inches are in the Nissan. Okay. Thanks for the sub, Dusty. How's Burrs going to shake this up? Yeah, lots of Brits to the top. What's got Matt's power in? Still in the Corvette. It's funny we think of it, the whole qualifying for this race is within a second. Like, a second isn't a long amount of time. The whole field is within a second. Right. Let's go again. Starting P6, maybe. So we'll have to see how we do. The Nissans, so I think this could be quite an interesting start because the Nissans probably get a bad start. So interesting if any Nissans get jumps. Welcome, Bruno. Mini have a lot of chrome on them. There's well, actual full size Mini. Very nice. Thanks, STS. Good to see you again. Right, got to get our shifting right here. I feel like P6 might be one of these awkward positions to start. I hope not, but I don't know. Oh, very nice. So right, let's go. Okay, decent shift. Ah, missed the shift. The start is so critical to get this thing up to speed. Can't see anything out the back. It's just a massive plunger coming out the back of my car. Don't think any of the Supras got into the Nissans. Let's just hope this condenses up. I broke way too late. The Supra might... I broke way too late there. I had that realization. I was like, yeah, I broke. I broke like where I was braking. Whoa. What was that? What's going on there? Weird line from Burrs. He is an unknown quantity, Burrs. Let's just try and just... It's cool. Don't startle him. Just be cool. Just be relaxed around Burrs. Just... Don't startle him. Don't kind of antagonise him. He's an enigma. Don't worry, Bears. It's cool. It's cool. It's cool. Let's just get him comfortable. He's a bit. You can say he's a bit skittish still. It's right. It's cool. Don't worry. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. It's friendly bonks. Feels like you're coming out of hyperdrive there. Slam on the brakes, everything stops, the lights come on. It's one of the trickiest braking points in the whole game because it's probably the fastest braking point in the whole game. A bit wide. A bit wide there. Thanks Team Kia. Yeah, I hope everyone's enjoying it. Welcome along to Monza. There's some GT3 racing even though we're in this Nissan. We're okay. I think we're okay. We're alright. Woo! Come on! Get to catch up with Bears. Wow, he got a much better exit. It's alright, he's got his space now, so he won't be starting. We want to catch the top 3. Daphne's in the lead again. So hopefully Burrs catches him, we catch Burrs, and then just Burrs destroys all of them. That's really the ideal scenario that we're looking at. Ooh, no! Ref, surely not. I did eat a lot on the way in. Take it, we'll roll with it. Roll with it. So Womble, something's kicked off behind because Womble's 1.3 behind. We've got to really nail Ascari here. Really, really, really nail it. Burrs. Yeah, that was quite a nice Ascari from us. Got the gears right. Ah, that Womble's a bit expensive here. That got mass power, he's moved up so much. He started right at the back. Choose me, got mass power. Choose me for the bump. Ah. Yeah, I know we can beat Daphne, if that's the thing. I've just resigned to slotting in here. Passing the bonk forwards. Welcome out, good to see you. Oh, nice line, got mass power. Nice line. We're falling back a little bit here, I've got to be honest. That penalty did prove to be costly. It's a good wheel, this. I mean, it's not sponsored or anything. I bought it and it's worked for the last 2 years. 2 years? 3 years? Oh. That was nicer. That was nicer. It's quite frustrating because I can see it's really condensed up there. So let's just catch up again. quite nice night. Welcome, Nick Knack. Got Matt's Powers had an incredible race because he started in last place in 16th. And now he's up to 7th. Yeah, only 7 seconds off the leader here. Woo! This ain't gonna work ahead. This ain't gonna work. I've been pickpocketed. I've been pickpocketed. Whoa, scary guy. Welcome back to membership, my guy. Good to have you on deck. Hope you're doing well. Much appreciated. Joined us at a good time. Welcome back, scary guy. Man, we're getting absolutely kind of savaged here. Ah, a bit narrow through there, a bit narrow. Ooh, sorry I didn't see you, man. Pumping the throttle a little bit. I mean, that is 5th place, that yellow car, then 4th, then 3rd, then 2nd, and 2 first. But we just... Oh, that penalty really cost us here. We got a bump from the finishment. Why are you going to cry, Neil? What's up? Well, that guy took a penalty. He's already coming back at us. 183, look at the speed and the slip here. Normally doing 178. That was tough. Come on. See how much closer Tuna was to the apex there than me. The apex here is on the green paint on the inside. The lights keep going off in India. What do you want me to do about that? I'm sorry about that, but I can't really do anything, so. Oh, come on. It's so difficult to catch up with this crew. It's so difficult to catch up with them. I really just need a 10th more or something. The lap times aren't great. See, I've always thought if you can get a wheel in that kind of gutter there, it will just rotate you a bit more. Maybe I should be trying to do that. .38.2, but we had a massive slip through sector 1, so this pace is quite slow, I think, actually. Pace is quite slow. Got Matt's Powers can try and shake it up. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Oh, 1 second for someone. Okay, we sort of caught up. So he's going to take a 1 second and drop behind and maybe fight with the finish driver. So we... Oh, whoa, what's happening here? Okay. Are you ready for the triple overtake, everyone? Here's 1. There's 2. I feel like we need to go for this now for the triple. For the triple womble, we've got to go for it. We've got to go for it. Okay, just a double. Oh. side by side. Our car's a lot more boxy than his car. And we'll come back again. Oh yeah. Oh, sorry, bro. I think there was more space there. I was having to... Oh, I don't know actually. Let me know how you saw that. Let me know how you saw that. Oh, it's Burrs again. Yeah, because I was trying to like just open up a little bit more, but what really happens in that situation where the car on the outside doesn't want to give that space? They don't need to, I guess. So. Interesting one. Shame again, like I feel like we could be a lot higher in this race, but we're not quite performing. Come on. Oh yeah, the Thrustmaster T150 pedals are not good, the original ones. I definitely recommend getting T3PA Pros, which are like metal. That's quite, they do a combo which is the T150 Pro combo. It just comes with the T3PA Pros, and that's a really good setup. Surely we can catch Burrs here. Surely we can catch Burrs. Two seconds. He's got no slip. I mean, we were right behind Burrs, right? We got the penalty, if I remember. We're 8. Mission get Burrs. Oh, that's close to the outside. Got a very bad exit there, 1.6, 1.5. If we can get in this slip, that'd be absolutely massive. Woo-hoo-hoo. Love it, love it. Love it, love it, love it. So the wheel I have is the CSL Elite. And the rig I use is a GT Omega Prime. Whoa, welcome Tyson. Member for 15 months. Can we clap it up for Tyson? You've got a clap emoji. Tyson's been a member for 15 months. Absolutely insane support. Thanks so much, Tyson. That is huge. 15 months, wow. I forget I'll be doing this 15 months. Yeah, someone came into the stream yesterday and was like, "Are you driving Nissan?" It's like, "Yeah, I'm driving Nissan." It's like, "That car's so easy to drive." It's like, "It's really not, mate." It really is not easy to drive. It's like, "Oh, he's like, "Oh, I found it really easy." It's like, "Did you? Like, you must be really good." So I did like massively lower the weight and put it on, you know, racing softs and everything. It's like, okay. That's something you see as a streamer, is you see the different like personality types people have when it comes to interacting. Like, you have some people that are, it's just interesting to see different personality types. Making a meal of this, aren't we, catching Burrs? Did qualify on pole, I think, so. Welcome DJ Dirty, hope you well. Yeah, Tyson's an OG. Yeah, that's what I say to people in the comments. Like, I'm like, well, I didn't see you. People will say like, oh, this isn't really a top split race because it's a daily race, not a GT World Series race. Like, well, to be honest, I didn't really see you in it, so you got to enjoy that kind of like banter. I hope it's not a penalty. I think like we can get bears here. I feel like we can get him. Chat, I'm going to be honest. We're sitting on 81 likes. 81 likes with 155 people watching. If we get to 100 likes, I'm convinced we'll overtake bears. So you know what to do, chat. If you've got a like in the pocket, undeployed, now's the time. See, someone just deployed a like and it threw bears off there. You could feel that one. Few more like that, we'll have a few more wobbles. So we get to the big 100. That's like rocket launcher. It'll be toast. There's one lap. We're up to 90. Up to 90. 95. They are flowing in. It is a absolute flood of likes right now. And look how much we've closed up. 100 likes. Thank you so much, everyone. Right, now I've got to do my side of the bargain. I've got to do my side of the bargain here, but I've got 100 likes behind me. I feel invincible. I feel invincible. Burrs, he knows that. He's looking back, just seeing like this car with like 100 like arrows hovering above it. That's the kind of support that we've got here. He's quaking. He's trembling. Oh, I went for a brave one. You better believe we're going to go up the inside here, Burrs. It's happening. Deal with that. Love it. That's the power of likes, honestly. That's the power of likes. How cool was that as a stream moment? We should be sponsors and have like the Doritos moment of the race. No pressure, no pressure. When you got 100 likes, honestly, when you got 100 people who decide to show some support, hit like button, how could you not feel like, yeah, I'm gonna nail this overtake? That's what streaming's all about. If I had like 4 likes, I'd be like, you know, mate, I don't feel that confident about this. But with 100 likes, I just felt absolutely invincible. Absolutely invincible. I've got to finish it. Got to finish the job. I'm just going to go in the chat after to Bears and just say 100 likes. He'll know. He'll know. Thanks, Blacker. Thanks, and Larry, yes. Welcome, David. I still need to get back to you, David. Ooh, that was good. That was good fun. I liked it. I liked that one a lot. And we were the highest finishing Nissan just off the podium. Like, a podium's there for us today. Daphnef again. Like, we know we can beat Daphnef for sure. For sure. We're going to race straight again, everyone. So if you're watching, feel free to stick around. Let us know if you're new, by the way. Anyone popped in who's new? There's loads of regulars here. Like, there's loads and loads of regulars. If you're new, just let us know. We can welcome you. Maybe you're watching because you've just bought Gran Turismo 7 and you don't know what to do and it's like, it's a bit confusing. You're in the perfect place. Thanks, Tony. Yeah, with the like nos. That's it. Okay, what I'll do for the next stream is I'll have a button here, like this one.
Welcome to the Kireth Kart Channel.
But it'll be just like nos and like effects. I need one to press when I'm overtaking. That's quite dangerous, actually, isn't it? I can press it as I'm overtaking. Like, this is a Doritos overtake of the race. You're not racing GT. You're not new GT racing. Tea and Biscuits is new. Welcome, Tea and Biscuits. Welcome along. Right. Let's see if Bears is going to... He doesn't tend to stick around. Not that kind of guy. awkward. I didn't. How could I? Did Bears leave? I couldn't at him. Now I just look really arrogant, like to the whole lobby. It's not the one. Right, we're gonna go again. We're gonna go again. Josh is new to live. Welcome, Josh. GT Sean is new. Welcome, GT Sean. Team Biscuit says this channel and Super GT are the only GT7 channels worth watching. You know how to get my pin comment, Team Biscuits. That's going straight up there with a pin. There we go. What a comment that is. How can you not pin that? How can you not pin that? Suggestions. What steering wheel setup would you recommend for my PS5 that won't break my bank? Probably G29 or T150. I wouldn't get anything lower than that. I wouldn't get a T80 or one of these like other wheels that are coming out. I keep getting asked to review them, and I'm like, I don't really want to review them. Instead of nitrous, it's lictrous. I like it. I like it. You just coined a phrase there, Drifter King. Let's never forget that Drifter King 1 coined that phrase. Get the lights in for the lictrous. Does it quite work? Does it quite work, or is it a little bit like it's close? Islandia says get T300. Eve says I'm thinking of buying GT7, should I? Honestly, have a look at the next race. It's going to kick in 4 minutes. You'll know whether you like it or not. At the end of that race, I think you'll know whether you want to do that or you're like, whatever. Zofa digs it. Welcome, ADT. Good racing with you, man. Neil says, I guess I'm new. I've seen your stuff before, but I wasn't regular with GT videos. Subbed to you yesterday. Confused drunk face. Why have you put that emoji after a sub to you yesterday? Did it have that effect on you? We've got a Count in the house. Count Quackulin. First time on a live. You're definitely a thinking man, Super GT. Keep up the good content. I would pin that, Count, but we've got another one pinned already. I see what you're doing there. Scratch my back. Neil hates G29 pedals so bad. People do mod the pedals though. There's a whole community around modding G29 pedals. The live event is in 1 hour, and we're going to watch it on this stream. I'm going to watch it. You can join here if you want. The chat here will be better than the GT channel. Is Andrew says quite new? Okay, yeah, maybe we need to define new. I don't know. Oh, it's hot. I realise why it's so hot here because I have a fan this side, so the fan here, but the PS5 sits here, like right here, and it's really hot. And it just goes up into these bricks, and these bricks are like, they're not cooling, put it like that. There's a reason why they put bricks in the brick oven. So I'm just going to get some longer cables, and I'm going to put the PS5 like miles away. Hopefully here it'll be colder on this side. Chris will watch it in the reflection of your glass. Yeah, proper like bootleg. Josh, favourite car to race on G7? I have to say at the moment I'm loving the Nissan. Like, it's completely different to any other G3 car. In GT Sport my favourite car was the RCZ. GT Storm with a 37.6 at this track. Where does that put you? I wouldn't say that is rubbish. That would slot you ahead of Roswald. But there's two kind of groups here. You've got the Detonator Deadeye group, and then you got Momo's a couple of times, Super GT, us four here. Oh, is Andy subbed last year? Okay, you're not new then. You're a veteran. Team Biscuits, you have 150,000 chat. Welcome along, everyone. Who's watching in the hottest place? I love asking that question because someone's like, yeah, I'm in the Bahamas. I'm watching on my phone on a beach in the Bahamas. You're like, damn, that's a million miles away. Do you know Mark Philbin? Do you think new tracks be added to the game? Do I think new tracks will be added to the game? Yes. What does thonk mean? Is thonk actually a word? Thonk. Thonk. Thonk definition. Well, it's only in the Urban Dictionary, and the Urban Dictionary says deeper version of deep. Right, relax. Deeper version of deep, or to think deeply. So I don't think thonk is a word. I feel like that's a word that can be claimed. Thonk. Luke Pitts in a tractor watching. Is it harvest time? Or like Tris. Yeah, we'll save it. We'll save it when we need it. Leon's watching on his iPad on the beach in the Netherlands. Okay, so kind of, see? It's not a... it happens more than you think. Neil was in boarding school and saw that on YouTube. It's casual flex there. 23 degrees for Islandius. 4 a.m. in Australia, and I can't help watching. Feel free to go to sleep. Honestly, that's late. We'll be the stream will be on my channel page unlisted. It will be there, unless you want to be part of the moment, in which case you got to be here now. More Nissans kind of migrating to the top of the grid. I can see. Oh, there's no Daphnef this time. Okay. I honestly think these races are winnable for us. Welcome, Ed, from Vancouver. Oh, it is harvest time. What are you harvesting, Luke? Is it corn? Is it wheat? Red, is my qualification time available as a ghost? No, I don't think it is, because I'm not in the top 10. I'm almost never in the top 10, so... I think if you're a friend, can you? No. So I don't think... I might be able to share it, and then you can... I don't know, actually. Spamming the messages. Welcome, Dibin Priyan, the man with the fastest comment in the West. Anthony Conrad, well, hello there. Good. Well, hello there. Hello there. Good luck. I wish you the best. Thanks, Anthony. Oh, it is wheat today. Very nice. You in the tractor or the combine then? Right, let's crack on. Predictions for F1. I think Russell may win it. But I didn't see quality today, so. Eating Super Silvers? Right. Let's rock and roll. Let's rock and roll on this one. Let's mean business. Kireth, Asian YouTuber. I've been typecast already. Right. Let's get the map up. Okay, not a bad start for us. In this car, you have to know about the gear shifts. Like, when we jumped into it for the first time, that's the first thing we did was memorize all the gear shifts. This is a Nissan Super Silhouette, which is a very tricky car to drive. Incredibly rewarding when you get it right. It's like, I'd say higher skill ceiling, so easier to mess up, but yeah. Brake earlier here. Oh, he's gone wide. Ah, no. Didn't need that lack of momentum. Come on. No, you can't take the chicane in third in this car. It's just, you need, if you're in low revs in this car, it dies. It kills you. It also hates curbs, so I can't take it through in that gear because I lose too much speed. Light needed rain for Vlatka, very nice. Or light rain much needed. Very interesting dynamic to this race so far because, well, these three were all bunched together and the leader's getting away with it. If you can break away as a leader here, that's an incredible race because everyone else theoretically can work in a slip train and be much faster than you. But if everyone squabbles, you can kind of run with it. Now, the leader here is Burrs, so again, a pretty exciting dynamic because he's not, I would say, the most reliable driver. Burrs gone wide, two of us here, he's let me go, very nice. Burrs, my guy. Right, we got a rescue. We got a big rescue operation in our hands now. Woo! Right, we need to focus. Need to reassess the goals. What's achievable? Need the damage to clear. Come on, come on, come on! Fix that damage. All the mechanics on the car hanging off the side. Right, cars fixed. Sit rep. We are about 14 seconds behind the lead in stone dead last place on the end of lap 2. So if you're watching, what's achievable for us? What do we set as the goal now? What do we set as the goal? Because lap times, as a driver, I can be like, right, I can try and do 38.2 lap times. Like, I think, not in slip, 38.2 is a good lap times for me. What do we think is achievable here? Team Biscuit saying P5. Chris saying the goal should be punting Burrs. Burrs Thocters. Yeah, Thocters, wasn't it? Oh, thanks, Magic Gaz. Yeah, we might need some light crystal in a bit. 14 seconds, come on. Right, I'm going to try and do a 38.2. I need to really be on it this lap to do that though. Pit for softs. I'd love to be in softs in this car. Right, let's go, go, go. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Keep the revs up a little bit wide there. Oh, come on. Yellow flag, might be Burrs. I swear, if I see Burrs the other side of the road. Right, Tuner's up next. We have got one position already. Sort of curve there, mid part. We have amazingly caught up with the leader. Or, you know what I mean, we're gaining time on the leader here. Our best through there. Very interesting what lap time is, because it's quite a messy lap. Let's see what it's going to be. 38.6, okay, okay. So I think there were two quite big mistakes there. Just going to keep going, head down. They're fighting ahead. Burrs involved. The apex this time. A little bit better. Extra wide. Powder quite early. No limiter. My guy. If you do a good parabolic here, quite interesting what that time would be. Again, the gap to the leader is exactly the same. So we're matching leader pace at the moment. Come on. I think we should get in tune a slipstream as well soon. There we go, 38.2. That was my commitment. Now I've just got to stay in that sort of window. If we stay in that sort of window, I'm sure people will be out there doing 39s, 40s. Come on. Next that time. Come on, come on, come on. We need that slipstream from Tuna. Just try and slingshot past him. Gap leader still the same. Come on, let's get in a slip. I'm massively sprinting right now. Don't know what Bears is doing, quite frankly. Come on, can we get into a slip? Hopefully this will be another decent lap. Oh, hoo, hoo. 38 dead with no slip. I will take that. I will take that for me. Come on, come on, come on. Still matching leader pace. Some change of positions ahead of us. Oh, I ate a lot of that. And that one. Penalty God, smile upon me! Smile upon me. Come on, I see targets. Let the res drop a little bit there. Come on, come on, come on. Come on. Feel the car pivoting there. Need to catch up with Tuna. I need that slip. There's cars ahead now. We're catching a pack. Come on, let's drive. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Hopefully another low 38. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Actually, I think Tuna's on it as well because again, the gap to the leader is like we are catching the leader. So Tuna's also on like really quick pace. He must have had an issue. So we can just work with him maybe. You tell me how it went purple there with no slipstream. Oh, she's got a pen. 1 second. It's not good for us. He can drop behind us, maybe. Fucking me thin, long time. Oh man, we lost 4 tenths to Tuna. That I would love to get into that pack. I would love to get into that pack so much. There whenever that sausage. Get another position. So he's going to take the penalty. Maybe he'll push us now. What's he going to do, Tuna? Ball's in Tuna's court here. Ball is in the tuna tin. What's he going to do? Smart man. Always rated him. Always rated Tuna. 5 seconds to P9. If we get into that pack, I'm going absolute banzai. Come on. Oh, I came in there late. .7. Ooh, 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 ooh. .5. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, that was smooth. That was smooth through there. I like that a lot. Come on. 3.1 seconds. 4 laps to go. Come on, Nissan. Yeah, the nitrous now will be huge. If you're watching and you haven't yet liked, I need all the nitrous we can get. A 37.5, or a 10th of the fastest lap of this race. We are trying to salvage as much as we can. I want to absolutely smash into that pack. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Like Apex is the one there. Careful. Come on, come on, come on. Woo. Thanks, Point Black. Yeah, I love this car actually. Kind of want to get a model of it now. Not as fast now. That 37.5 lap for me, I think, is the fastest lap I've ever done here in this combo. Going to be 3 laps to go. I see a Supra, a lone Supra there for the taking. I'm like a killer whale. It's like a seal. Come on. The pace from us has been good. It's been good pace. Taking chunks out. Wide. Oh, yellow flag. Who was that? That was Will. He's fast lap. Ah, we lost a bit of time to this guy though. Come on, we need to get in his slip. I think it's a Norwegian flag. He had a big moment there. Big moment. He's going to lose a lot of momentum. Penalty's been taken up there as well. It almost doesn't. If we don't overtake him, it doesn't matter how much effort we put in. We need to overtake someone. That's gonna give him slip now if we've got max power. Come on. Perhaps. Catching him now. Oh no, that's surely got to be a penalty. That's surely got to be a penalty. That with the wrong tyre. Oh, one. Referee! Ref! Why are you sending me off for that? Why are you sending me off? Ref! We're so close. We just arrived at the party. We just arrived at the party and we've been sent home. Oh. I feel like we're being denied. I feel like we've been denied. I feel like we've been denied here. I'm not happy about this. I'm not happy about that at all. That's a harsh penalty. That's a harsh penalty, that is. To get a 1.5 for that. Not happy. Not happy. I might pit in protest. Too harsh. 1.5 is ridiculous. Agreed. It's just ruined. Ruined could have been what the fans wanted to see, what the drivers wanted to do. Just ruined it. Now got overtaken by Tuna. I feel like I drove my heart out this race. I really did. Oh. Driving. Driving. I'm really disheartened by that. I was like, man, I really drove like those lap times 32.00, 37.5, 38.0. Now we're just rolling in last. It's like, it doesn't. We've got to go again. Got to go again. Tough race, that one. Tough race. I could have done just. I could have quit and gone into time trial, but I thought no. I'm really gonna try my best here. Just do quali lap, quali lap, quali lap. I mean, we only finished 15 seconds off the lead. Like. How much do we lose on that lap? We must have lost loads on that lap. We go again though. We go again. Yeah, next week's Daily Race C is Brands Hatch. Man, that is tough for me, that one. That is really tough. We're going to race again though. Going to go in the next one. Not happy about that. 1.5 for that. Anyway, let's rock and roll again. Let's rock and roll again. Maybe let's change the livery. I think we've got another community livery. Let's load it up. Yeah, I mean, it should have been a half-second penalty for sure. I was like, oh yeah, I got that wrong. I turned in too early. But because you smashed the curb. Anyway, that's just me just being a racing driver complaining. Making excuses. Anything else other than my poor driving. clean track day look. I thought TG did as a oh, look at this. I'm not. Is this in date order? It is. I thought we had one. Love this. Absolutely love it. We'll stick with that one then. Let's see. Oh, it's Heike did it. Oh, Heike did it. Version 2. So if you're watching you want to race these liveries, just search KCR, download them and race them. Right, let's run in the mint one. Raffle, should we do a... We'll do a roulette then, why not? Let's do a roulette. Because it's going to be the last race next before we watch the World Series. Unless it's really boring. Nothing expiring soon? Yeah, that Kenzie killed me. Oh, won a car, nice. Tenza. Shame there's like literally no reason for me to drive it. Like, imagine how much time they spent intricately modelling cars that they never require you to drive. CUSDS? Right, let's run in this livery and see if it just gives us a bit more pace. It was a good racer. To know I can kind of drive like that was good. So let's see what happens in the next one. Welcome me, E36 Blur. Thanks, Latka. Yeah, if you are enjoying the stream, do let us know. It's a very important race now. It's a very important race. Like, I'm excited for it. It feels like there's pressure on this race, which I like. Minutes to go. Is there a cardboard livery? I'll check that out. I like the cell shaded one, the Suzuki one. Let's see how the livery looks. It's very important. Black at the front. Oh yeah, I like it. It looks mean. Looks mean. It's good, doesn't it? Black bonnet. It's boxy. I like my boxy cars. Maybe I'll do a video on like I'll try and race all the boxy cars against each other. Everyone knows that the box is the most aerodynamic shape. This looks like a car sideways that you might draw in class when you were like at school, right? Like massive splitter, like ridiculous splitter, huge wang. And then the middle's just box. It's very low ride height. I wonder if you get some understeer sometimes. Welcome, Carl. Good to see you. Can we drift? You can't put the handbrake on. Will it drift? No. It's basically a slam Jeep. Maybe, yeah. Aston Martin Lagonda. That was quite... Was that a boxy car? I like how they protect this hedge with the barrier. Sometimes the music gets way too intense for me. I had to change this playlist. I'd love if it, like Gran Turismo, you could just like go through those gates, like you could just explore. Look at this guy. Oh, someone's going for a walk. Where's she off to? I didn't know you had walking pedestrians. It's been good, Carl. We're going for a race. Very important race. Do you think you could follow around the whole... Would she walk around the whole track? Turbo lag. I'm looking at the turbo. Ah, I just wanted to see... So I want to go out and warm up. And I want to see what happens if I keep my foot in it. Oh, it's Wappy's in here. It's Wappy. So what happens if I brake and keep my foot on the throttle? What's the turbo? It's Wappy. Stop doing that. The multi will wear off. So on the brake. It doesn't affect the turbo at all. Such a turbo dependent car, I think. It's Wappy. Welcome, Wappy. It's awkward, isn't it? Right, we got to pick up where we left off. Ooh. Take some water. Yeah, some close call times down the middle. Right. Let's do this. See you, Carl. Yeah, we'll catch up in a bit, sure. Catch up. Let's rock and roll. Let's rock and roll. Let's mean business in this one. Thanks, Harry. Look about Nick Nat. Yeah, we got this. We got this. Let's be aggressive. I'll try and do my best. We know we got pace. We know we have the pace to win this race. It's just racecraft are, you know, the card's going to fall in the right direction. Focus and stuff like that. Try and get our braking right here. A little bit wide, but it's fine. Just trying to keep my foot in a little bit, just to get that turbo spooling up. So if you want to play along at home, have a look at the turbo indicator in the bottom right. It's good through there, I think. Caught up a little bit. Dropped Wappy. We're in the top 6 train. Went quite deep there, great rotator on the edge. Hopefully we're going to get pulled along a little bit. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on. Oh, big drama at the front of the race, which I like. I'm not getting any assistance here at all, I think. Maybe a little bit now, maybe a little bit. Come on, 3 seconds off the lead. Oh no, don't fight. I want these two to play nice. Bit wide there. It's gone very wide. Oh no. Right, it's down to us now. We need qualifying times. Catch up with these two. They're side by side with Scurry. Played with fire there, going over that. Come on. 1.2, but he'll be in big slip. Big slip. Wow, we gained 3 tenths of a minute Ascari there. I normally lose those time with Ascari. Come on, pull us along, pull us along. I want to see us getting to 180. Quick, 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 quick. P5. Didn't get enough there. Assistance, really. He had a big moment, I had a big moment. That yellow car is really just going for it. Might be letting the leader get away. Okay, we're in a slip now, nice. We've earned it, we're here. Bit of a weird way through, made it. Still 3.1 to the leader. Come on, come on, come on. To lift there, went a bit early. I've got to work with this guy. We've got to be a Nissan train and catch these two Supras. I've got to work with him. I think. David's gone. Don't squeeze me off, bro. Oh, you absolute legend. You absolute legend. That is honestly top class from him there. If you've raced in Gran Turismo 7, if you're watching, you know exactly what I mean at that moment. Let's go, 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 go. What a legend that guy was. Still 3.1. Okay, I need to catch up. Next Nissan. Oh, he's got a pen. Okay, well we'll overtake him here, I think. Surely he's got to work with me here, surely. Right, we're in the big leagues now. Honestly, all weekend we've been scrabbling around in the midfield. We've been driving well, and now it's time for the big point. So what is he going to do? Oh dear. So I think we've got to take this by the scruff of the neck, and we've got to work with him. We've got to bring him on side. Three Nissans here. Wide. Keep an eye on the gap to the leader. Man, those corners. We want to win this race. We want to win it. Should get a better exit than him there. Man, this is tense. If you are enjoying this, do feel free. Do make sure that you both liked and you subscribed. Give us that energy, because it's been the mix here. Feathering the throttle there. Not sure we're going to be close enough to bump him. Would have liked to just given him a bump to be like, hey, let's work together. Let's fight for the win. But I just don't know. Might be a battle here. He's got no slipstream in the lead. Like, if we're smart and work together, we will catch him. Getting better at Scary. The Supra, I think, had a bit of a moment there in the exit. Oh yes, he did. He's losing time. He's losing time. Two seconds is the gap. Come on. Come on, I think we'll be able to bump him now. This is a culmination of all of our learning about this car, buying it, trying to work it out, working out all the shifts, working out how it likes to drive. I feel like this is the culmination of it. This has to be the race for us. Welcome, Wumble. On. On. You can feel it, chat, can't you? If we just hook it up, we'll completely eat up the leader. We'll just eat him up. Big moment there. Time for some changing of the guard right now. Fun to work with me, pal. Or do we just go mano-y mano? Right, if he doesn't boost me here, then I tried my best. How much goodwill was there between us? What about the Supra? My guy always rated him. Let's go. Let's do this then. We committed to it, let's do it. Let's go. Let's have him. Let's go. How good are we? Wide. Limiter, come on, we're in second there. Hell of an Ascari here. Into the midway, but that'll do for us. If we have a good parabolica, we'll be a lot closer by second chicane. Very tight line. Come on, Nissan, breathe, breathe, breathe. Breathe, come on. Come on. Let's go. Let's move. We're moving now, we're moving. He stopped at 174, we keep going. This is where we keep going. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Come on. Let's go. Yes, 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 yes. This might be where we can just blow past them. Let's see. Come on, breathe, Nissan. Breathe that air. Spin up. Let's go. Pressure's on now, chat. Pressure's on now. Pressure's on now. Come on. Can be 2 laps to go and we go over the line. Who feels it? Who feels like we're going to do this? Let me know in the chat if you feel like we're going to get this done, get this win. It's not a car you want to be leading in Nissan, I don't think, because it's the hardest to drive. Let's go, let's go. People believe in the chat. People believe. We're vulnerable now. We're massively vulnerable. We're massively vulnerable here. Defense, defense. If you're watching and you're not liked and subscribed, I have nothing else for you. This is like as good as it gets. So if you're not going to like and subscribe now, then fair play. Right, let's go, let's go. Don't want to get those penalties. Oh, 149 shift. Bring it on, bring it on. What do you got? What do you got? I'm ready for anything. Bring it on. Let's dance. Let's dance. Let's do it. Let's cut to the chase. Woo! God, don't give out inside. Don't give out the inside. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. There we go, P1. What a race. What a race. How much did we stream yesterday? And today we're in the midfield at the back. Last race we were last. Come back. I dedicated that race to everyone who wrote in the comments on my last video that I don't deserve to be in top split. Goes out to you. Whew. What a race that was. Man. I love that. I just absolutely love it. I just love it so much. I just love it so much. Like, it is so good. That is all I want to be doing. Like, that's all I want to be doing. How can you not like Gran Turismo for that kind of racing? Like, man, just so good, isn't it? It is so good. Yeah, we can all breathe now. Best race ever streamed, says Leon. Thank you so much. Thanks KCR Joker, the Joker in the house. Thanks Daniel, Carl, Kieran, Martian, Brett, Raider, Evan, Drifter, Josh, PTX, Island, Jay, the Junior 83, Vlatka, Le Bounty, GT, Nick Knack, Ben, TMKR, Funky B, E36, The Hair of Twitch, Julian, Define, Mark Kuturewski. You've actually done it. Thanks, Wappy. Wow. That's my first win in the dailies for quite a while, and we gotta play ourselves out. Hang on, what are we doing? We gotta play ourselves out here. Just what have we got? What can we play ourselves with just to celebrate? Where is it?
There was a wild
It was.
ride. I know at the start you were curious, but
Yeah, maybe I will make a video. Oh man.
that was fast and furious.
I just love those races where you have to raise your game. I want to watch it back as well. Like, I'll make a video and just, when it's uploaded, just watch it back. I thought I'd made a mess of Parabolica because, really, if you leave Ascari in first place, even if you got less momentum, you should be able to hold it because just force them around the outside. But I almost left a gap. So Nick says, "How could I not sub after that?" Welcome, Nick. Right, so the plan is now you've seen me as a legitimate amateur, like technical amateur, because I do this in my spare time. We're gonna watch live on stream the best in the world do it. So we're gonna get this ready, and I'm just gonna chill. I might go down and get a beer. What a way to now watch the world finals, having all of us just won that race. Mad. Oh, thanks, Unknown. Just hit the 200 like mark as well. Absolutely crazy scenes, honestly. I think I just don't stream enough. Like, when I stream, it genuinely raises my game. Like, I perform better when I'm streaming. So, probably should just stream literally whenever I can. I don't think the Nissan's the meta. Honestly, I think the Supra is the Nissan is harder to drive. I'm going to make a video on it tonight, I think, to come out tomorrow, just so people can see it whilst the daily's still going on. So I think next week is a Group 4 race soon. Yeah, we can check out the livery. We can check out the livery for show. Then we're going to be there for the World Series. So where is his cardboard livery? Let's have a look. Ah, nice and chill now. Look at this photo. I've been told there's a cardboard. Do I search cardboards? You gotta share it with me or something. Oh. That is a nice picture. Okay, we'll have a look at it later maybe. Let's have go into the World Series. What's that done for my stats? Because you see your stats here. Is that another win on the ticker? Yeah, 10 wins now. 133 races and 10 wins. We top 5 about half of the time. Not bad, I think, considering I don't have a Ultica. Search cardboard. Okay, I'm being strongly advised. Card. Oh, nice. Oh, I like that a lot. So can we do a card? Ah. It's pretty cool. Oh, that is cool. Anyway, I'll have a browse at my own leisure. It's not the meta, but them changing the bop around puts more cars in the run for them. I completely agree. But this is a very unique week and weekend of the weekend really of the daily races, because to have two very different cars is quite unusual, because, you know, like in GT Sport you might have the RCZ's good and the TT and the Scirocco, but they all handle the same. But this is two very, very different cars. Did I get gold on the Civic Challenge? I haven't done the Civic Challenge. Right, let's get this thing up and running. So, if you want to watch the best in the world, if you're new to the stream, by the way, or you're kind of new to Gran Turismo, I just race in my part-time, spare time, and I stream and make videos and whatnot. But I'm not a professional racer. So although that was the highest lobby at that time, it's a daily race, it's not a championship race, and blah blah blah. These drivers here are like a lot quicker than me, like easily a second a lap quicker than me. So it's going to be really interesting to see. For myself, I'm very interested to see how they're driving. Hopefully you can see the throttle and brake inputs. Are they being smooth? Are they trying to be aggressive? How are they rotating the cars? You know, are they doing anything with like turbo cars to keep the turbo speed up? I'm very interested to hear that kind of stuff. We're going to find out in 2.5 minutes. Hopefully YouTube won't take it down. And if you want to watch it here, we're going to have a much nicer experience than in the PlayStation stream. I can guarantee it. Literally guarantee that. No worries, Austin. Yeah, so this is Manufacturer's Cup, so maybe you have 2 minutes to choose a manufacturer if you want to get the, is it a million credits? I chose Subaru because I'm driving Subaru, but Miyazono's got COVID, so I'm very excited to see this. I think if the channel continues to grow with your support, I think I'll be at one of these events in the future. I would love to go to Monaco, actually. So if the channel continues to grow, I'll reach out to them and say, hey, can I come to Monaco and cover it and stuff like that. And then you know me, when I go places with my camera, I take you everywhere. Like, I'll jump fences and get to places I'm not meant to go. Like last time I was in Monaco. Brett Williams, my money's on Toyota. E36 Subaru. Chris says, driving standards I thought were poor in the event last week. I didn't see it, but these are the best in the world. So. Oh. I hope NASA and the ESA are watching. Aliens incoming. We will see. The very cool thing about this is we're going to see these really fast drivers race in the same cars on the same tracks that we've raced at. That's what makes it really special for me. Like when I watch F1 Esports, I can't relate to it as much. When I watch the Le Mans 24 Hours on R Factor, I can't really relate to it. But this is our home. Like on this channel, I think from probably most of us watching, like Gran Turismo is our home. So this is like esports coming home for us. Yeah, I mean, if you want to be really quick, you've got to push the boundaries. But everyone has their own valid opinion on that. Savage says the pros seem to be able to brake a lot quicker than I ever can. Yeah, so have a look at their brake inputs. I reckon a lot of the time they won't be at 100%. They're good enough to know that I just need 90%, 80%, and that gives them more flexibility to trail brake as well. Right, it's meant to start in 3 seconds. What's going to happen? Let me just try and bump up the old volume. It's all, they haven't done a live event for absolutely ages, so I wouldn't be surprised if stuff goes wrong. Can we just get this full without the thing? Up there. Okay. Can you hear? That's on maxed volume. Welcome, James. Who do I think the fast drivers are? I think Baptiste is just to another level. He's part of Roman Grosjean's esports team. I mean, obviously Miyazono is very quick. Lightning is not here. Well, he's at the event, but he's not racing. Savage is gunning for Miyazono, but he's not racing because he's got COVID. So he's isolating. It's 2 minutes past. I wouldn't be surprised if they have some issues. I mean, it's quite hard to run live events, isn't it? I'm excited though. I'm looking forward to this. So if you're wondering kind of who's racing, you've got Valerio Gallo. He's the current Nations champion from Italy, very, very quick. You've got Baptiste, who I think came second. Oh, 10 minutes. You've got Baptiste, who I think came second from France. You've got, I don't know if Kokobun's in here, but he's been very quick from Japan. Igor Fraga is a previous Nations champion from Brazil. Also races, I think, F3 maybe in real life, so he's very quick. He did racing in real life before GT, I think. Brad says I think Miyazono is the fastest and most consistent. But he's not Chinese, so bit of a weird comment. Thanks, Primo. Glad you're enjoying it. Killian, I think Killian might be there. So one of the kind of the new generation. I think Quinton might be there. He's been quick for years, but he wasn't old enough to go, I think. I don't envy them, by the way, because if you're running a live event like this, so imagine live event, the venue's probably booked, I don't know, a couple of days before to get all the lighting people in and all the set building, and then the talent fly in, like present Jimmy Broadbent, people like that. But imagine if people start getting COVID, then it's hard to replace that. It's so, you know, oh, the sound engineer couldn't make it today, he'll come, you know, we'll get someone to come tomorrow. So it's very difficult. I'll be impressed if it's a very slick event. The reason why I say that as well is because what they've been doing in COVID is they've been pre-recording the events, editing them, and then releasing them a day later. And you know, that's fine. I mean, it gives them time to make sure it's all good and slick and everything. It's a bit weird because everyone knows who's actually won. So for the last 2 years, we've all known who's won everything like a day before. But it might be they're not as practiced. Oh, Killian's not in there. Okay. Who are people backing though? Who are people thinking? I don't know if people know the teams. Let me see if I find the teams. Oops. Let me try and find the teams. Showdown. Who are the teams? I can't see easily. Kaz got COVID as well, so Kaz didn't fly over. So he's like, you know, the boss of everything. So if there's people aren't sure, like, oh, this couldn't come in, should we do this instead? I imagine it's a bit difficult because he's not there and he's not in the. I imagine he's be up now. They might be doing a remote thing, but it's not really his time zone. Yeah, I picked Baptiste in the game. I feel like he does well under pressure, and he's, well, apart from Death Chicane. But I feel like this is a live event. So you got to go to an event, you got to sit in a rig that's not your rig at home. You got to have really bright lights on you, like I've got now. And some people just might not, that might put them off. So I think that's a genuine factor. I really do. Yeah, maybe Super GT would be there, but he's, I think, with Fanatec in Spa. Whoa, Christopher Burgeon! Welcome to membership, Christopher. Joining us in the downtime before the event. Thank you so much, Christopher. There we go. All the lights. Thanks, Christopher. Really appreciate that. Dropping in there with that membership. Massive support of the channel. Joke says people know what was on. I don't think so because it's live. So this is genuinely live. Which is why I think there's been I think this is a unintended delay. So yeah, so imagine being there. You're one of the quickest drivers in the world. You normally, if you enter a daily race like the one we've been in, you just dominate it. So you're used to people thinking this guy is really quick, and then you go there under lights, and let's say you make a mistake, and then the pressure, and you feel like people are watching you, and you're crumbling, and you know. So I think it requires real kind of mental strength. No, this isn't a this is going to be live. This is live. This is live on location. They're all in Austria now. They've been flying over the last couple of days. It's in the Red Bull hangar. They're all there. Oh, nice, David. Lester, I wish you could buy more wheels. Do you mean rims? I don't think there's that many more than GT Sport, right? Yeah, I'm really interested to see how this event goes, because they're doing this event and they're doing Monaco, I guess, at the end of the year. I don't know what's going to happen next year, because it's expensive to run this stuff, and right, 4:20 to go. I'm excited. It is a bit sus that like the sponsors are like Toyota, like massively OP at the moment. Like the Supra is, I think, still the meta car. Mazda was really OP sometimes in GT Sport, but then they buffed it right near in the last season. So not, but they made the RX-7 really heavy, and they also kept adding weight to the Tenza as well. Yeah, let's see. It's an important moment for Gran Turismo esports because it's very different to how other esports franchises work. It's like it's not. You don't have. There's no real concept of teams in Gran Turismo esports really, as in like integrated with the whole thing. Brett, if the UK made the game in our own cars, yeah, we need to. Yeah, Project Cars 4, sponsored by TVR. James is good at Watkins, okay. Yeah, there's a Porsche event as well. It's $30,000 prize pool. You got to think, for a big company like Porsche, that's not really a lot of money for the exposure. Like, how much advertising would they get for $30,000, and how much word of mouth will they get here in exposure and whatnot? So, you know, it depends how you look at it. I mean, for a company like Porsche, I don't think 30,000 is a huge amount of money. Is this going to be at Watkins Glen, this race? Or is it Trial? It's Trial Mountain, isn't it? Can't remember. Oh, the RX Vision got a boost. Is the RX Vision, because it was always a really good car on fuel and stuff. I think the Nissan could be such an interesting car because it's just so different to every other car. I think it's a lot lighter. Right, 2 minutes to go, everyone. Can you imagine they're all ready? The producers there in the background, like, yeah, 2 minutes, 2 minute warning. Presenters are there, like, okay, gotta get ready. Presumably everyone's sat in the rig, so they're gonna walk on. Good to share this moment with all of you, by the way. Isn't it cool? Do this together. You know, I started this channel in sim racing because before I was doing more karting. I started this sim racing in 2020. So I haven't seen a live event in Gran Turismo World Series since I started this channel. Really, effectively. And now there's 30,000 of us, so this is a really cool moment for me. Do I stream every Saturday? I stream whenever I can, really. Honestly, the best thing is just to be subscribed, because like today it was 10 minutes for us, like, okay, I can do this. Yeah, Brooks will be there, Julie will be there, Jimmy will be there. There's a cool story about how some of the people got the presenting jobs. So it's not for me to share, but it shows you that you got to be right place, right time. Right place, right time, and just, yeah, I'll do it. Oh yeah, Brett. I guarantee this is the best place to watch it. Hopefully the quality is good, but it looks like it's 1080p HD. So, and I'm recasting it at 1440p. And they sent out a tweet saying, "Oh, people on Twitch, please feel free to co-stream it." So I was like, "Okay, most of your biggest people are on YouTube, like Super GT." So hopefully that's fine as well. Whoa, Carl, coming in as Super Legend. Thank you so much, Carl. Coming in as Super Legend. Thanks for support, man. I feel bad because we've just been looking at a clock. Right, here we go. Let me know about the sound as well. If I need to lower my mic, let me know. Thanks, J Mac. Appreciate it, man. Thanks for 2 lows.
Hello and welcome wherever you are in the world. We are coming at you live from Hangar 7 in Salzburg. It is the Gran Turismo World Series Showdown. Yes, guys, don't laugh. I'm very excited. We're back, properly live for the first time in 2 years. It is unbelievably exciting. It's very nice to be standing next to both of you and having all of our competitors here in the room as well. Guys, how is it for you? I mean, coming in through the big doors of Hangar 7 and seeing all the competitors there, how is it for you, Jimmy?
It's just awesome to be back, to be honest. I mean, it's been 3 years since we were actually here. I keep saying, oh, it was last year, it was like last year. But definitely not. But it's so great to see everyone again. I've missed everyone. It's an emotional time, you know.
It is emotional. Tom, how did it feel?
It's been mega, hasn't it? It's so great to be back with everybody. I mean, we've been talking online for ages, haven't we, up until this point? And, you know, it was great walking into Hangar 7 yesterday up until I saw Jimmy, which brought my downer, you know, to be honest.
Wow. So, you know, absence does not make the heart grow fonder. If anything, it just makes it worse. So we're looking forward to see how that develops over the course of the Gran Turismo World Series. But yeah, we are super excited to be back, and we're so glad that you guys are here with us to join us in this monumental occasion. It's fantastic. Right, but we want to get into it, so let's take a quick look at what's been happening in the Gran Turismo World Series. So, okay, obviously we had round 1, which was our online qualifiers in the Manufacturers' Cup, and of course the Nations Cup, which leads us to now, which is the Gran Turismo World Series Showdown. And then in September and October, we're going to have rounds 2 and round 3. So lots and lots of lovely, delicious points to garner to get a place in the coveted World Finals, which will be live in Monaco, November 25th, 26th, and 27th.
3 days.
Now, we also want to hear from you guys today as well. Who do you think our Michelin driver of the day is going to be? And reach out to us on socials, because we are live, and we really want to hear from you guys. I'm very excited. I'm going to stop talking and throw it over to Tom and Jimmy.
Thanks very much. Welcome up to the GT test for the first time in, what, 2.5 years? I haven't seen this baby since Sydney 2020.
Yeah, I mean, like, it needs repainting. They got me in early to do that, so thanks, guys. Appreciate that. Not my contract, by the way, to put it out there.
Yeah, quite. Anyway, look, let's stop talking about desks and start talking about racing, because the Manufacturers' Cup is the name of the game for the 2022 Gran Turismo World Series. Let's take a look at the competition format. So we've got 12 teams of 3 drivers, 1 driver from each region, from the Americas, from EMEA, from Asia, Oceania. Qualifying, they have to pick 1 driver from their team. It's a 1-lap session, and the results of that, of course, will determine the grid position for the grand final. A 90-minute race coming up here tonight. All 3 drivers, though, must race as part of this grand final. Different tyre strategies will fill you in on that later. And you can see there, points from 1st down to 6th place. Those World Series points are all awarded according to the final results. And, of course, they'll want to be carrying those into the World Final. And, of course, there can only be 1 winner for the Manufacturers' Cup. And the question is, who's it going to be?
Yes, and as always, we are live in 7 languages. We have, of course, me and Tom are here in English. We have German, French, Spanish, Italian, Portuguese, and Japanese. So wherever you're tuning in the world, we got you covered. But, of course, we know you want to be on the English stream, because, well, we're the best, really, aren't we? Let's be honest.
Even if the Italians are really trying to get you to tune in. We've got Francisco and Gonzalo there. We've got Kazuki, and we've got Nakajima-san in the Japanese commentary booth as well. It's so great to have everybody back here. It's brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah, I think I endured several spine-breaking hugs yesterday when we met up again. I'm standing a bit wonky now, but yeah, so great to everyone here again. I'm really looking forward to getting into this.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take you through the qualifying format that's taking place here tonight for the Manufacturers' Cup as well, because it's a single-lap qualifying session. So basically, we've got 12 teams. We split those into 2 groups of 6 teams, and of course, there's only 1 bite at the cherry in this, so there's a lot of pressure on these drivers.
Yeah, so you imagine, you know, you're full of, your team's full of very quick drivers, and they go, right, you mate, you got to go do the quick lap. So there's a lot of pressure here, and we say pressure a lot. We're in an environment, there's cameras everywhere, there are 2 idiots shouting over the top of their lungs on the speakers as well, and they have to put their lap in under pressure and make sure they are responsible for how their race starts, pretty much. So it's a massive weight on the shoulders of people out there. I don't envy them at all.
Not at all. No, of course, we have been doing this online, remotely, for the last couple of years, so it's a bit different from playing in your bedroom or in your office compared to being on the international stage.
That's a bit of a salty comment, Chris.
Shouting at you, to be honest with you. Anyway, thank you very much. Anyway, enough of that. Let's go into introducing our teams, because there are 12 of them ready to line up here for the Manufacturers' Cup. Please welcome. They're down to 2 drivers, unfortunately due to COVID. Shataru Rio and Giorgio Mangano from Team Mazda.
Did one of them drive twice? Does that seem sensible? Are you hanging out over here, Leon?
As they make their way onto the stage in Salzburg in Austria, we get ready to welcome our second team.
Testing.
Arthur
Testing.
Musso and Jos Legrand for Team Mitsubishi.
Testing. That's better.
Great to have some new faces in the Manufacturers' Cup for the GT World Series. On to our next team. Lucas Benelli, Kazuki Cho and Baptiste Beauvoir make their way on to the grid then.
That's not Baptiste Beauvoir.
Team BMW, so BMW making their way onto the stage now. And next up, we welcome our following team for Genesis. So Dylan Helt, Yuki Sasaki, and Manu Rodriguez then, a new manufacturer in 2022. More on that later.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I can't hear the mix at the moment because I've changed it.
Well, let's shift our focus on to the next team as they make their way on. This is Team Chevrolet, Adriano Carrazza, Alex Lopez and Kazuho Owata.
Alex Lopez in here.
So next up, we'll focus on Team Porsche then. A few names you might be familiar with: Angel Inestrosa, Jose Serrano and Connor Healy.
Oh.
Let's see what those drivers are going to be able to do.
Something's not quite tallying up here with the graphics and the commentary and the people walking out.
Next up, it is Volkswagen, Seiya Suzuki, Thomas Laboutelet and Roberto Sternberg will be the three drivers to take to the grid for the German mark here.
Okay, now they're just sacking off the graphic. It's too unreliable. I don't think there's a policy. It's probably whatever people are comfortable with.
Next up, we have Team Nissan, Mehdi Hafidi, Hiroshi Okamoto and Harold Volson will be competing here tonight. Let's see what the Nissan drivers are going to be able to do in their GTR here this weekend. They make their way onto the stage. A brand new manufacturer in 2022 is Genesis. It was supposed to be Nicky Romero. He's been substituted by Manu Rodriguez, unfortunately due to COVID. Yuto Sasaki and Dean Helt will be the other drivers who make their way up. Let's see how they are going to fare. A new mark on the grid this year.
Louisi. Yeah, it's not. It's just do whatever you want. I mean.
Another manufacturer ready to take to the grid will be AMG Mercedes. Lucas Benelli, Kazuki Cho and Baptiste Beauvoir. A very strong team, driver lineup.
Strong
will
team,
they be able
but I
to
don't
take
think
the
the best
fight
car.
to the front for the first time since 2019? Unfortunately, down a driver due to COVID. Team Subaru have got Kylian Drummond and Danny Solis ready to take the fight. Will they be able to do the business without Takuma Miyazono?
No, Miyazono confirmed. This is like at the '98 Football World Cup final. It's like Ronaldo's not on the team sheet. How are they going to do without Miyazono?
As well, and final team, Team Toyota, Nikita Moisov, Igor Fraga and Ryota Kokubun are the last three drivers who will make their way onto the stage here for the Manufacturers' Cup as we get ready to kick off the 2022 Gran Turismo World Series.
Okay, I think Toyota could be pretty
here are
good
the drivers who have, I guess, you can say it's a lucky task or unfortunate task of trying to put their car on pole position. You see some massive names in there. Igor Fraga qualifying the Toyota. We have Sternberg in there for VW. Very, very quick online and see how he fares here at a live event. Also, Angel Inestrosa for Team Porsche. He's been with that team for as long as I can remember. And of course, Giorgio Mangala for Team Mazda. So massive names out there. A lot of teams putting their best foot forward, trying to get up the as far up the grid as possible for this qualifying event.
Yeah, it is a single lap qualifying session for our drivers as well. We're just about ready to go.
They're quite well known in the GT.
The drivers are making their way out of the pit lane, so there are going to be two groups of 6 teams on the grid as they make their way onto the circuit. And we're really excited to see how they are going to fare at the Trial Mountain Circuit, which is, of course, the venue for this race here today in the Manufacturers' Cup. great atmosphere here in Salzburg as well, isn't there?
I mean, look at this venue. I mean, I'm always blown away by Hangar 7. It's absolutely a gorgeous place to be. Something you can't quite see right now. It's just out of shot. It's just like 5 F1 cars.
So I guess they were using Fanatec.
It's amazing. I spent most of my morning just sort of nerding over those guys. But of course, yeah, the pressure's on. These guys, you can see camera pretty much in your face here for Team Mitsubishi. So
no, they're using Thrustmaster. They're still using TGTs.
But
it must be the same equipment they had. Thrustmaster's not a sponsor anymore.
Trying to compete for that grand prize at the end of 2022.
It must be the same rigs they've had in storage.
Winning trophy for the Manufacturers Cup
so no direct
tonight.
drive.
Really looking forward to seeing how the drivers are going to fare here, of course, for this, the World Series Showdown. Of course, we have got one more live event in 2022.
Can't beat that Thrustmaster reliability.
November. Really excited to see what that is going to be all about. Look at the concentration on these drivers' faces here too.
So I'm really interested because this is, as we said, our first live event in 2 years. These guys have been
this is like the continuation of Academy,
in the
really.
comfort of their own home in their environment and just
maybe
in a way that
maybe
it's
here. Stock.
We thrust them into the limelight. We shout over the top of them and do all the things.
It might have been a sponsorship obligation that they should provide.
And they've got to be there and perform. Also, to the right, they've got their competitors. So if someone nerves off the circuit, it's quite hard just to not reach over and be like, "Excuse me, mate, what are you doing?"
And we have seen that as well. Let's be fair.
Keep an eye out for any kind of technical issues. They are at Trial Mountain.
Before the world sort of took a bit of a
so there's Baptiste driving in third person.
Demonstrating with one another.
Interesting to see he drives in third person, right?
I mean, I was going to say we don't like to see drama, but we do like a bit of drama.
Oh, it helps, doesn't it?
We like a little bit of drama. And of course, a lot of these guys as well, good to know, they've also got headsets and ways to communicate with their
the kind of people are driving in the key 25
when you get to the race a bit later on, if someone's feeling maybe, hey, we can change our strategy, we can change things around here, they can have that conversation with their team and do that on the fly. So yeah, I think we're just waiting to get into things here, but very much looking forward to seeing how this qualifying pans out.
The track here is Trial Mountain.
Selected their qualifying driver.
I don't know if anyone in the chat knows what would be a good lap time in Group 3.
One lap, and we're now ready to get this qualifying session underway here for the World Series Showdown in the Manufacturers Cup. Tension is in the air. No surprise to see Igor Fraga there behind the wheel of the Toyota.
Is it going to be slipstream?
The drivers make their way then out of pit lane, and we get ready to go.
I can hear a Mazda.
Yeah,
or are they going to basically do Super Bowl?
Can you?
Are they going to do Super Bowl?
So then onto the track we go for qualifying for the Manufacturers Cup for the 2022 Gran Turismo World Series Showdown. So, Jimmy, this Trial Mountain circuit, it is a legend
what are they doing?
in Gran Turismo.
They're releasing them after
intervals.
intervals.
For GT7. But what's the key to a quick lap round here?
Not hitting the mountain, literally, mate. When I was younger, I hated this circuit because of this bit here. See on the left, you've got just pretty much the mountain just on the side.
I think they're releasing intervals.
There, hit the side and just slow the car down completely. But yeah, an original circuit to Gran Turismo, and I think
David,
it's really
you got
held up very well. As you say, slight redesign as we sort of come in to 2022, and I think maybe to help us sort of promote a little bit of overtaking and make it a bit easier for our drivers to race.
Joss never raced him.
Largely unchanged. And if you're a fan of the GT series like myself, been around for, you know, I was playing GT1 back when I was a wee boy.
So what I would say is have a look at the track limits, like how wide they go, how much all of the track.
Here now, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. So the drivers then just on their warming up lap. This is a good opportunity for them to get heat into the tyres. Of course, as you can see, they're all on racing soft. There are 3 tyre compounds.
If you're the guy that comes out last, it's going to be half the thing gone, isn't it?
Strategy is going to be very important. We'll guide you through that a little bit later. Here is Adam Tapai, the Hungarian driver, back with Jaguar again in 2022. He's been with that manufacturer for the last couple of years now and has really sort of got his feet under the table, and looking forward to seeing what he is.
I think they're all still on outlap at the moment. But they're going to come, the leader's going to come round and there's still like half of the field in the pits. Oh, they're doing half and half, aren't they?
He does like to get himself involved in a few scrapes, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, but as you say, he's a very quick driver, very fast driver. So if he qualifies in the front, he'll be good there. If not, then, you know, there will probably be some elbows out manoeuvres. Now, we had a bit of a chat with some of the guys before the qualifying started about what we can expect to see here. A lot of chatter around Mercedes AMG. Very fast car underneath them, it seems. Which the general consensus of that will be somewhere near the top of the field. Although Subaru seems to be a bit
I don't think it's one lap shootout. I think they just staggered people going out and they're doing half and half.
Struggling for single lap pace. So we see a good lap out of that Subaru. You know they've really put it together.
Oh, there'll be drama, I'm sure.
Team Mazda now out there. What can they put down?
Yep, so
right, let's have a look. So he's on his
mountain section. You
lap.
can see some live timing, some new graphics in 2022, and this is going to be brilliant as well because we'll be able to give you live sector times over the course of the lap. So flick it through that left hand and get as good a run out as you possibly can through the tunnel. I absolutely adore this part of the track because you have to try and pick your braking point coming into this hairpin bend as you go through the second tunnel. It dips
anyway,
down,
we can turn Jim at that. Don't be like that against Jim. I've raced against Jim in real life.
Heading straight to the scene of the barrier. Let's see what Team Mazda are going
he's done
to
so much
be able
for sim
to
racing,
do. Shitaru Ryu behind the wheel,
Roger.
into the left hand, a nice run through there. You can see him there also. Really smooth inputs on the steering here.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way they drive his car is really nice and easy. The race cars, after all, a little bit of slip's okay, but beyond that, you're going to not be using the tyre the best. So we plunge back down the hill now into this quite awkward left-hander. It always caught me out when I used to play this.
Have a look at the brake and see how if he's going to use 100% brake here for
a part you might not recognise if you're a bit of a retro enthusiast. This new hairpin, so heavy on the brakes. You want to slow the car down a lot. You don't want to go wide here because it messes up the exit onto this right-hander, which is pivotal for lap time. It goes onto a straight. So coming over the start-finish line now, this is going to be the provisional pole and time to beat. Team Mazda go across the line. About 1:48 is going to be a decent time they put down.
Right, 1:47.8.
So that's pretty quick.
Not bad at all. What about Team Mitsubishi then as they come to the timing line? It's not going to be a bad lap from them, but is it going to be enough to topple Mazda and Ryu?
Half
it's not.
slower.
Half a second adrift. BMW next to come through with Kassi behind the wheel. The Spaniard then as he comes out of the final corner. He was up in the third sector. Can BMW depose Mazda at the provisional top of the order as they go to the timing line? Yes, they can. It's the first into the 1:47.6s. Nice lap time there.
A shake of the head though. He wasn't quite happy with that lap, and someone who's also not going to be happy with that lap is Adam Tapai here. 5 tenths down in the middle sector. I doubt this is going to be quicker. It comes across the start-finish line and goes provisional 4th.
So Chevrolet next up then with Adriano Carrazza.
I can't see Chevrolet being good, the Corvette being good at car
second down. If he can gain a bit of time back, he might be in for a second row here provisionally. Let's see what it is.
I feel like it should be because of the straights, but
break the beam then. And he goes.
Okay. Yeah, not quite there, not quite. So
definitely not as good as it was in GT Sport.
But he'll be unhappy with that. Team Porsche now. I expected Angel Enestrosa to be quick here, but he's not. He's half a second down in that second sector. It seems that second sector is a bit of a bogey set for a lot of cars. Does manage to grab a little bit of time back, but only good enough for a 47.9, putting him in 4th place, and that is the last of our first group of cars. Second group out on track now.
Yeah, absolutely. So these drivers then will come into the pit lane. We'll switch our focus over to
it was
the second
Super Pole.
group. So as we said,
it was a Super Pole. So they go out one out lap and then a Super Pole and come in.
For that first group. Do you think though, if you're going out in the second group, it gives you a bit of an advantage?
I don't know why that timer is ticking down.
It's difficult. I'm one of those guys that likes to sort of go.
You have to redo the lobby, right? So it's only 3 minutes.
Drive round. You might get a little bit nervous, get a chance for those sort of nerves to get the better of you.
Unless they're going to go to the line. I don't know what's going on.
The old matey boy next year because I've not tried
that. The second drivers are out now, aren't they?
And it might actually be decent for you. Again, that's one of the.
Are they all going to get a lap in? Are they all going to get a lap in?
Have a little bit of a smile on the guy next.
Someone's still in the pits, and if they just come in.
Saya Suzuki, we just saw behind the wheel of the Volkswagen here.
Someone's leaving the pits now, chat. Someone's leaving the pits now. Has got to do an out lap.
Jimmy's fist pumping in the air next to me.
They'll be fine. They'll be fine.
I'm telling you, this is the one. It's going to happen.
I mean, bear in mind, of course, we had World Series 1. What was that? A month or so ago now. It seems like it was only last week. But of course, we are 2 drivers down. Those 2 drivers, Takuma Miyazono, Nico Romero, who are not competing here this weekend. Hafidi, who is one of the Nissan drivers here this weekend, is the only driver to have scored points in the World Series so far that's competing in the Manufacturers' Cup.
So what you're saying is that Nissan's a go. That's what I hear. That's what I hear.
If that's how you want to interpret it, Jimmy Broadbent, that's how you want to
What was that? I didn't
I'll leave
understand.
that to you. I'll leave that down to you. What about Igor Fraga then? We know he can pull it out of the bag, and of course his appearances in GT have been, well, I think it's fair to say pretty profound.
They have been, but you know what? Not recently. I say he's put on some decent qualifying laps recently, but never really followed it up. We saw last time out.
No, he's had connection
during
issues
the race, big time. Not quite sure what happened here. So
sure
there's no doubt the speed is still there, but whether it's been good enough for a decent time,
I think Igor Fraga would be the person to beat here. But I don't know if anyone knows what the meta car was.
This one, because of course we have
our
champion from 2020, our triple champion 2020, Takuma Miyazono. driving for them, but not here today.
I can't remember what the meta car was here last
thing.
time.
Of course, he is undoubtedly the star of that team. No offense to the other guys, but Miazono's had a lot of success as time's gone on, and not here. So anyway, VW on the lap right now, and currently actually up on BMW in the first
Why has
sector.
Nissan got a red dot next
it's
to
a
it?
really good first sector there for Volkswagen. However,
No.
actually the commentator's curse has come to bite Nissan in the backside because they picked up a penalty on their fast lap. So Okamoto's obviously made a mistake, whether it's track limits or
Nissan's gonna be
whatever it
last.
was, we didn't see at the moment. But that penalty means that they'll be starting right at the back.
Guys, it was our year. This was the time.
It was your year for about 20 seconds until the commentator's
look how much
curse.
There's always 2023.
You've been saying that every year since 2018, mate. I think you need to give up on that dream. Here is Suzuki then, so just threading his way through in that
he's up.
Volkswagen Beetle.
He's up.
Still up on the time right now. He's still up in sector 2. Only just though. I think it's by like 1/100th of a second. So
Looks
it's gotta
very
be
smooth.
A good last couple of corners here for VW. I did say
invalid
that
lap
VW
for
could be a
Nissan.
contender here
They'll be last.
qualifying in the race. I'm not really sure what their pace is like, but that car seems fairly quick over a single lap.
Yeah, into the chicane we go. It's all about getting the exit through
Come on,
this
give us some
final
onboards.
series of corners. It seems so slow, of course, compared to the former layout there. A little bit of speed scrubbing off through as we come to break the beam then. Can Volkswagen get ahead of BMW and take pole position, or would he have lost time?
Looks
in the third
good.
sector?
Oh, it's close.
No, and it's by the smallest of margins, less than 10
that's
hundredths
close.
of a second, sadly stopping them from taking pole position, but a good lap nonetheless. Nissan, of course, as we know, have lost a bit of time, and they come to the line, and it is only
Right, let's
a
keep an eye out for Toyota and Subaru.
48.5, I should say, right to the back.
Very sad. Here's Genesis, of
Genesis.
course, brand new manufacturer here in the GT
Cycle
World Series. 3 tenths down. It's not the best lap in the world, really, at the moment. We'll see if they've made that up anywhere on the straight or in the last sector. They come across the line. Their time is going to be good enough for P5, middle of the pack.
Hasn't been a brilliant lap for Mercedes AMG.
It has, mate. They're only 6,000s behind, so this could actually be a pole lap. They've had a good last couple of corners. It is! There you go, by quite a way. A 47.2 for Mercedes AMG.
Wow, that's a
Pulled it out
strong
the
team
bag
with
there.
Mercedes
Very
as
quick
well.
time from them.
Yeah,
And
nice
Nico
stuff there
Baptiste
from
and Kokoban.
Baptiste Beauvoir. What about Team Toyota then as they come to the line? Igor Fraga behind the wheel. Can they
No.
get onto the front row?
No.
No, they can't.
Oh, good.
It's only 6th quickest, so it is Mercedes AMG then that do take the honours by some way. An amazing final sector there for Baptiste Beauvoir. But what about Subaru then as they come to the line? Can they do anything? It's a good time so far, but not enough to get them onto the front row of the grid. And relief there.
I didn't know Baptiste was qualifying.
Beauvoir. What a lap he pulled out of the bag. That final sector where everybody else was losing time was something else.
I heard him when he went across the line. Look, so he was well happy with that lap, and that was
Baptiste
a
looks in the
snorting lap.
mood,
That
that's
was
all I'm
3/10 clear
saying.
of the field. I know that might
The
not sound
baguette.
like much, 3/10 of a second, but
Get
in
your
this
baguettes
field,
out
with
and
this
chat.
level of competition, that is a massive gap.
Well, I was looking at the sector times, and that's why I was so surprised. I was looking at the first sector, second sector, wasn't really much to
Get
write
your
home about.
baguettes
That
out for
last sector,
Baptiste.
he absolutely flew through there.
I think it just goes to show that different cars have different strengths. So that last sector obviously playing to the strength of that Mercedes AMG. But I was quite surprised by Toyota. I expected a better result from them, frankly. Igor, mate, what's going on?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, we saw, of course, Fraga qualifying well in World Series 1.
Slightly Alan
this year,
Partridge at
but
times, isn't
didn't
it?
go so well under racing conditions. The thing is, maybe he's trying to do the reverse strategy this time and not qualify so well and pull it out in the race.
I mean, we can chat about that all day, but I mean, frankly, it's a long race. We reckon, somewhere in the 90-minute mark for this endurance race coming up very shortly. So
90 minutes?
qualifying, it's not.
They get a beer.
important. You always want to be at the front, of course, but it's not going to end your night if you haven't had a good session, because some of these cars are better race cars than they are qualifying cars.
Yeah, absolutely. And strategy, as we say, is so important as well, because they've got to do a minimum of 14 laps on each type
should have flown
compound, 3
out.
of
I
which
should have been there.
are available, and that's going to be a huge talking point to see
Should just gone
who
uninvited.
decides to do what, basically.
Yeah, exactly. And we'll get into all that tyre data very shortly. I know you nerds love it out there, because I love it and I'm a nerd, so it's a lot of fun. Interesting to see Genesis as well, our new manufacturer, middle of the pack there. So you reckon they would have hoped for a better result? I kind of think they might have done.
Yeah, possibly so, but again, first time, of course, on this international stage in the World Series. Maybe there was a slight mistake on the lap.
What
it's easy
is
to do on that single lap
sportsmanship?
qualifying as well. Let's have a look, shall we, at the results from that qualifying session then. So Mercedes take pole position.
Yeah,
from Team
I didn't know
BMW on the
Baptiste was
front row by
qualifying.
3/10 of a second.
I didn't know
And then
Baptiste-
it is
his
Volkswagen,
name's on the thing.
Karatza with Chevrolet in fourth, Subaru, Mazda, Toyota, Genesis, Team
Was Fraga
Porsche,
even there?
Mitsubishi, Jaguar, and then Team Nissan right at the back of the
It says
grid. That mistake
Kokoban
on the
here.
qualifying
What
lap
is going
sadly
on?
costing them very dear and giving them a lot of work
What
to
is this?
do.
So sad. Look at that. Guys, P12. I mean, I'm not biased at all, but P12, guys, we need better results. Come on. I'm going to get down there. I'm going to get on the rig.
You're going to get on the rig and give it a go, are you?
Appreciate how bad they are as well. But I was being told earlier for Team Subaru, their goal was to out-qualify Team Toyota. So they'll be happy with that. So definitely one to watch Team Subaru despite being in 5th place.
Yeah, of course. They are down to 2 drivers for this one as well. So it'll be interesting to see how they decide to do their strategy. Because we were talking to the team here earlier on. And basically, if a driver wants to double stint, they're allowed to do that. So if they've only got 2 drivers, they can go into the pits, put a new set of tyres on and carry on their stint. So they don't lose that continuity that theyve already had.
Controversial.
They what they're doing yet.
Bit of an advantage, isn't it?
A bit of sneaky tactics to go on there for Team Subaru.
They thought they were going to driver swap in the rig.
Yeah, absolutely. Really looking forward to seeing what they are going to be able to do as well. I tell you what, it is really tight though. Just after 2nd place, Volkswagen, Chevrolet, Subaru, all half a tenth in it there in that sort of mid-pack inside the top 5.
Yeah,
sounds like a 90-minute race, 3 stints,
and just being a couple of attempts of being 2nd. That would be. That would be sad.
I'm very excited to see how the pace is going to be.
That Mazda RS Vision through the tunnel. Deafening. It's a great way to go deaf.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I love that car though because it's so different to what we have with the sort of V8s and straight line inline 6s or whatever it is. Anyway, let's get down to Julia then, shall we, and catch up with Baptiste Beauvoir, Mercedes-AMG on pole position.
Yes, I'm joined here by the pole position team for the Manufacturers' Cup. Yes, Team Mercedes-AMG. Right, okay. Now this is the moment, okay? You're like mentally prepared. I guess my first question has to be, what's it like competing now that you're in a room and you can look everyone in the eye?
Kind of like guarding the trophies.
Is it more stressful, do you think? Do you feel more nervous?
Expecting.
Yes. I'm nervous, but I very excited.
Very strong team.
For the race. We hope a great result.
Yeah, I think you do well. You're feeling strong. How was that for you? Nervous? Was it more nervous because everyone's here looking at you now? It's not like you're just in your room.
Quite a bit nervous for the qualifying, of course, but
yeah.
I wasn't expecting to make a pole position like this.
I don't know, it's going to turn into a fashion stream.
So it's good. It's a nice start, but the race is really long, actually. Basically,
it is really long.
Yeah, really long. Basically, 1 hour, 30 minutes.
Yeah.
So nothing is finished yet. Everything has to be done for me and my teammates. So we are really looking forward to start the race now.
And how is it for you now being, side by side with your teammates? Have you talked strategy already?
I think it's a Red Bull stunt helicopter.
そうですね、もう戦略とかすでに話し合っているんですけど、
その中でポールポジションを取ってくれ
たので、このポジションをキープして走れるように頑張りたいと思います。
So yeah, we did talk a lot of strategy already, but it's incredible that Baptiste got pole position for us.
Baptiste.
So we want to keep that advantage and take it all the way to the end.
So you're going to do it? You're feeling pumped? Come on, let's get some energy. Yes? You're going to win?
We're going to win.
Yes,
we're going to win.
Yes. All right, okay.
I didn't listen to any of that. I got to be honest.
And let's get this thing kicked off.
I just zoned out.
Yeah. Cheers, Jules. I think we need to get them to pump it up a little bit,
Oh, that's a forbidden phrase.
Yeah, I know.
GT floor.
Yeah, I know. It was our sort of getting ready song over the last couple of years, and we've heard it so many times. Anyway, let's talk about Genesis, because of course they are a brand new manufacturer in 2022. Yeah, you can see them there, a partner now of the GT World Series, and I tell you what, they qualified pretty well, but I'm really excited to see what they're going to be able to bring to the table here with GT.
Yeah, of course, arrived with a brand new car, the Genesis X Group 3 car.
Checks nice.
And I'll be honest with you guys, I'm a bit of a rust box JDM enthusiast. If it's not from the 90s, I'm not usually interested, but this thing here, it looks pretty clean. It looks all right, doesn't it?
It's mega, yeah. It's got 547 horsepower there and thereabouts, and it's an opportunity for the designers to go a little bit mad, to be honest with you, because of course, when you're designing a road car, there are different regulations that you have to conform to. Headlights have to be a certain height. Of course, in a race car, there are different regulations, but you can have a bit more creative freedom. And I was talking to the designers of Genesis, who are here in Salzburg as well, and they were just telling me about how much passion they have for motor racing and motorsport, and I think that really comes through with this.
I think it really is awesome to have another manufacturer sort of partnering with Gran Turismo. It really lends credibility to this series and showing that, the manufacturers...
Yeah, does anyone actually know the format?
It's a serious event.
Like,
yeah, absolutely.
Tyres, fuel...
Julia is going to be catching up with one of the designers who is here as well, because we've got a few people from Genesis. So let's head down to Julia and see what's what.
Yes, I'm joined by John from Genesis here on the floor. John, welcome to the Gran Turismo family. How do you feel?
I feel great. Thank you. Thank you for having us. It's been a really great day for us, especially because Genesis has been wanting to be part of the Gran Turismo family for quite some time now, and it finally happened. So we're really excited about it.
Well, I mean, what's it like kind of being around we've been waiting 2 years to be back and
can anyone in chat let us know?
What's your take on the sort of the energy at Gran Turismo?
Well, I mean, the energy is fantastic. I love the designers from all over the world, and it reminds me a lot of our global design team. We have designers who are extremely passionate about designing cars, and to know that the makeup is very similar.
Hope you're enjoying your potato soup.
So obviously, we saw your. I mean, it must be kind of. Is it kind of warm your heart a bit? You know, like when you see your car in the game. It's kind of cool, right?
It's beyond cool. It's beyond cool because it's something that, like I said before, as designers, we're super passionate about it, and it takes very little motivation to get someone to try to design a race car. So
yeah, can we all say hello to Mr. Mondea's mum, please?
So we've had
very
everybody,
nice potato soup.
Volunteering, not even being asked to do it. They just jumped right on it, and hopefully we design the car that the drivers will enjoy driving behind the wheel.
And how do you like your chances for your team today in the Manufacturers' Cup? Would you reckon?
I think it's going to be great. I think they're going to do great. These are such a talented group, so look forward to seeing.
Well, look, John, thank you so much, and welcome.
They're words, but they don't mean
to the
anything.
GT family. It's really lovely to have you here. Now, that is exceedingly cool, but I've got something equally just as cool to show you right now. This is going to be good.
Whoa.
We collaborated with Gran Turismo to create a car for the game, a racing suit, a helmet, and some boots and gloves, like a full kind of package. The starting point for the project was really looking at the glamorous adverts of Dior Parfum from like the 60s
This
to
is the
80s.
content.
They were sort of evoking this glamorous lifestyle. Different perfumes would sponsor car races, like the Dakar Rally, the Le Mans 24-hour race. The car, it's this incredibly limited de Tommaso Mangusta.
It was thought in a global way, from the car to the outfit. Those nice colors, they are pop but are not too flashy. The sponsoring was put in specific places. The right logos were used from the right period because we used that 60s and 70s logos, also with a CD diamond. The Dior oblique was used in a very subtle way, more tonal on the outfit. The sole is something that we have in Dior Horizon.
That's quite cool,
we changed the upper to have something more sporty and more related to what car footwear should be. In the history of the game, but also of racing cars, I think the yellow is something quite iconic.
We chose the cream colour for the car. The shape itself is so strong and it's got all these sponsorship logos over it, so we actually wanted the car itself to look quietly kind of understated. 1947 is a very important number.
What is this? Is it a livery or a suit or what? Is it a car?
So whenever we're doing any sort of project at Dior, we always look directly back into the archive, find a way of connecting it always.
I'm getting massively copyright struck for this.
The idea of having a big French couture house collaborating with the most iconic race car game was just amazing.
Because you can do all this stuff anyway.
The last edition of Gran Turismo is so elevated in terms of options.
Am I really
and
stupid?
Luxury, that it was a perfect marriage on that project.
Seriously cool. That's so cool. I'm fully obsessed. I fully want the boots of reality.
What is it?
You tell me they actually have very similar ones that they sell at Dior currently now. Not exactly the same colours, but I feel we should get in on that. That's great. How do you feel about it? With a bit of haute couture for you?
I'm just imagining rocking up to a track day in the scuffed Supra.
Can someone in chat tell me what that was?
I think you should do that.
What are they releasing?
We should elevate. Yeah.
Is it a car?
Really
is it just
what was your kind of take on it, Tom?
An in-game boots?
Isn't it? It's great to have new partners, people being involved with GT and GT7 specifically. As they mentioned in the video, the customization, the ability that they have to be able to bring that in and bring it to a more prominent audience within GT, I think is phenomenal, and I'm really, really looking forward to seeing it.
Well, I mean, obviously, one of the things about Gran Turismo is the ability to, have these kind of luxury cars that you love and drive, and then why not have kind of, these luxury brands as well, kind of be part of that? Because we all want to look amazing while we do awesome things. I mean, that's standard. I mean, yeah.
Do you reckon there's going to be an achievement now in GT for the most fashionable drivers?
I think there should be.
It's not me, sorry.
It never would have been, like that's a surprise.
Okay, Chris is actually looking at the race.
So how you feel back, I mean, before we kind of chuck into the old Manufacturer Cup, how are you feeling being back on the desk? I just wanted to ask that.
I love the desk. I've missed this thing so much. Honestly, it feels like home.
Does it?
Yeah, not working with you two, this desk feels like home.
Thanks. Thanks so much. That's on that lovely sort of life-affirming note. Let's kick it off for the Manufacturers Cup. Guys, take it away.
Yeah, absolutely. We are live, of course, in 7 different languages here for the Manufacturers Cup here tonight for the 2022 Gran Turismo World Series Showdown.
You have to drink every time they do this pan.
We've got Mikkel and Florian on the desk. Really looking forward to seeing what they are going to make of the racing. We've got Donald and Fabian for France. We've got Alberto and Lucas Ordóñez for Spain. Emilio and Andrea for Italy, Gonzalo and
Francisco.
Yeah, I forgot his name, I apologise. And then Yamada-san and Nakajima-san.
Okay, we need to make up. It's going to be an hour and a half race.
7 different
we need to make up drinking rules.
I mean,
so
where else
every time they pan to the commentators, every time they talk about the death.
I mean, I probably owed him many beers for coming here anyway.
Commentators curse.
With you for the next few days, mate.
Hey, come on now. Anyway, you know, we have endurance race coming up, and what do we mean by endurance race?
It's not really a thing.
Usually we run what we kind of classify as sprint races, which 100% sprint to the flag as quick as you can.
I feel like something may go really wrong at any moment.
A bit longer. We reckon it's going to be about 90 minutes. We've got driver swaps in there as well, and most importantly, strategy. Big part of this race.
Yeah, tyres, of course, are a big talking point. They've got racing hard, medium, soft compound of tyres. They must use each tyre compound for a minimum of 14 laps, though. Okay. So you can do 14 laps on one, 14 laps on another. But there's going to be one type of tyre that you're going to have to do more than 14 laps because it's 90 minutes, 48 laps is what they're expecting here at Charles Mountain.
Well, what's going to be interesting, I think, is that how we're going to see different cars deal with having to be on those softer tyres for a longer period of time. I'm told the BMW especially, whilst it's fairly quick over a single lap, does struggle a little bit on its tyre wear. So if you're trying to make those soft tyres last 14 laps, you can't just run flat out. You've got to rein yourself back in, run at 95%, not at 100% to make sure you can get
this is how you watch the Gran Turismo 7 World Series.
13, tyres just gone completely and you lose a ton of time. So you really have to play
a lot of people got this
long game.
Very...
So I guess driving style has a big impact on tyre life as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would say I was a pretty good endurance driver because I'm not that quick.
Unhealthy.
So I was pretty decent in the endurance stuff, but nice and smooth as much as you can be, and that'll get you to the end of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess also that is good for the entry of the corner, but on the exit of the corner, you want to be minimising wheel spin, that sort of thing.
And more like lock as well. I mean, it's very easy if you're feeling aggressive to go lock to lock, get the car a bit sideways, get sliding a bit. But every time you do that, you're taking life out of those Michelin tyres. You don't want to be doing that.
I have no idea.
Bad. Slap on the wrist if you do that.
So if you're Mercedes, for example, you're starting at the head of the grid, what are you going to do? Are you going to try and make a break for
we have to make it. Can someone keep track? We need to keep track collectively of the rules.
Or are you going to try
every time the commentary teams?
Oh, for goodness sake! I knew that was going to come up. It took what's that? 20 minutes, something like that.
That's all I've got. I've got no real
advice. Let us know in chat.
Yeah, I think really, just try and consolidate that lead. Don't go out there too strong. Don't be too aggressive. You don't need to be. There's nothing wrong with losing the lead if you're keeping the tyres alive, keeping that fuel where it needs to be. So
there is a race coming at some point.
Yeah, absolutely right. Well, of course, we are
These
ready
aren't
to
like
go
my
for the
streams.
series here. Now we're going to get things underway. Your respect, please, for the national anthem of our host nation here in Austria.
Everyone stand up. We've got to stand. Shouldn't have a drink in my hand, really. Okay. Let's hide it. I'm not so worried. The full version. Wow. There we go. It's a big deal. It's a big event in Austria.
Well, the national anthem then plays out here at Salzburg in Austria. Great to have people here. Great to have such a brilliant atmosphere here in Hangar 7 as well. What a venue to kick off our World Series showdown here. Of course, our first in-person event in 2.5 years. But anyway, let's get back to the racing then. So, manufacturers to watch. I mean, obviously, if you've watched qualifying, you've got to be Mercedes AMG, surely.
Okay, yeah, seriously, who do you think is going to win? Because AMG looks strong. Where did Subaru qualify? VW look good.
And I had a chat with him, and he was saying sort of ones to watch, possibly Mercedes, of course, which, well, we've seen that, they've been really quick. And Team Subaru, of course, Mick biased towards
yeah, because he competed with them for a few.
Maybe his own Subaru.
But he was telling me that the Subaru, whilst over a single lap, not that quick, on tyre wear, it's by
That's true. Mazda
so
on tyres.
We might see as the race goes on, if it's a clean race.
Mazda on tyres.
That car at the start of
Subaru on tyres. Why was Subaru? Oh, is it the
so
BRZ?
Moving forward.
The BRZ is so good on tyres.
So we have that.
Do you remember when the BRZ came in?
I think they have just out-and-out pace.
Are they in the WRX or BRZ?
So, definitely one to watch in there as well. I'm hoping, praying to the JDM gods that Nissan just come flying through the field, mate. T1, last to first challenge easy. It's
like a rocket,
it's happening. I'm telling you.
Yeah, okay, all right. Well, you can go and live in your dream world if you really want
to. I will, mate, I'm off.
Yeah, that's fine. I've got eyes on Team BMW, though. They've got a really strong driver lineup. We know, of course, that they can do the business. I remember, was it Paris 2019? They won, of course, the Manufacturer Series. Different driver lineup then. Things have moved on a little bit, but they had good pace and quality.
I reckon it's going to start at 9.
And I think we also have to give mention to Team Genesis as well.
Yeah, if they're in the BRZ, I didn't think about that.
Saying the car is just easy to drive quickly.
And they won't be DQ'd
now. Not necessarily
now.
the fastest car there, but in endurance races, you always want a car that feels nice and you can be confident pushing, lap after lap after lap. And it sounds like the Genesis sort of fits that bill.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see the competitors then on stage here as we get ready to get this World Series showdown underway. And very keen to see what is going to happen under racing conditions. Of course, you guys can get involved with your predictions here as well. We asked you at home who you thought was going to do the business. Subaru, despite being a driver,
is that a lot of votes or not a lot of votes?
34.8% of the vote share.
Like in terms of people who actually voted.
What are you chatting about, boys? Come on. Maybe they just had an idea that the qualifying wasn't quite going to work out. Team Toyota,
I hope it's a grid start or closer
6th place on the grid, so they're hoping for a stronger race. Of course, Mercedes 11.6%, Porsche 8.2%.
Thanks, Cowabunga. Good to see you, long time.
Both of which,
I think it'll be a fixed. It'll be a
you
bot
make
setup.
Your vote in-game, your prediction in-game for the chance to win some in-game prizes. So make sure to go over there and do that.
So BMW won't be good on tyres. Mercedes won't be good on tyres. The Beetle is not good on fuel.
Subaru, Mazda, row 3.
Chevrolet is
Porsche, Mitsubishi, row 5.
Not terrible on fuel, but bad on tyres. So Subaru, Mazda, Toyota, I think it could come from there.
As I said earlier on as well, look at the gap there between 2nd and about 6th place there with Mazda, separated by what, a couple of tenths of a second?
Still a second split. I mean,
incredibly close in qualifying trim. Doesn't mean it's
look at Baptiste's time. He's absolutely guys. Baptiste has destroyed the field there, right?
I mean, that's
more than 3/10. He's destroyed the field.
And you've seen it already, but let's take a closer look at the track we are racing
Mazda's
at.
the RX-7, the rotary
a circuit that has been part of Gran Turismo since its inception, and I'm so glad to see it back here, and so glad to see it's part of one of our
Barsha says rolling starts 20 seconds. It's long, isn't it?
A completely fictional circuit, but you wouldn't believe it. It's got a ton of fantastic corners, including this cambered long left-hander at the end of the straight as well. And you see 15
penalty line
total.
Early on the main
Group
straight.
3 cars being used today, racing hard, medium and
here we go.
Now, as Chum said, you have to do a minimum of 14 laps per tyre, so it's down to our guys to work out that strategy. Fuel shouldn't be an issue, I've been told, but it could be an issue for 1 or 2 cars if they drive it at 10/10.
Yeah, you can see there the
what do we think? Anyone think fuel at one time is over a 90-minute race?
The medians for 17 laps and then
surely GT3 cars can't drive for 90 minutes. Their fuel tank goes like 65.
I imagine that the further you start up the grid,
surely that is going to be an issue.
You can probably want to make a break if you're Mercedes, but then if you're further back on the grid, you're going to want to be on the soft competitive tyres to try and get ahead of those who are on the harder tyres, like the mediums and the.
You can drink whenever you want, David.
It just depends on your driver as well. Some drivers react better with different tyres. I actually spoke to one of the drivers earlier about this strategy graphic here, and I said, "What do you reckon?" And they just shrugged. And I was like, "Oh, cheers, lads." I appreciate that.
I'm not sure the softs. Guys, softs aren't going to last 14 laps, right? There's no way softs will last 14 laps.
Let's get ready then, shall we? It's been a long time coming.
Sorry, what's the tyre rate? Is it ×2?
Racing action here. The Gran Turismo World Series Showdown Manufacturers
Cup
is about to get underway here in Salzburg.
Let's go. Ah, it's classic. Right, is the sound all good, everyone? Whoa. It's the remix. Let's take an aggressive turn. Oh. None of that was me. I wasn't messing with my stuff.
Welcome to the Kireth Kart Channel.
It's quite nice in the circle. That was my. That one.
Here we are then, ready to go for action. It is time for the Gran Turismo World Series Showdown here in Salzburg, Austria.
Well, I hope everyone's comfortable.
Is the circuit will
Anyone
be
ordering
competing
takeaway
on
or
a
something?
48-lap race, about 90 minutes or so, one of the longest
Me,
we've ever
Jimmy,
done in Gran Turismo. And it is
Mr.
Mercedes who line up on pole position, BMW on the front row of the grid. Alongside them, Volkswagen head row number 2.
Quite a big rolling start,
and
isn't it?
alongside them, it is Team Chevrolet with the Corvette C7. Row 3 is headed by Subaru, the 2020
Is that BRZ?
manufacturers champions,
like,
with Mazda in 6th place alongside them on the grid. Then it is Team Toyota.
Super.
Not a bad lap from Fraga, but not where they wanted to be on the grid.
Imagine if
New Boys
Nissan could use a
Genesis
super
line up
silhouette
P8
and it's
just
just
inside the
massively
top
OP.
10 are
Because of the top
Porsche
speed.
in 9th place, and they have got Team Mitsubishi for company
It's a big straight.
alongside them.
Try man
The
from
final
down
row
the
of
back
the grid
in
is the
tunnels.
Brit Team Jaguar, and then it is Team Nissan in the Nismo GTR, completing our 12-driver strong grid. And this is now our first opportunity to look at the tyres
Big
here,
tyre
Jimmy,
choices.
and the pole sitters on the mediums.
Yeah,
So let's see
that sort of
when
says to me,
BMW and
we
Chevrolet
aren't
come
sure what we
in,
wanna do,
because if you're another
really, 'cause
team,
usually
you
it's
want to be
hard
seeing
tyre
how long
grip
there's.
on the soft
This
tyre
is
on their
absolutely
way,
live,
so,
by the way.
BMW
Completely
behind on the
live.
soft tyre, so look out for them
So we're
early
working
in the
it out
race.
at the
They're
same time.
definitely going to be on the attack, want to use the best of that soft tyre. Ditto for Chevy down
The other
there in
competitors
fourth
there
place.
who are
Team
not
Subaru
driving yet
opting for
may be
the
watching the
medium
stream
compound.
for our
So
strategy advice.
Looking forward
It's
to losing
possible.
track of what tyre was on within a few laps.
Well, it is going to be Kazuki Cho who will line up at the front of the grid for Team Mercedes.
It's no rain at Car
ready
Mountain.
to get racing action underway. You can see a rolling
Unless
start
they're gonna
then
do a big
for our
reveal.
drivers, and I tell you what, you could cut the tension with a cricket bat here.
It's very close rolling start, isn't it?
Venue, because it is going to be
A super
so
close rolling
brilliant
start.
to get racing action underway then here for the World Series in 2022.
Yeah, super close
Mercedes
rolling
AMG lead the field across the timing line as we
Should
get
let us
ready
have
to
these.
go. The Gran Turismo World Series Showdown here in Salzburg.
Yeah, but
Manufacturers' Cup
I don't think they can
is
do
underway
14
as
in one
Mercedes
stint on the
lead the
softs,
field
but
down
we'll
towards
see.
the first corner, followed by BMW, followed by Volkswagen. BMW, of
Warming
course,
up
are on the
tyres.
soft compound of tyre. Likewise, Chevrolet as well. So expect them to be quick on this opening lap, of course, because they have got faster compound tyres than those ahead of them.
Oh,
Volkswagen
half second already.
in the first couple
Must
of
have
corners.
cut.
A half-second penalty there. Track limits.
That's what you don't want to do. You've got such a long race here. Don't
Disaster.
do stuff early doors. So Mercedes AMG leading out for now, and the background cars coming together. A bit of a Mazda train in the background there. Top 5 have pulled away slightly from the rest of the field, but it's AMG
Wow,
for
look at
now.
that
Just
gap
taking it
already.
easy through this first sector. A couple of the cars also opting to weave a little bit at the
Mazda's
start.
on the
Try and get
hard
some
tyre, so
temperature
that's
into
why
those
the gap is
medium
there,
and
right?
hard compound tyres that heat up a bit slower than the soft does. Now, we're going down the main straight for the first time. This is a great chance of BMW to move over.
Oh,
They
BMW
will on
going
that
for
soft
it.
tyre. I don't think we're going to
Sponsored by
see
Genesis.
AMG fight too hard here. There's no point really doing that right at the start of the race. And BMW there putting by on the straight. They'll probably have
guys
the
are absolutely
inside
savage in
into
chat.
the braking zone
You
and the
guys are
tyre grip
brutal.
tube. Yeah, they go up the inside. Chevy wants a piece of that as well. Almost runs into the back of AMG. And VW there falling back
Chevy
a little
might,
bit.
but
as
it's a
now
right-hander
Chevy
after.
challenging
Won't be able to
AMG
go anywhere.
as we go up the hill.
So this is really good here for Chevy.
Welcome,
It's
Nido.
what
Good
they
to see you,
want to
man.
do and what they need to do. Not been a brilliant start to the race.
Maybe
for
you'll be here
Nissan.
one day,
There's a great
racing for
scrap
Kireth
going on
Esports.
outside of the top 10, but up inside the top 3, you're going to see Chevy diving down the inside of
Oh, nice
Mercedes then
move.
for second place as they go through the left-hander. Great move there.
Remember, Mercedes
being
on the
made by
medium
Chevy.
tyre,
Good start to
so
the race for Adriano Carrazza.
he wouldn't
as
want
he
to
moves
fight
his
that
way
too much.
up into second, and now the
Let's see where the
focus
half-second
shifts
penalty
over
does
to
for
Mercedes
VW.
and of course to Volkswagen, because they have got that half-second penalty here on the first lap, which is going to drop them behind Subaru at the very
I think
minimum.
Subaru's looking
Yeah,
pretty good.
frustrating for them, but hopefully a lesson learned from that. And you see, yeah, just dropping behind.
Not that
Subaru
bad.
there
Not that
as we
bad
go
at all,
down the
half
main
second.
straight. But you see in that overtake there, that's what I mean about the endurance racing mindset, is that AMG, very kind. very kind there. Could have quite easily gone, no, shut the door, got that and defended heavily
You
there.
can see the differences in chat on the broadcasting.
It's a long race and there's no point getting involved in anything right at the start.
If you're following different teams, by the way, and you're wondering why they're dropping back early doors, well, keep an eye out for the likes of Mazda, Toyota, Jaguar, Genesis. They're all on the hard compound of tyre. That's the slowest compound of tyre. It's definitely more usable here on GT7, but it's the durability that's
so for me right now, I'm thinking, how long can BMW and Chevrolet go on that tyre? Two cars that don't really look after the tyres that much. I want to see some tyre wear graphics, really. That's what I want to see.
The difference in compounds, and you can see Porsche here really putting the pressure onto the back of Toyota. Behind the wheel of that Porsche
going all over the dirt and
chippings. Going up the inside here of the Toyota. Nikita Moisov behind the wheel, so it is side by side as they come through the first tunnel. Porsche on the inside, Toyota on the outside. I don't think Toyota are going to fight this one too hard. Different compounds of tyre, different strategies that the two drivers are on.
I don't know, J-Mac. They should restart that for us.
Porsche will have greater grip.
We could run our own tournaments
and indeed, they go through into 7th.
Yeah, vibing down the main straight is Toyota. There isn't really much point, as you say, of defending that move heavily. We've seen in the past Porsche actually being not that fast in the straight line, so interested in being able to get that done down the straight. Meanwhile, front of the field, BMW and Chevrolet putting away from AMG and Subaru.
So Mazda is really dropping back. That's going to be the second group.
If you're in one of those cars at the front, you still have a bit of a choice. Do you push hard, try and make a gap?
So I imagine the Porsche will get past Mazda pretty quickly.
As long as possible. I've heard some people talking about maybe doing 20 laps on the soft tyre if they can get things going, and that's not going to help. That's what we mean.
I'd be
about
amazed
getting
if
that
you
tyre
could do
warmed up, sliding there. That's going to clip the rear tyres if you keep doing that and make that thing almost undrivable. We're on board now. Awesome sounding car.
We don't have a
This
tyre
has now
graphic, unfortunately.
Come through the first section of Trial Mountain. This nostalgia overload. You throw it to the left. I always used to launch it off this this right-hander. Yeah, these guys are a bit more professional than me, and then you can carry a little bit of a lift through there, interestingly. You can go back to there and quali, though.
Yeah, it's brilliant, isn't it? That's first pass of the circuit, and I really love seeing the drivers able to tackle it. You can see Adriano Carrazza here, just concentration.
Just release the tools and let us do this as well, and then we will share
a couple of moments coming out the corners.
Gran Turismo stuff.
Spinning at the wheels.
Anyway,
we talked about that before the
especially
start of the race.
You'll see the camera that you have at the top of the car
where
it locks onto another car.
The problem is that just wears them out quicker, and it's not going to help them in their charge to try and keep on to the back.
Even these graphics, look how good these graphics are.
They don't let them get away.
Well, I think that's the thing, though. You see the guy in front maybe pulling away by a 10th for the first sector, and you react and you push harder. And then when you push hard, you make that mistake.
Yeah, it's a good point, Brett. It's going to be a tough slog for them.
So
luckily, we're just chilling.
Historically, he's a fairly aggressive driver. Look at that Chevy in a straight line. There's 2 tenths there he gained down the back straight. So that Corvette.
Have a look at people short shifting.
Expect it, really, wouldn't you? But that BMW looking a lot
hard to tell with that bar,
but
stage of the race. I think he is short shifting a little bit.
On board we ride here, then you can just see minimal steering.
There's
a problem for BMW, and there's
it's a lag.
That's happened here. I think
no, it's okay. It's okay. It's just a spike.
Graphical glitch. Unfortunately, I thought something had gone a little bit wrong there between those drivers, but they do manage to keep it on the straight and narrow. So it is still BMW that lead from Chevrolet. Then it is still 0.8 of a second the gap between the top two as they come through into the left-hander. Then so it is nose to tail between those two drivers. Then of course it is really close between Mercedes.
Oh no, guys! I want this to be a good event. I really want it to be a good event.
The German manufacturer and the Japanese manufacturer. Those two, of course, both on the medium competitive tyres, but we know that Subaru, kind on its tyres, not that quick in a straight line, though.
You see Kylian Drummond there just flashing.
This camera angle's terrible. It gives no indication of speed whatsoever.
So I reckon we're going to see him make a challenge
Give
on that
us
AMG,
those onboards.
Very quickly.
Give us a side-by-side onboard and the driver. You've got them all there. Put a camera on them.
Yeah, look, some timing issues there at the moment. But
look at Subaru!
Valiantly defending
What's going on?
at the moment.
What on earth is happening? Subaru's disappeared.
I've got a feeling we might be seeing a red flag coming.
Yeah, I think you could be quite right there. So yeah, things are going on. I think the competitors are not best pleased because you can see here this is all changing the complexion then of this race. The red flag has been brought out. The race has been stopped then on lap 4 out of 48.
This is not good.
And unfortunately, a very early end to the race here.
This is not good. We told them on this channel. We may say the game is not in a good enough state.
It's not surprising given the issues that the drivers were facing. Of course, what we want to see is a nice, fair, clean race for the drivers. We weren't quite able to bring
this
that
is
to
an
you.
absolute
well,
fail,
I mean, it's one of those things. You know, it's
and I want this to be a massive success.
A technical error, as it would be in real life. And
this is like I feel so sorry for the people running this right now.
But it does
feel so sorry for them.
A difficult reality for these drivers. Of course, they now have to kind of reset They now
This
have
is
to
why
get
you're
their
completely
mind
right.
back onto
This
the
is
race.
why
They've
the
just gone
FIA
through
are
the
not
tough
involved.
Bit. The tough bit at the start of the
You
race.
cannot
get
have this
yourself
as an
all amped
FIA
up
event.
for it and all excited for it, and suddenly.
And I know on ACC you get DDoS, but this is not an open event. This will be a closed event.
Sorry, I know, but Mr. No Sympathy over here.
Right, everyone, if you got water, Coke, a cocktail, a beer, you've got to drink. We've got to drink to Gran Turismo. It needs our support.
Here's me trying to be sympathetic, and there's Tom there, just absolutely like.
Oh, you know. Anyway, but up to that point, I tell you what, BMW were going great guns, weren't they? Those guys in Chevy.
I feel really bad for people right now, to be honest.
In the initial stages, they weren't letting BMW get away.
No, I think we were seeing something that we kind of mentioned earlier on as well. We saw BMW, which is historically pretty bad in its tyres, start falling back into the clutches of
this is bad,
in that Chevy.
This is really bad.
Just before we had our red flag,
because they just interviewed the guy from Genesis, like, "Oh, I'm happy to be here." What's he
see on the straights? Mercedes was pulling away from it, and Kylian Drummond like flashing, "Come on, please, let me go by."
I feel really bad for them.
I mean, that's never going to work. That's never going to work. No one's like that. These guys are going to fight for every inch of circuit. But a shame.
How are they going to restart this with tyre wear and stuff like that?
As soon as possible. Until then, again, a chance for our drivers to have maybe a little bit of a drink.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a quick break there.
Guys, you're watching history be made.
What does that mean?
If you're here and you want to drop a like to this channel, feel free.
No. I sometimes think that you make these things up, or you live in, you have some sort of weird dream and you think it's reality.
It's entirely plausible, I won't lie to you.
I also imagine you just like smashing this bat at the table.
Cheers, everyone.
Why isn't it working? I don't understand.
Goodness me.
Yeah, you're watching,
well, anyway,
like, this is not...
weird analogies aside, it's really great to
it's a very good point, Mr. Paul Tracy. Now they may sort it out.
Get into sort of the business end of the race. We got
kind of, you almost wish that if Kaz was there,
the
just
pace was for certain teams. I mean, Jaguar didn't have a
make it more
brilliant
real.
Start. Volkswagen had a shocker with that.
Let's be real. How many of us
How did Nissan do?
have been playing Gran Turismo 7 since launch? Paid £70 for it, and the lobbies were breaking, black screens when we were racing, crashes, glitches,
at this point.
And no one listened to us, really, right?
There, the trophy, and there is a long, rich history about that, which I admit to not really knowing. So there's Kireth Kart, a long-time member of our GT family, very quick, of course, Japanese driver, and here's his takes on
they'll have to just restart and cut the laps, but they can't do the tyre wear.
Technical circuit, and as I was mentioning earlier on, if you do get that braking wrong, you do actually
like Nida's been doing esports with Porsche, and the FPS has been bad.
Not. And of course, this circuit has, as we mentioned earlier on, been modified for GT7. Of course, the final chicane has been changed. It was a lot more fast and flowing in previous iterations, a lot tighter now. But that also turns it into an overtaking opportunity. And I've just got visions of cars going side by side into
this
the
event
final
now
corner
is possibly doing more damage than good, if that makes sense. But the idea of this event is to showcase a game, to get people excited to buy the game and play the game. This is arguably doing more damage. So
Skyline test. I think it was
really bad situation.
The last B test or the last A test. I spent literally 2.5 hours trying to gold that, and I still have nightmares. It's thank you, Tri Mountain, for that.
Yeah, I love that circuit just for that, to be honest with you. Oh, goodness me. Some more quotes then from our drivers. Giorgio Mangano says about endurance racing, of course, consistency is hugely important, lap after lap. You've got to keep those lap times close. And I think that's the thing, isn't it? When you watch Formula One and then you look at the lap times over the course of a long race, which, you know, this is akin to that, I guess, in terms of the duration, they're only separated by a few tenths here, a few tenths there.
I can't believe we're here. I can't believe we're watching the stream. 120 people here.
And like, that suggests water isn't actually wet, though.
I don't care.
For this community, for us, we always knew this game. We want this game to be a success, but we always knew it's not in good shape. Right?
If you can go out there and do a lap time,
and I didn't stream this thinking, oh, it might really go wrong.
But it makes a mistake every now and then.
I streamed it because I wanted to watch it, but now it just seems like almost inevitable that something was going to go.
Yeah, Giorgio, again, someone else has been around for a while. Guess what?
I don't know how they restarted,
was our
Michael.
First
just
ever
take the
winner
laps
of
off.
a live event back at Nürburgring. I think I've said it like 14,000 times over my career here, but it just sort of shows you how long he's been around. And he's been around, you know, since the early days of GT Sport. Now, of course, in GT7, completely different game, different physics set. He's doing fairly well.
And if you're playing along with Jimmy Broadbent Bingo at home, that's eyes down for a full house next time. Hey.
Yeah, right, no cricket bats. No.
It's a train wreck, but it's our train wreck. I like it, Birdwell. I like it.
Cricket bats.
This is a unique challenge because a lot of these guys, of course, came from GT Sport. Some haven't. A lot of new faces here as well. And GT7 completely different tyres. I mean, the great example last year is
I may as well take this opportunity to retitle the
It was basically
stream.
the hard tyre is lava. You know, and any strategy was like,
was
oh,
not
do
doing
hard
my
tyre for 1 lap,
cocktail.
then throw that in the bin, and then get on the softs like 40 laps. Now it's a bit more, I think,
I'm still here.
I think it'd be fair to
It's more
say.
usable, isn't it? And that's the thing we're seeing with these drivers is that, okay, they have to use it for a minimum of 14 laps, but some drivers, I reckon, are going to use it for more than that because, of course, that durability is akin to the difference in pace that you have as well. Last time, as you say, it was 2.5 seconds slower depending on the circuit and the configuration, the cars, etc., that you were racing in. And now it's a little bit sort of, you know, less bad is probably not the correct way of putting it, but you get what I mean by that, that it's a lot more usable, so the lap times are closer, therefore you don't drop as much time as you would do.
Yeah, you're right. And I think someone who knows a bit better than that is Emily Jones, who's currently with Julia.
Don't worry.
I don't know how you do this every day.
Fine, just look at me. Ignore it.
Okay, cool.
Emery.
Yeah. Hello. Look who I found. I've got Emily Jones here. So, welcome, first of all. Obviously, you were racing at Sophie before, but this is sort of the kind of, you've done your bit of racing now. This is the first time you're like not competing. So is it kind of nice to just be here and just hang out with everybody?
Yeah, it's
no
lovely.
stress.
Oh my God, no stress. I can watch them race. I mean, like, this is like the highest DR amount in the world right now.
Yeah.
So many good drivers. I can just hang out. It's great.
Yeah. I mean, what's it been like, you know, being part of the kind of GT community?
Hopefully some more
I mean,
hot mix.
do you enjoy it? I mean, what are the guys like to hang out with?
Good boy.
They're super
Very good point,
lovely.
Luke.
I
Very
think
good
it's
point,
great talking with people from other regions and all around the
Here's a
world.
shame,
Like,
Carl.
I don't know, it's so great to see, like, talk to them, and I don't know, they're all lovely. It's really lovely.
I mean, how much? Okay, I mean, what'd be quite good is obviously, you know, for like people at home and stuff.
So
like,
what are
in
they
terms
doing
of,
with the
like, when you
game?
come
They're
and,
in like a
compete
separate
and
menu,
things like
right?
that,
Can you see on the
how
screens?
Much time and, how
Must be
much time
bespoke
and
menu
practice
for
do you
these
have to put? To be like
competitions.
good like these guys. Like, how much dedication are we talking? Because it looks like a lot. I'm not sure I'm into that much work.
Yeah, well, when I raced in 2020, so I made the World Finals in
I like your
2020,
style,
and that
Gary.
was like every day. It was like literally every day of the week. I was driving hours every night, and I reckon it's the same for most drivers here.
Yeah.
Maybe some can
The thing
do a
is,
little
I
bit
don't,
less, but
unlike
I reckon,
ATC,
yeah,
I
it's a
don't think it'll
full-time
be
job almost,
DDoS.
or
So
a part-time job.
I think
it's
it's
a lot of work.
Yeah.
What
but,
can
I mean,
they fix?
Is it worth it though? All those hours, like when you can actually be on the stage and, you know, compete here.
100%. Like, these events are so cool. Like, to get flown to another country around the world, and I don't know, I think it's an amazing experience. I think these LAN events are so much fun. So I think it's 100% worth it. Like, and this is the party. I know people are taking this very seriously.
but afterwards, it is.
Yeah, this is like the prize. This is what you work for. This is the prize for it all. So I think it's great.
What's your setup like at home? Like, how like bougie is your setup?
It depends. So my current GT setup is a desk and
How
a chair that's on
bougie
the
is your
wheels,
setup?
and then a cardboard box behind it with a bunch of books.
What does
in
that
it. So
mean?
it's not very good. But like, I'm
I
hoping.
really feel like everyone's is like really like crafty.
I think it's just
like
stability with the
craftily
game.
Puts it together.
It's a little bit DIY, but I'm hoping to get a better setup soon, and hopefully it's a little bit more comfortable. I use a similar wheel to the wheel that's used here, so yeah, very similar.
Yeah, it does feel like I've got a wheel and pedals at home, but I just never get, because I don't know how to.
You should give it a go.
No, I should, but then what do I do? My coffee tables are the wrong height. My
Oh,
desk
yeah.
isn't the right thing.
It's pretty tricky, yeah.
Yeah, they did actually offer me a rig.
I see you, Nick
before,
Kay. I see
this
what
was
you've done
before
there.
lockdown we knew was happening.
Okay.
What an idiot. I didn't say yes. I could have had like a full rig for the whole
Yeah,
lockdown.
these are amazing. These rigs are so comfy as well.
So good. No, I wouldn't have. I'm terrible.
Maybe you could be driving. You'd be qualified.
No, I don't think any amount of 2 years being trapped at
Banter.
home would make me as good as these guys. It's just, I don't really understand the concept of braking. I think it's just not within my remit.
It takes a little bit. It's probably the first thing you need to learn, and then the steering part comes second. But yeah.
I'm like that with other games as well. It's like fighting games. I never really block. I don't know. There's just like, I have like
button mashing. It's the way to do it. Yeah.
No. Well, look, you know, we're sorry that you're not competing this year, but you're going to be back.
It's McLaren Shadow now.
again,
She's moved on to bigger
definitely.
things.
Maybe. Honestly, this is the biggest motivator. It's hard during COVID to like find the motivation to keep driving, and then you come to these events, and it's honestly like I'm super jealous. I'm very jealous of everybody here, so it makes you want to get back on the sim.
Relaxed.
You guys in chat are just brutal, honestly.
Oh my god, I'm just chilling, watching, and they're all stressing. I'm sitting behind the AMG guys, and they're just like
focused.
It's wild. So.
Just enjoy the moment.
Chill, yeah.
Definitely. Well, look, thank you so much for talking to us, Emily. We'll probably chat to you again at some point and drag you into it. Let's chuck it back now to Tom and Jimmy.
Yeah, cheers, Jules. Cheers, Emily. Great to catch up with Emily Jones. Great to have her back.
Tell us what's happening.
GT family as well. I tell you what, she's not wrong about those rigs being comfy. I'd be lying if I told her I hadn't fallen asleep in mine before.
Maybe you're lazy, mate. So you know, I don't be doing that. But
Good point. Yeah.
You know, I mean, she's got the right idea. Coming in and basically just hanging about. I mean,
I didn't watch it, Gary.
Sitting here vibing. It's great.
What is
I don't
breaking?
mind that, drinking your hands, watching that. But yeah, Emily, of course, very fast driver in her own right. I remember I've driven against her in races before, thinking, yeah, you know what, I'm pretty decent. I'll be able to beat her. No, absolutely. Just wash the floor with me, ruined. So, yeah, really good. I think it's not wash the floor, it's wipe the floor.
Well, I was going to say, your analogies are going all over the place, and you were talking about me and my cricket bats. One thing I did want to talk to you about, whilst we've got a little bit of a break, I mean, Jimmy, obviously you've been racing in the sim world for a long time, and now, of course, you're racing in the real world. Yeah, I know. But I wanted to talk to you about that. I mean, what's it like going from racing on your sim in your shed or your house to being in a real race car?
We've had all the racing. It's now just
well, no, first thing we can talk about is, you know, sim racing works. You know, I think, you know, GT Academy proved that back in the day. Lucas Ordonez sort of sitting back there somewhere, and Jan Mardenborough, of course, Florian.
We say whatever we want on this channel.
Here that have gone through sim racing and ended up as, you know, full-fledged racing drivers. Now, I'm not quite there yet. I lack this thing.
Do you think they'll be? They'll be,
you know, it's
counting down the timer or something.
Actually transitions over, you know, things like, I know it sounds silly, but what line
I don't
to
agree
take,
with you, Brett, there,
to hit the brake pedal, you know, big things.
Yeah, good luck, Nida.
Once you got into the car for the first time, people were thinking, actually, no, you're.
So if anyone doesn't know, Nida drifts.
Already, it's now just applying that.
Drives for this channell's esports team, so Kireth Esports. So the revenue this channel gets for advertising are used to support up-and-coming drivers, fast drivers. Nida's one of them, and Nida's racing tonight in Gran Turismo 7 esports in a Porsche competition where you get to a final to win $15,000. Nida's, he's there or thereabouts, actually. So feel free to support Nida in that.
It's a lot easier to explain a track car to, you know, a potential girlfriend than explain the sim room. Like
the irony of sim racing works.
I've got a line. Sorry, Emily. Sorry. No, but yeah, I mean, you can spend quite a bit on the sim rig, but the thing is, you're never going to get as much seat time in a real car as you are in a sim rig. I know people, you know, maybe see F1 or see other things and think, oh, these guys get those time in the car. In reality, you know, for my races, I get about 30 minutes in the car before actually going out and then doing a qualifying lap. These guys can have literally thousands of laps if they want to.
Yeah, but this
is fine.
We've spoken to them, haven't they?
GT Esports is not.
8 hours a day.
It's not really part of the sim racing esports.
You know, I
conversation.
It's different. Anyway, Trial Mountain, of course, is the circuit that we're competing on here for this race. Let's take a closer look then at the layout of this circuit, because I absolutely adore Trial Mountain. As Jimmy mentioned, it's been in Gran Turismo since
Well, I did do a poll. I said, do you think there will be live esports World Series next year?
I only wish that it could be real, because I tell you what, I'm dying to take my S2000 and just hoon it around there.
Just crash it into the barrier.
That's the Acura, thank you.
How old were you in 1997, Tom?
I was, what, 6-7 months when the game came out?
So you're straight on it then?
Oh, yeah, no, exactly, yeah. I was, you know, straight on the game, and I've been here ever since.
Yeah, I mean, I was of gaming age at that point. I remember one of my fondest memories, and I thank Gran Turismo for this very much, is like sitting there with my granddad playing these games. He's no longer with us, unfortunately, but it was a really awesome moment to sit there. And Trial Mountain is one of those tracks that
it's a sad day for Gran Turismo, really.
Part of that memory. So yes, a lot of good memories for me here. I'm sure for
this
a lot
is
of
why
you guys
I think
at home
GT
as
Sport.
Well.
Someone asked me in the stream yesterday, what's your favourite Gran Turismo game? I said, still GT Sport, because I think it's still just executed what you want to do the best.
At the moment, so we might have a
I don't know what it is,
Again, here are the race details. 48 laps. I'm not sure that's going to be the full lap.
This is quite a long break, isn't it, everyone?
I'll tell you as soon as we know. Group 3
Let us know in the chat, by the way, where you are watching from. Where are people watching from? Is it UK, US?
With a tyre wear rate of
anyone
it doesn't sound
in
like
Europe?
Much, but bear in mind these tyres are
anyone not in UK, US, or Europe?
At least 14 laps. They can wear away pretty quickly.
Yeah, absolutely.
We have to do our own filling.
Tyre wear rate times 2. That's the equivalent of doing 2 laps to 1, effectively. So you do 1 lap, and it's the equivalent to doing 2.
Maths.
Yes, I know. I mean, maths has been my strong point, Jimmy, to be honest with you. But
Liz is in the UK, Stuart in Colchester, Shane's in Toronto.
Yeah, so if you do 14 laps, it's equivalent to doing 28 laps. I mean,
Vijura's UK West Mid. It's not that boring. A lot of stuff came out of the West Midlands.
Sort of medium, fast-flowing corners. I reckon the
Marshall says Germany,
because of course it's an anti-clockwise layout.
I'm Ron Burgundy.
Outside front, rather, I should say.
E36 New York.
Going to be
Cobra Snip says I'm.
So you can't do maths, you can't do that.
Daniel's in Trinidad, very nice. Grandad
Commentating in
UK,
general, really, to be
David in
honest.
Staffordshire,
Well,
Brett in
here's our predicted
Nottinghamshire.
strategy sheet for
Devastating in
Try
Arkansas,
and wrap
very
your head around.
nice.
There's lots of numbers, lots of colours. So if you're like me, you get
Little Rock.
overstimulated very easily. It's
Aries in Helsinki, Cobra
basically, we
Smiths
think
in
that
UK.
soft tyre isn't
Tio
going to
Kilo,
last
South
as long as anything else.
Carolina,
It makes
very
sense,
nice.
of course. It's the fastest tyre out there, but it does wear the quickest. We have the medium tyre as well, which is a nice middle ground
Martian
between
near
the soft tyre and
Cologne,
the hard tyre,
Define
and the
New
hard
York.
tyre, which is
Thomas,
very
oh, long
durable,
time, Thomas. Good to see you,
but
man.
isn't that quick, and that
Been a
hard
very long
tyre will
time
pretty
since
much do
stream.
that lap time all the way
Wisconsin,
through the race, whereas the soft tyre will
Creamers in the UK.
gradually fall off as time goes on.
Gary's in
Rumours of the
the
Subaru
Charlotte
being able to do
Roval.
20 laps in the soft tyre. I will believe
Chris
that
Case.
when I see
So,
it.
by the way,
Well,
strategy.
Anyway, let's head over to Julia
Brighton,
Harley. She is,
Minnesota,
of course,
Tallinn,
with
Estonia,
our
Croatia.
former Nations Cup champion. A man who knows a thing or two
Michael
about
Boss in
being quick
Missouri. If
around
you started on a
racetracks
soft
and
tyre,
racing cars. It is
surely
Mickey
you're on a massive
It
advantage
is
now,
indeed.
right? Because
Mick,
you get to do that
hello, how are
again.
you doing?
Or something. I don't know.
Hello, Julia. I'm doing great.
Cool.
Thank you. And also, it sounds great to be here back.
Tell it how it is,
wow.
Mikhail.
I really missed the whole
Tell it
thing
how it
here,
is.
like seeing all of you guys here. But yeah, it's great to be back.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. It's I have to say, like coming through the doors of Hangar 7, I thought I was going to come back and feel like super like crazy happy, but I felt like a little bit sad because it's like we all spent so much time together, you know, like 6 times a year.
Tell it how it is,
countries,
Mikhail.
And then
Just
to lose that was
bust
kind of
it
sad,
open.
But I am very happy that we're kind of back
Carl's
here
in
and
Essex.
with the family. Who did you give the biggest hug to?
Actually, I forgot.
You forgot the hug.
I'm sorry.
Banter fail.
I had to hug everyone here because it's been so many years when we saw each other the last time. So of course it's like, oh, I see you, big hug. Then I see the competitors, another big hug.
PT. Where's PT?
But yeah, it's
Is
like
it-
equal.
Is it
In racing
kind of? I
Germany?
mean, because obviously you know you're not competing. Is it kind of? Is it better, worse to watch everyone else doing it? Good things, bad things? What do you think?
Well, personally, I kind of consider this as a free holiday. So like, it's like traveling here, watching all the other drivers basically competing here, and you're just sitting here on the couch being like, okay, you just race ahead. I will just watch you guys driving there.
Yeah, I mean, it must be kind of nice. Do you find yourself though watching like when they have like a strategy and stuff, being like, oh, I wouldn't have done that? Are you judgy when you watch them because you're so good?
In terms of the racing strategy, I don't really know because the drivers already know the best strategies for the
Fucking
team.
nip dog.
But of course, if there's like a driving move, like for example, one driver trying to overtake the driver in front of them, of course, maybe I'll be judging it in the end. Like maybe saying,
yeah,
was it
the race
clean
might be
or was it a little
cancelled.
bit
Maybe they'll
dirty?
double it up tomorrow.
Can it be done a little bit better?
Oh my god, it's
Rather,
shambles.
like instead of that, I'm basically just trying to enjoy everything there.
Yeah, you're not like offering advice, like just whispering, like, hey, you know what? Just don't start.
I feel like I really fly the flag for GT
No,
because I love
not
how
yet.
accessible it is. I love how democratic and like
yeah,
accessible it is.
It's been,
and
what's been sort of like when you think back to your
everyone
time,
else
you know,
that I used to race was kind of deserting it, and other streamers are kind of deserting it, but I'm still flying the flag. But
Did
it's
you have some kind of big standout moments? You know,
Can't
like
argue
particular
with
places that we went that
kind of
really
stuff.
sort of you have like a good fond memory of.
For me personally, it's actually Salzburg.
Yeah?
Because Salzburg was like the first event for me back in 2018. And when I was competing there, I also won the Manufacturers' Cup there for Nissan.
Oh, yeah,
And then for 2019, I managed to win the Nations Cup there for the first time.
maybe we'll have to pull Kireth Esports
and
out
now
of
with the
GT7.
2022 Salzburg
Concentrate
World
on
Tournament, I'm
ACC.
basically here as just enjoying my holidays, I guess, for the first time. But yeah, there has been like so many great moments, like with all the different locations, the different
Should we
World Tour
build a new
events we had
PC
in the
now?
past.
Wait for AMD.
There were, like, so many
You can always
different
say, "Oh,
unique
wait,
things.
something new's coming
For
out." So
example,
let's
the
build it.
environment, the city itself, and
The dinners.
the dinners.
The dinners.
So I can't really decide which one is truly the best, but Salzburg has a special place in my heart.
So where? Okay, so now you know, obviously we're kind of
What,
like
Mandy?
we have Monaco at the end of the year, but for like next year for GT, what should we kind of manifest as a location in the world that we should go?
Why?
What do you reckon? Where should we go for Gran Turismo World Series next
Why?
year? And then let's try and get everyone to agree to it verbally while we're here.
Personally, I would like to see London actually.
Really? No, that's boring. I live there. I don't want to go to London.
No, it's like having an event in the UK personally.
Yeah.
Or what is it like?
Right, if we don't do that, where else cool can we go? Think of somewhere good.
Let's do London.
Well,
Let's do London.
personally, I would maybe
London's
say
good for me.
Istanbul for Turkey.
I'd be there, 100%.
That's a good shout.
Yeah, but also for, well, it's a tough
Brazil
one.
or something?
Sao Paulo, probably.
That'd be good. Yeah.
I mean, there are like so many different locations you could maybe consider in the end. But it's just, yeah, maybe trying to think about it. I think there are still like many potential great locations out there which we could basically consider.
Yeah, let's
to
competitive music rally.
But yeah, of course, for me personally, having a World event in Turkey would be great. But also like revisiting Nürburgring again, because it's like, what is it, the home of the motorsport with the whole track. But I wouldn't be disappointed to go anywhere because every single event is like unique, special, with all the people here, us being able to visit the whole country, and not the whole country, I mean like the city.
I'm not sure there'll be that many more events.
Yeah, it's truly great.
It is great. So
I think for anyone not liking the presenter, I doubt you could do a better
Have
job.
you been kind of getting into it? Yeah?
I think she'd do a better
due
job.
to my studies, it's a little bit hard.
Well, because of course you're studying a lot as well. Yeah.
If you disagree with me, let me know.
A little bit though. You must have had a little bit of a look.
Yeah, I'm just doing a little bit of the time trial to still maintain my skill, like the speed, I mean. But in terms of the championship, like racing against each other with the tire wear and fuel consumption being also turned on, not so much recently, but I still try to do it like on the last couple of days, so that I can still see if I'm.
Wow, they're really filling time here. They're really
being able to compete against the fastest drivers here.
I mean, it's kind of, you sort of just want to know a little bit. I mean, you kind of.
This is a presenter's worst nightmare, really. Isn't it?
What exactly?
Well, you know, like at least keeping up.
She's probably got producers in her ear telling her like, need 5 more minutes. Should be done in 2. Keep filling. So we're not ready yet.
No. You haven't still got that little thing inside you that's just like, come on, just a bit more to win.
Well, to be fair, like when I was watching these drivers during the qualifying session, and also like,
I think because she actually knows all of the drivers.
The race, of course, I had my
spent the time previously to get to know them. This kind of stuff works.
I kind of missed the racing actually.
Yes, we're bringing you back in.
Who knows?
This was our trick. We're like, oh, just come on a free holiday.
But I said not everyone has to be a cup of tea.
But yeah, who knows? Maybe I'll be back in the future.
Yes, this is what we wanted. This is the soundbite we wanted.
For now, I rather focus on my studies so that these are done.
Yeah.
Who knows?
How much longer of the study so that we can work it into our timeline?
I mean, luckily I managed to be done with all of my examinations for the bachelor degree.
Yeah.
So for the next semester, I wanted to start working my bachelor thesis, like on the paper.
Okay, yeah.
And if I'm done with that, I would be done
Not
with
what
my
I expected
bachelor
us to be
degree.
covering.
But it depends on if I want to do or if I can do the master degree right afterwards, because I also wanted to do the masters.
Yeah.
But for now, it's like trying to finish the bachelor degree first, and then thinking the other
take
stuff.
like a little 1-year Gran Turismo sabbatical and then do the masters after it. I think that sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, why not?
Let me pin the post actually.
Well, look, it's such a joy to have you here. It really is a pleasure, and I know like all the drivers are super glad to have you here, and online as well. Everyone's always going, they love you. They love you. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
He's not getting any help from producers.
Oh, look, it's honest. You guys have no idea what it really means to genuinely to all of us to have everyone back in this room, because you know, like we say GT family a lot, but it does really honestly mean that, the community we have here. Okay, I'm going to stop talking now because I'm going to throw to the wonderful, wonderful news that we announced a little bit earlier on, which is that Gran Turismo and Dior are joining together to make something quite incredible.
What is it? What are they making? What? Right, if you're joining us, tell me what this means for me. Like, what are they doing?
A car for the game, a racing suit, a helmet, and some boots and gloves, like a full kind of package.
Is it just delivery?
The starting point for the project was really looking at the glamorous adverts of Dior Parfum from like the 60s to the 80s. They were sort of evoking this glamorous lifestyle. Different perfumes would sponsor car races, like the Dakar Rally, the Le Mans 24-hour race. The car, it's this incredibly limited to Tommaso Mangusta.
It was thought in a like global way, from the car to the outfit.
I'm just stupid. I thought
like
the car
nice colors, they are pop but are not too flashy. The sponsoring was like put in specific places. So
can anyone confirm that car's not already in the game?
Because we used like that 60s and 70s logos, also with a CD diamond. The Dior oblique was used in a very subtle way, more like tonal on the outfit. The sole is something that we have in
I like the
the
boots, to be
Horizon.
fair.
We changed the
I like
upper
that.
to have something more sporty and
Wear
more
it to the track
related
and-
to what car footwear should be. In the history of
Hang
the
on.
game, but also of
Is it a
racing
new
I
car
think
or
the
just a
yellow is
livery for an
something
existing
quite
car?
iconic.
Because if it's the
Because
latter,
the cream colour for the car, the shape itself is so strong and it's got all these sponsorship logos over it. So we actually wanted the car itself to look quietly kind of understated. 1947 is a very important
you know what?
number
I should
for
produce
Dior.
one of these
It is the
videos on this
year that
channel
Christian Dior founded
when
the
someone in our
Maison.
community
So
creates a
whenever we're doing
delivery,
any
which
sort
people
of
do all the
project at
time,
Dior, we always
and cut all
look
their stock
directly
footage
back
and
into the
interview them.
archive, find a way of connecting it always to Monsieur Dior himself.
The idea of having a big French couture house collaborating with the most iconic race car game was just
Well, I'm
amazing.
glad they
And
prioritised
I think
this
the
and not
last
stability
edition
of the
Gran
game.
Turismo is so elevated in terms of options and luxury that it was a perfect marriage on that project.
what is going on?
Super excited to see what the partnership with Dior and Gran
Welcome, Dave.
Turismo will bring in the future.
If
As
that's
you can
New
see, they're, of
Zealand
course,
to that
already
question, you
keeping
might want
a
to
really,
fast forward to
positive light.
live.
Looking forward to seeing that being brought into the game.
Okay, maybe I
and,
should
of
actually do
course,
that.
Having a new partner within Gran Turismo can't be a bad thing, can it?
I want some free kit.
You always want some free kit. You're just on the scrounge everywhere you go.
It's a Yorkshireman in me. Like,
You're from Hastings. you can't get any more southern.
I have. He's like. Anyway, yeah, I mean, really cool to see someone like Dior get interested with GT and partner up for stuff like that. Of course, it's the big names getting involved. And
Yeah, Super
looking forward
GT
to
here
see
would
how
be.
that
This
ends
is where
up,
we
you know,
need
that
Super
stuff
GT. Just
hopefully is- do you know
just
when
to
that's
just
coming
cut
into
through a
game
little
yet,
bit.
or any of that?
Not officially at the moment, but I've been told it will be in the near future.
Tom Brooks leaking information. You see it live here.
like Julia Hardy trying to get Mick Hizal back into the game. They're trying to get that cheeky little soundbite out there.
Yeah. I mean, it's great. It's great to see.
Yes,
Mick here,
Birdwell, that's it.
I was
That's it.
commentating, well, as were you, when he took the championship back in 2019. I remember that just like release of emotion as he went over the line, and I miss that because I think that's sort of what it's all about here. These guys, they've definitely got a game face, but as soon as it's over, it all just comes out.
Well, yes, do you remember that back in?
Yeah,
Monaco
I know
2019?
Steve fairly well because I've raced with him and
all weekend.
we
you can always see
speak
it in
about
somebody's
stuff
shoulders
and
when they're just sort of carrying the weight
we've
of
done
the
stuff
world on
together
them.
and
It's
he's
that release of him afterwards was just like, I think it was exhaustion above anything
definitely
else,
not
wasn't
trying
it?
to cast aspersions on anyone else, but just to say about Steve, Super GT, he's quite
he was making guys who are fantastic drivers look thoroughly average. So
he doesn't.
We
like
want
something he'll say he doesn't
I want
like it.
Clash of the Titans. I want I want Gallo. I want Miyazono. I want Fraga. I want Hizal there as well. Stick them all together and put them in a race, and I think that would be one of the best things to watch.
Construction Derby, isn't it?
Maybe. Who knows?
Paul Tracy running out of beers.
Oh, goodness me. I mean, of course, it is the World Series Showdown that we've got for Gran Turismo in 2022. Of course, if we look back to what happened at round one not so long ago, I mean, saying not so long ago, it feels like a bit of a lifetime ago, but in reality, it was only, what, a couple of months ago, something like that. But, of course, the big thing here for the Manufacturers' Cup is that two of the drivers who were doing very well in that, I mean, of course, Nico Romero for Hyundai and Takuma Miyazono for Subaru, not here for this one.
For Genesis, my friend.
For Genesis.
Yeah,
old habits die hard, eh?
So both those guys not here, which of course sort of led the way for Nissan and
good pickup by Jimmy there. Good pickup by Jimmy. Smart.
What's the point?
Well, yeah, exactly. Anyway, let's have a look, shall we, at some highlights from round one of the Gran Turismo World Series from the Manufacturers' Cup and indeed the Nations' Cup as well. Here we are then, ready to go. Manufacturers' Cup 2022 World Series is underway here at Watkins Glen. Igor Fraga leads the field down towards the first corner from Hafidi, from Takuma Miyazono as we come in towards turn number one. So Hafidi
didn't Benelli win this
on the brakes, but of course this being
Josetti's in here. So in this field, I've raced Igor Fraga, I've raced Tapai, I've raced Jose Serrano, and I've raced Nico.
Looking quite close onto the back of Nicky.
I haven't raced Miyazono. I don't know who Komatsu is. I must have raced Wilk. I don't know who Sternberg
down
is.
the back straight into the chicane, has to back out of it. Not quite close enough to mount an attack at the moment. You can see Miyazono then going through into the right-hander, and he's coming.
Yeah, it's
into
kind of
the
so
pit
like
lane.
I don't mind. It's like people can have their opinions.
Right to the back of the field then
but
here. He's making his mandatory
I
pit
feel a
stop,
bit
gonna try and run
uncomfortable.
bit of clean air. Adam
People feel like
Fry
just piling on.
also coming in at the end of lap 1.
That's really interesting because you'd think you want to try and stay in the train.
Disappoints
and try and, take the slipstream around him because the draft is worth a lot of time around Watkins Glen. At the moment, it seems the fastest lap from what I can see.
Definitely don't encourage
currently
it at all.
belongs to Romero, so he is. He's out on circuit in that draft. So what I'm looking for really is Miyazono to go quicker. The lap time we have up there, I don't think is the one he's actually done at the moment. So we'll see what his next lap is.
But like,
on Miyazono's strategy,
no one's really commented about what like his hour was wearing.
He needs to be doing some good lap times now because otherwise the guys in front are getting free time by just sitting in the tow. We see them Romero now moving up into second.
I don't know what's going on in this race. It's way too fast paced for me.
GTR. Great.
No, we're not back. This is a highlight.
No bias at all.
Oh, Freeman's got a pizza.
That we're still on a new platform.
Oh, very smart. Let us know what topping you got. If it's Hawaiian, we'll have to just we'll have to ban you.
Yeah, interesting to see him pit now because what we want to see now is where Miyazono comes out in relation to Afidi in the GTR. So it's coming around the corner now and. I don't see. Oh, there you go. So, interesting. Miyazono comes out ahead of Afidi. So that's actually worked out for Takuma Miyazono, who's just set the fastest lap too, a 44.9 in clean air. So, as usual, he makes sort of like.
They said it was going to start again soon. That's what Tom Brooks said.
The strategy, I think, won't work, and then it's working for him at the moment. But of course, he was earliest to switch onto that tyre. So, come the end of the race, he's going to have. The
I don't know what this was, but.
Now coming into the pit lane,
get that
really
pineapple out of it, Harry.
That pit entry as well. As you said, you want to make sure you're inside that white, that yellow line there on the way.
This is live, kind of. They're showing some highlight thing now.
Same strategy as Igor.
You can read the pin comment.
We get to see how Miyazono's done. Here he comes, we're on board, and again another fast lap from him last time, a 44.7 on the last lap. This lap, let's see what he's done around here as well. And not a fastest lap, but still very quick.
All the meat feast.
As his best lap of the race. So he's been putting in fantastic pace. He should be leading here.
Let's see where he comes out then. So Miyazono does emerge ahead of Igor Fraga, and he does
it's good they got some highlights on
Nicky Romero. This is Fraga versus Mehdi Hafidi then side by side. So Nissan versus Toyota, and Hafidi then who got the undercut.
Granted, I ate my family-sized pizza myself earlier.
And now is up
pepperoni and cheese
into
stuffed
effectively a net
crust.
second place because of course the drivers ahead, the top three, have not
That's
made their
combo,
pit stop. So Fraga
pepperoni stuffed
needs to
crust.
retaliate as quickly as he possibly can.
Stuart says good time to get a goldfish bowl size G&T. I don't know what I would have done without this
race.
streak.
To the inside now of Igor Fraga, a great place to get by here if you can get on the brakes there. Heavy on the brakes up the inside. He's alongside the rear panel now. They're side by side coming up the hill. And of course the next corner is a left hander. Igor Fraga doesn't have the advantage there. Really drives him out to the outside, gives him no room. Runs in deep. The corner, sits on the apex. That's textbook defending there from Fraga. And Romero's going to have to try again next lap.
M&M pizza. What's an M&M pizza?
Igor Fraga again in that draft there. Fraga goes defensive into the bus stop, which is a right hand. Romero, I think, is going to drive just straight past him. Here comes Benelli too.
Whoa, Benelli!
Try and guard the inside at the same time. Can't quite get by. Romero up into 6th place then in the Genesis past Toyota. And now, Fraga getting a little bit sideways on the way. Just catching the grass. You can see really trying to push the limits of the track there. He's paid for the racetrack. He's going to use all of it. As we now come into T1, again, absolutely vital for the lap time here. And again, Fraga's in the worst place he could possibly be, which is in front, going up the hill.
Prima says pepperoni, pineapple on the pizza should be illegal. Your words, not mine.
Benelli's going to be forced a long way around. This is the right way to drive this part of the circuit if you are trying to defend.
They're going to have to cancel this because it's 9:40 in the UK. So it's 10:40 in Austria, right? They might. I don't think they'll have noise restrictions actually.
This is going on. The fastest man
people have got to go home who have been contractors, surely.
Miyazono, who just did the
I don't think this is starting again. I'm going to be honest. And it's a shambles.
The only guy in the 44s. Romero's just joined him, but a 44.6 on the last lap compared to these guys squabbling in the mid 45s. So although only on 4th on track at the moment, he is catching Adam Wilk in the Aston Martin hand over fist. And when these guys pit, I have no doubt that Miyazono will be leading this race. Right now, Serrano and Gamata coming into the pit, so this is going to be a change of lead. Will come in as well. He does okay, so there you go. You were right, Tom. That's the first time I've ever said that, I think, in like 4 years. And Miyazono goes up into the lead. The gap now 4.4 seconds.
E36 says pineapple should come on everything. It's mandatory. You go to Italy with that kind of statement.
Nicky Romero
see what they do
to
to you.
second place. We just caught the end of that in the Genesis.
This is looking really exciting between these two drivers as they come through into the final series of corners at Watkins Glen in the first race for the Manufacturers' Cup. And Fraga,
yeah, once someone starts talking about peas from the stream,
right positions, and he will be absolutely spot on. Meanwhile, Takuma Miyazono, it is a perfect start to their Manufacturers' Cup for Subaru and for the Japanese driver.
I actually don't know who Kamata is.
I don't know for round one of the GT World Series. It's a debut podium for Genesis with Nicky Romero in second, third for Hafidi, and look at this side by side between Fraga and Serrano, separated by just a couple of hundredths of a second, right to the line.
What do I think of Vettel retiring? I think it's about time for him. Right, what are they going to do now? Ah,
yes,
Mr. Gallo.
So I'm here with Valerio Gallo, who obviously you all know, or you all should know. Valerio, how's it going?
Easy.
Yeah? All right, just having a nice time? Everyone's just having a nice time.
Yeah, first of all, I'm really happy to be here after 2.5 years of, being at home, having to meet all the guys again, and, sharing the racing once again all together. So, magical.
Who are you most excited to see? Who are your favorites, can you say?
Let's say for the race, we just saw, for example, Baptiste Bebois, that unfortunately in the last round of the Nations Cup he had some issues, but we just saw that he got pole position and also by a lot. So I'm really looking forward to him because I feel like he deserves it. And I mean, he's
hilarious racing in Nations
at the moment. So let's see.
I mean, how do you think it's going to feel? Because obviously, we have had that time of like racing at home. You're at home, you're comfortable. Do you think it's going to be weird being back and being on the stage? Because it's a lot, to like perform at your best when everybody's kind of watching. Does it affect you? Do you think you'll be bothered by it tomorrow?
Yeah, absolutely, because we've been in our comfort zone in all these years, and we are not used to that live event vibe anymore, and I think now is the moment to restart again and do it in the right way. So I mean, we can do it.
I mean, you had some pretty stellar results from being at home by yourself. I mean, how was it? How was last year for you, like, and all of your successes?
I mean, just magical.
Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's like...
It's pretty embarrassing.
It's been a long pursuit.
Let's be honest.
Of this title.
You fought hard for it,
exactly.
Definitely.
Exactly, and...
It's like...
Of course,
there's one reason for everyone to be here, which is tonight, which is the Manufacturer Series race.
I want to still think about,
and it's the one thing that hasn't worked. It's all very well having the nice cameras and the lighting and the helicopter and the trophies. If you can't have the race, and I feel like it says a lot about Gran Turismo 7. It's like, okay, we've got a dual boot,
in the last season,
and we've got these amazing interiors.
For me, such a special season.
And we got the moon and the stars, and we got Music Rally.
Because
there's issues with the racing.
Really, like, let's say, reaching the top on every race, and that gave me such a confidence boost. So
yeah. How did you celebrate afterwards? What did you do?
I don't remember.
I mean, it must have been that good.
First of all, I wanted to celebrate in a much better
way. I don't know how they're
going
to...
I mean, we can do it on Sunday anyway. We'll give you like a little celebration as well.
Yeah, exactly. And I just celebrated, with the video call we had after the race. So with all the drivers here and Kazunori-san, which unfortunately isn't here, and so I couldn't do much else. Of course, I just enjoyed.
I wonder how different it would be if Kaz was there. If Kaz was there.
Yeah,
he would need to say something.
Like the Gran Turismo sort of fraternity and family has kind of
he would take
changed your life
responsibility and say something.
Like changed how you look at things. Do you think it changed your life?
Thanks, Brett.
Actually, yes. I was, for myself, one of those guys that wasn't really having many experience abroad and many experiences like this and big like this and. Like I was that kind of guy that wasn't so social, and now I'm like the total opposite. You
are?
Yeah.
You won't be quiet, if anything.
Yeah.
Hey,
no, I'm teasing. No, but it's great because this is like the safe space where you get to know everyone, and after winning, you must get to walk around with a bit of a swag amongst the guys.
Yeah, easy.
Yeah. So how do you feel kind of going ahead to tomorrow? Like, what are you thinking?
I don't have many strategies in my mind. I mean, I tried the races, but I'm just looking forward to my driving and focus on my driving style first of all, because when I know that I'm driving well, I even enjoy more the races, and yeah, I don't think too much about the rest, honestly.
I think you're going to do fine. I think you're going to do fine tomorrow. I think you've got the ability in the the ability to do it. You've got the ability to win. It's the same. It's just think of it like.
Does someone take responsibility
like being in your
and
home
tell us what's going on? It's a broadcasted event. Okay, so just
do it.
You expect people to watch. Tell us what's going on. Just be honest. Say we had an issue with this, and we're trying to fix it.
Thank you, guys.
And we're going to chuck it back over to Tom and Jimmy.
I think unprofessionals.
Your influence is spreading.
Right, they're on track now.
I mean, like, drive fast, don't crash. I've been hearing that for the last 4 years, and now Julia's saying it.
I think, to be fair, I think Tom said it before I did, but I'm taking full credit, so it's fine. That's how we do things here.
Yeah, I mean, good to catch up with Valerio there. Of course, he's competing in the Nations Cup, the second of the events that we have here after the Manufacturers' Cup here today. Nations is a bit of a different kettle of fish, though, because, of course, we've got regional finals taking place here tomorrow. Then, of course, we've got the grand final. And, of course, it's not 3 drivers in one team. It's everybody out for themselves.
Yeah, exactly. We spoke about sort of endurance racing versus sprint racing. Tomorrow is sprint racing. It's basically... Carnage isn't the worst. it's not carnage, but a lot more aggression. You're going to see a lot more lunges, a lot more big moves, because every moment counts in Nations Cup. So I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
Tactical Carnage, I think we'll refer
Tactical
to.
Carnage.
Tactical Carnage.
It's a good band name, that.
That is a brilliant band. I'm going to trademark that straight away. Anyway, of course, we had round 1 for the World Series a few weeks ago as well, with the Manufacturers' Cup as well as the Nations. So let's have a look, shall we, at some highlights from the Nations Cup and see what went down.
Just tell us what's going on.
Round 1 for the Gran Turismo World Series Nations Cup. Lights out and we go racing then. Good start from Fraga. Great start, though, from Lucas Bonelli as they go side by side.
It's been a long time now, hasn't it, since it all went wrong.
On the second row of the grid, down towards
it's been a long time. Just tell us something.
Away from Igor Fraga, from Patrick Blajan, from Baptiste Beauvoir. Then comes Matt McEwen, who's going side by side here with Kanata Kawakami into the left-hander. McEwen just about managing to keep it ahead of the Japanese driver. On the run-up towards the hill we go. There's already been a penalty there handed to Jose Serrano down in
this game. I've literally made videos. I make a lot of videos about the good in Gran Turismo. Don't get me wrong. Like when they release new cars, like the Countach, I was videos on that. My Suzuki Cappuccino, like upgrading it, the daily race fun. So I make all those videos. But I did make a video when I got black screen. I was like, this game is not esports ready, because my point was literally what happens if you get a black screen in an esports race. That's not esports ready. So I feel like I've done my bit on this. The 30,000 subscribers on the channel, and it's a decent sized channel, and I've said this game is not esports ready, it needs to be fixed. But I kind of feel like no one listened. Just generally feel like no one really listened. Like, it will be fine. Okay, that's maybe your connection.
Side by side on the run down into the bus stop. He's going to be later on the brakes here as Matt McEwen. Can he outbrake Beauvoir? Yes, he can. Really deep on the ragged edge of adhesion there. Runs it a bit deep into the second part of it. Off onto the grass. That's going to allow Blajan to come through. Bit of contact as Blajan comes up the inside. And Andrew Lee is ready to try and join the party there as well. Half-second penalty for track limits there for Matt McEwen.
This race looks like absolute chaos.
His woes.
Lopez now is the one holding up the train as Bonelli gets involved as well. Bonelli, of course, has pitted, so he needs to get by these guys as quick as possible for the sake of this race. All the time he spends here fighting with Kawakami and Lopez is going to hurt him later on.
He's hunkered down into that seat. He always seems to have a very unique driving style. He sends it up the inside.
It's not really a move, is it?
A bit robust from Lucas Bonelli. We're not used to. We're used to seeing that. I should say he's not afraid of getting his elbows out. Is the Brazilian driver? He goes up into 9th place. His next target will be Coque Lopez. You can see him there feathering the throttle.
So, here we are. Baptiste Beauvoir coming under that medium tyre, going into the soft tyre. This should have happened last lap, Baptiste. I think you've lost a bit too much time doing this.
I just feel like it's the one thing, like, if the lights went out at the venue, okay. If there was some audio issues with the presenters, fine. If, there was something, the glitch at the beginning with the people walking out and fine, whatever. But as long as the race works, if the camera direction isn't good, then fine, okay. As long as the race works.
Either way, Benelli's been given a
yeah, we're still here.
Another car as the race leader Fraga into the pits for the mediums.
We saw that coming. It was a certified Benelli moment where he just chucks it in, bashes the guy out of the way, and yeah, I think that's a fair penalty.
Oh, do you get a penalty for that? I think it should have been a penalty.
Here's Valerio Gallo trying to recover something from this race. He goes side by side with Patrick Blajan down into the bus stop. Gallo's on the soft tyres. Look at the confidence he's got under braking as he goes through on the Hungarian driver into 6th place. Blajan on the slower compound, the hard compound of tyres, just got no answer to that.
That was a swipe.
And it looks like Baptiste Beauvoir is doing okay out there. His pace is pretty good.
How did he not win from here on soft tyre?
Well, he certainly is, with Benelli just behind.
Yes, that penalty really did hurt Benelli. Obviously, he was leading before, and now he's behind Baptiste Beauvoir.
I don't even know what to say. It's like
third place and quite close to.
I don't even know what to say.
Just in the background there, so he's really turned this race around.
As the two previous champions running very close to one another. Look at the traction on the exit that Fraga is able to get as he pushes Fraga.
But they don't know what it's like. It's
Gallo into the right-hander, which follows. Gallo just defending everything he can. Tries to get the switch back to Igor Fraga. Lots of traction on the exit.
I don't think
not quite close enough at the moment to mount a challenge.
There's some bits. I don't think esports really is a focus of Gran Turismo anymore. But I was surprised when they brought it all back, because I thought they want to focus on different audiences, like single player. Maybe they're kind of half in, half out. But because GT Sport was purely online focused, it had to be the focus. Well, I'm not sure it is the focus. Welcome, Alex.
Considerably last lap.
It's like good racing, yeah? Well, there's no gap there, surely. Nah, Gallo should have gone more defensive there, I think.
Back to take his line, so I think Gallo really on the edge of defending there and just getting
nah, that's no good from Blajan.
Wasn't a car slipping outside. Miyazono being in the right place takes two positions at once from P6 up to P4. Gallo, the big loser there, down to P6, and Blajan, despite all the action, is just where he started.
Blajan really does know that as well, and he's trying to make hay whilst the sun shines into the bus stop. He's going to have a lot more grip under braking. Can he go for the outside line? Keep an eye on the background for Mangano as well. Side by side as they go through the bus stop.
You can't do that.
Goes through, Gallo's out
you can't do that.
Goes through Inestrosa and
you can't do that. You
so
can't
Gallo
do
then
that.
knows that. He slows up, lets Inestrosa through as Serrano comes on and joins the party there
that wasn't
as well.
Good.
As those two run side by
it's
side.
Not the place to dive up the inside there.
Up ahead, but Gallo there, well, a simple mistake has cost not only him, but also another driver there too.
Our current race order to go on to the last lap. It's Beauvoir, Benelli, and Fraga. Beauvoir! Oh, we were just singing his praises. And
again, he's
been thrown it away. What did he do?
Must have made a mistake.
Yeah, music rally. Just whoever gets the highest points wins.
So he has thrown this race away from certain victory. It seemed like he's gone off into the wall at the bus stop. And
yeah, in Australia it's now I think 11 o'clock, so it's late there, and
out of the final corner.
I mean, it was probably going to go on to this time anyway, but now if they restart the race, they were barely into it. It's a 90-minute race.
Goes to Lucas Benelli ahead of Igor Fraga. Takuma Miyazono completes the podium.
Tell us what's happening.
Oh, that was mega, that race as well. I forgot how dramatic it was.
Yeah, I remember being like, Beauvoir's doing so well.
Oh, that was curb glitch.
Spun straight away. So what I've learned is just don't speak. Commentate.
I can get on board with that. Well, we are finally heading in the right direction.
Well, it's been fun here,
not far away from bringing you a rerun of this Manufacturers Cup race here. You'll be pleased to know we thank you very much indeed for your patience over the last amount of time, however long it's been. To be honest with you, it's very easy to lose track. It's been a little while. But we do very much appreciate your patience, and thank you for sticking with us. We're looking forward to bringing you the Manufacturers Cup race. And of course, this is now a chance for everything to start again. So, for example, if you're Volkswagen, happy days. If you're AMG, if you're BMW, you've got all that hard work to do again.
Yeah, as you
Starting
say,
again.
it's just a chance to
You
sort of
can't
revamp,
recreate the
start
tyre
getting
wear.
back into the mindset of there's going to be a race. I've got to think about where I'm
Can't
going to be
recreate the tyre
T1.
wear.
I'm going to not cut the course if you're VW. That's always a good thing to do. And yeah, a second chance for some people there. I mean, it was only early on in the race, of course, so not many strategies had the chance to play out. But of course, everyone did get a chance to look at what everyone else was doing, and now actually have a chance to sort of reset that and maybe do something different if they feel it wasn't quite working for them at the start of the race.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll see different tyre strategies coming into play now they've had a few laps. I know we only got 4 before the red flag came out, but they might be thinking, actually, do you know what, that wasn't working for us. I wonder if we go for a quicker or a slower tyre or a different strategy and try and mix it up a little bit, maybe that will help them get involved in the action more.
Well, they've had a bit of time to discuss it.
Yeah, no, they're not redoing quali.
Yes.
They can't redo quali.
Plenty of time to go over it. And,
why are they going to redo quali?
But all the competitors
is it because of
just
the settings
behind the camera from what you're seeing?
No, well,
drink,
awesome.
that's a nice
drink everyone.
Thing. Then also a reminder that we are live in 6 other languages other than us. You want to be with us, really, don't you? We've got, of course, German. Isn't it? Kazao, he's earning his money tonight, isn't he? He's everywhere. And there's the French guys as well.
Please tell me they're not
Fabian
redoing qualifying.
Donald,
Please tell me.
I was going to say the Italians. They've got big trouble there.
This is worse than Spa
Lucas, they're
last
Italians. Emilio and Andrea. Gonzalo Francisco. And of course, our Japanese guys as well. And we're now, I think, ready for our race.
Race.
Absolutely. Let's get ready then to go, shall we, for the rerun of the Manufacturers' Cup race here
I know
for
what's
the World Series Showdown.
I'm in control. Here we go. Right, everyone. If anyone comes in, just pretend nothing happens. Like, we don't mention it. We don't mention it again. Nah, I'm gonna mention it. Here we go.
We're ready then to go for action for the Manufacturers Series race here for the World Series Showdown. It is Manufacturers' Cup time then, as the drivers are lined up on the grid at Trial Mountain. We're ready to go green here in Salzburg, and this is how the grid is going to line up. Mercedes AMG line up on pole position, a brilliant lap from Baptiste Beauvoir. BMW on the front row alongside them. Next row of the grid is Volkswagen. Didn't have a brilliant start.
Yeah,
to the first
Marshall, you haven't missed anything. We're just about to start the race. There was bigger, basically, pre-race build-up than we thought, speaking with previous world champions, and now we're about to start for the first time.
Side. Then it is Team Toyota in 7th place. Genesis, new to the Manufacturers' Cup in 2022, in 8th place with Porsche.
Please don't break.
The top
Please.
10 that is bookended
Honestly.
by Mitsubishi. The final row.
My channel will
of
be
the
a
grid is
laughing
completed
stock.
by
Like, if I,
Jaguar
as like
in
a very
P11
proud Gran Turismo
and
channel,
Nissan in P12.
when I
So
release
then,
a video tomorrow,
there's
like,
been a
great
fair
racing
amount
at
of
Monza,
time for strategies
I'll be a laughing
to
stock.
change. There's been a lot of discussion amongst the drivers.
Channel be
after
over.
that red flag, and we're about ready to get the rerun of this one underway.
Looks like all the tyres have stayed the same from what I can see anyway, so no strategy change here. Everyone's quite comfy with what they're doing. Will we see BMW try and bolt at the start again on that soft compounder tyre? Will we see AMG defend
Let's go.
a bit more?
Let's
we have
go.
not very long until we
So
find out. Keep an eye on Subaru.
this race is
going
gonna finish half past midnight in
I think we're going to see
Austria.
it move forward as time progresses. But AMG leading the
If you
field
voted
to the
for
line
Miyazono, then
as
you're
the
out of
guys
luck, 'cause
get
he
ready
ain't
to
racing.
go for 48 laps here at Trial Mountain.
Yep, absolutely. It is going to be Kazuki Cho, who leads the AMG Mercedes charge then, and will lead the field across the timing line as we get ready then to go green here for the World Series Showdown in the Manufacturers' Cup then. Eyes on to the top of your screen. Let's see what will happen and who will be the victor in 48 laps time then. The longest race ever in Gran Turismo World Series history is underway as Cho leads the field down towards the first corner for Mercedes, followed by the soft-shod BMW. Then comes Volkswagen,
need to get the
then comes
enthusiasm
Chevrolet
back.
as they head down towards the first corner. Of course, a rolling start spreads the field out a little bit, and we won't see the moves being made until a little bit later on in the lap. But
No
of course,
penalty
the
for
difference in
VW this
tyres,
time.
For example, for BMW and for Chevrolet, will allow them to make moves. And
well,
Chevrolet
Chevy's going to
are
get through
doing
on
just
soft
that.
tyres.
Up the inside, through into third place on Volkswagen, and look at BMW as well, all over the rear wing of Mercedes here in the first sector.
Yeah, I'm just watching
I like
Mitsubishi
it,
as well
right.
in the background get past Jaguar for P10, so trying
trying to make use of that.
Yeah, if you want to vote, if you want to put a vote on what lap you think it might break again, let us know.
We saw from the first attempt at this race, BMW right up now behind Mercedes AMG coming down the back straight in that draft. Now let's see what sort of legs the AMG has. Looking directly back at the BMW, the Corvette, a Chevy Corvette behind as well.
BMW
also
surely go for it here.
BMW gaining, going to go to the inside line. They use that soft tyre, heavy on the brakes,
Mercedes
into the next left-hander. There it is, up the inside. BMW, no, that Mercedes still defending there, but not quite going to make that stick on the outside. And I think Mercedes isn't going to lose one place; it might lose two to Corvette. Chevy on the left there, getting squeezed almost into the mountain itself. Mercedes staying ahead for now, but I don't think it's going to be there for long.
Yeah, it's going to be quite in vain there for Kazuki Cho. The thing is as well, all that's doing is backing them up into the Volkswagen in fourth place there as well. You can see just how much more grip Adriano Carrazza has got underneath him with the soft compound of tyres. He's right in the slipstream. Is he going to dive to the inside into the final chicane? You bet he is. Chevrolet up the inside, Carrazza through into second place. But look at that, of course, whilst they've been squabbling, it's not only allowed Volkswagen to close up, Subaru right there as well.
Yeah, all very close now after that. It's given BMW a bit of a chance to get a bit of clear air as well. 1.3 seconds doesn't sound like much.
Subaru was doing really good last time, weren't they? Subaru up to third.
Which is everything around here, especially if you're trying to get by. So we're looking at Chevrolet right now in second place. Just got past Mercedes AMG. Volkswagen still there as well. This time that penalty. Well done, lads. I'm not getting that straight away. Toyota and Porsche also duking it out a bit further down the field. Porsche with the tyre.
It's definitely live, Aaron.
We know it's live. The inside into the tunnel. A little bit of contact there, I think, between the Porsche and Toyota. Now
difficult to go around the outside here for the Porsche, but
Toyota better start. Porsche there swoops around the outside. I can't help but think Toyota let them have that a little bit.
Yeah, it was in Estrosza versus Moisov.
Subaru might just be an easy one in the tunnel.
An opportunity to Angel in Estrosza, because you give him an inch, he'll take a mile.
Yeah, maybe Mercury. I don't.
To get his elbows out, as we
if it crashes for us, he doesn't care.
This is Subaru versus Volkswagen. Then both on the medium compound of tyres. Haven't made much forward progress in this race, but are indeed the lead.
I think Subaru will get through here.
So that's about as good as they can hope for with the BMW and the Chevrolets, of course. The soft compound of tyre.
Subaru going to go for it.
Amount quicker over the course of one lap. You'd expect them to get a fair bit of distance. Here comes Subaru, sending it down the inside into the hairpin. Side by side they run. Nice, decisive, clean move there. Volkswagen trying in vain to defend the overtake, but not quite able to do. Kylian Drumont is through into fourth place. Nice overtake there.
That was a big move. Really nice there from Drumont. Came from quite a way back there, really using the strength of that in Subaru. I've just heard a contact.
Are you saying there's a big conspiracy that this is just a pre-recorded race?
I might have misheard.
And this was their contingency, like if it all goes wrong, they've all raced earlier. I don't buy it.
But yeah, Subaru up into P4. And what did we say? We said they were going to move forward as the race goes on. I didn't think it would be this quickly, though, as we come on to the end of lap 2 of 48. As we said, the longest ever race we've actually run in one of these live Gran Turismo events.
See if we can get past the AMG, because
it's the first
surely it's going to be better on tyres.
Anyway. It's been a while, so interesting to see how our drivers adapt.
If I may correct myself, I said it was Porsche versus Volkswagen. Porsche versus Mazda, the two teams that look like they made a little bit of contact right down at the back of the grid. Here are
Genesis
a couple
holding people
of runners a little bit out of position. You can see Mitsubishi and Nissan on the medium shod tyres in front of them. 3 hard shod runners, including Genesis, who are the
Dior did it just so they could show the advert twice.
Mitsubishi down the inside of Genesis. They're not putting up too
Didn't
much
hear from Genesis
fight,
twice.
So expect that to be the case.
Yeah, I think the Subaru is just massively OP here, isn't it? I mean,
and they're going to drop
seems to be pretty good down the straight as well.
Don't have the pace underneath them, but the race should come to them a little bit later. So this is Porsche versus Mazda.
Whoa,
that we were talking
Mazda coming back at Porsche on the hard tyre.
A little bit of a mistake. Up the inside goes in Estrosza there. There wasn't any contact, seemingly, from what we saw on that camera angle. But yeah, Mazda there making a little bit of a mistake, and Mangano, unfortunately, dropping down a position.
See, I knew I sensed something. My sim racing degenerate senses.
I'm interested to see if Subaru will catch Mercedes here and make light work of the AMG.
So, look at Subaru on board now with the Subaru. Great pictures as we now come around the long left-hander into this very familiar part
especially
of the
if fuel is meant to be an issue for some cars.
I've done at home in various iterations of Gran Turismo. Great to see it in Gran Turismo 7, and we are pulling onto the back of that Mercedes AMG. It looks like that over one lap the Subaru maybe not so quick, but look at Kylian Drumont putting on a fantastic performance here, definitely filling the shoes of Takuma Miyazono, who unfortunately isn't here due to catching COVID. We wish him a very speedy recovery. But Subaru,
imagine if they win this without Miyazono.
It's quite important though for Subaru, because we know that car's not necessarily that quick in a straight line.
Well,
so
in a slip is fine. I think it's OP.
To be pulled along in that slipstream effectively. Otherwise, if they lose touch,
I think it's OP.
I reckon they could drop back a bit further.
You see, look on the straight there, Mercedes pulls away. But what it does mean is if the Subaru is faster over the lap and can't get by in a straight line, it's going to get held up by the Mercedes. This is we have to start
I
thinking
think
about
the Subaru will get past in the main straight, I suspect.
Of the race. So great
the Subaru is the BRZ, which is, when it arrived in the game, it was very good on tyres and fuel.
Other cars are not flat.
It could no-stop races that other cars just couldn't no-stop.
It's a weapon in the corners. You see him just like right now, pretty much onto the rear spoiler of that Mercedes AMG, but there's nowhere to go here.
It's on the brakes where it's so impressive, isn't it? Just look at how much grip he's got underneath it. He's able to close up. And the thing we mentioned before the start of this race...
So for all the conspiracy theorists, does anyone still think it's not live?
They've got the pace over the Mercedes, but
or is this
straight line,
as well?
and they've got good tyre life. They're in the pound seats.
Yeah, definitely. And this is where the difference, though, is going to be. This is where
3/10 gap.
Thinking, oh, come on.
Thing is, this corner is such a wide corner that you can
really think about where he can
loads
attack.
of space dive up the
He does manage
inside.
to get by. He's then got to try and defend it all the way down the straight. Even in the toe, he is now just barely gaining at the end of the straight, but he's nowhere near close enough for a move. Not yet, anyway. Maybe a last lap lunge.
So I think in the previous race, the Subaru got past Mercedes, but I might be wrong.
He's just letting the car in front know that he's there. He's trying to get in their mirrors,
Yeah,
trying
for
to
Killian,
intimidate him a little
obviously
bit,
very,
try
very
and force
quick.
him into a mistake. Sometimes that's your only solution.
Yeah, Kazuki there not flapping under pressure with that Mercedes at the moment.
Yeah, they'll be switching drives. Oh, big moment for the AMG. Cut back, cut back, cut back, cut back, cut back.
Yeah, and a great exit for the Subaru, pulling alongside.
Oh, I'd have to be brave here, Killian.
I don't think he's going to be close enough there. Kazuki knows that drives a little bit tighter on the end.
Look how wide he was in entry.
And hold his nerve for now.
Just alternate lines there, you see, just trying to force the Mercedes onto a tighter
Bringing the VW
line to
back
get the
into
worst
it.
exit out of his right-hander. It did work. He is closer, but that initial grunt off the corner for the Mercedes AMG is just too much for the Subaru to cope with at this point. So great pictures there from the onboard camera, and I think it's just a matter of time. He's experimenting. He's trying to find a way by. He's trying to find which corners he's strongest at, and I reckon maybe a lunge into the tunnel.
Thing is,
might
I
be
just
his
think the
best
tyres
bet.
are going to get
Lunge
worse
here,
for
but,
AMG, so
meanwhile, we go
I think
back
it's a
up
matter of
to
time for Killian to pass him. I really do.
Sorry, and Chevrolet, and Chevy's got the hammer down. They're going quick at the moment.
Certainly are, but I wonder if they're just using their tyres a little bit too much, because we don't quite know what that Chevy's going to be like on its tyre life. Don't forget, of course, a minimum of 14 laps they must run on each tyre compound here in this race. They've got 5.3 seconds over Mercedes. They can afford to have a little bit of a squabble, but they don't want to be fighting too much, because, of course, if they start doing that, it will drop them in towards the clutches.
He's catching quicker this time, I think.
Battle in the middle of the top 10 at the moment, but as you said, Chevy looking like the quicker of the two. I'd love to see an onboard shot and see what the throttle positioning is like for Chevy at the moment. Adriano Kiret's behind the wheel, and I wonder whether he's just taking it a little bit easy.
I don't think so, mate. It's Kiret. He has two throttle positions. It's 0, 100. That's all he's got. So
yeah, everyone's started on the same tyres, I think.
Fantastic V8 noise. Never get enough of that as we come into the last part.
I don't think they'll be running on new bop here, though. I don't know. Maybe they will.
A little bit harder than the guys.
It's a bit unfair.
What I mean by that is he's choosing now to push and to use the tyre whilst it's still working. It's a bit of a double-edged sword. This you might have a little bit of speed now.
Yeah, massively short shifting in the Chevy. I mean, the Chevy you want to short shift anyway in the T7.
Nothing left.
But I wonder if it's a fuel thing.
The turbine might have hurt a couple of times. We'll see him be a sitting duck to those around him and just fall off BMW. So it's a game of strategy. It's a game of patience, and that's sort of the thing that I really like
AMG will have it. Okay.
Racing. It's a big story, and we get to watch it unfold.
Porsche there right onto the back of Volkswagen. This is a great nose-to-tail scrap between three manufacturers, Mercedes, Volkswagen.
Did we not see the
Porsche.
Subaru pass? So did we miss that? Did we miss that? Did we see it?
Top 5, top 10, I should say, rather.
Did I zone out? Isn't that a massive
first
pass?
Corner we go, riding it over the crest of the hill.
Did anyone see the Subaru pass the AMG?
Subaru there as well, so I wonder.
When did Subaru get past?
Sure.
So yeah, Subaru passed. Sorry, we've missed that on our cameras. So Subaru's got past Mercedes AMG somewhere, which is massive for this race because these guys are very good. Look at the gap already towards Mercedes AMG. And you see the Mercedes guys there not looking too happy at the moment. That's Luca Benelli and Baptiste both wild there as well, looking very frustrated.
Well, this is what you were saying as well. You're trying to force that Mercedes into a mistake, and that clearly is
right,
what
Subaru now.
There. So Drummond has
6-second gap to the Chevy. Very interested to see how that goes. If the soft tyres wear, will that gap start to come down at some point?
Actually, do you know what? Sod it. I'm going to go for it and send it.
Yeah, we'll try and find a replay for you guys, and we'll get that to you soon.
I think Subaru's looking so strong here, really.
Keep saying Corvette. The Chevrolet going for it.
Mazda is on the hard tyres tyre, so it's hard to tell with the
Isn't
Mazda.
it great to see Chevrolet actually mixing it up in the Manufacturers' Cup here? We've never actually seen them be that impressive, frankly. And right now, Kireth really showing what that platform can do. And you have to think that BMW at the moment are maybe thinking, do we let them go? Do we, you know, do we want to fight them this hard? It's one of those moments where it can really define your race one stint. And you see now, the Chevrolet driver is just getting out of the toe a bit, showing his nose, making people know that he's aware.
Yeah, these two are gone, but they're on a soft tyre, so
you do wonder what the best strategy is. You can see
all the other cars will be on a soft tyre at some point. I think these two are kind of maximising. Any bug drafting?
Opportunity here for Adriano Kireth, who pulls out of the slipstream as they go side by side down at the start, finish straight, and Kireth goes through Chevrolet into the race lead. So nice move there from Chevy. Hit the front for the first time in this race. Now the question is, how quickly can they pull out that gap? This is the move between Subaru and Mercedes-Benz. So it's down the inside into the chicane. There was an opportunity there that presented itself. A late old send for Subaru, and they moved their way up through into third place. So nicely done.
That's why it had to be. It had to be a big send, and we were delivered. Killian, mate.
Has that gap come down massively for Subaru to BMW?
So,
wasn't it 6 seconds? Now it's 5.5.
We'll come back to that in a minute, but we have Porsche and Volkswagen. You can see the sort of tyres of
Nissan moving up, but they can't get past the Mazda at the moment, which is insane because that Mazda doesn't have good top end, does it? That's the thing about the Mazda.
I'm really curious now, because of course we have this battle going on, but we just had
I would think it'd be really vulnerable at the end of the straight.
What is Kireth going to do behind the wheel of that Chevrolet? Is he going to just sort of chill out a bit? Is he going to set the pace himself? Because if I were him now, you've got Porsche, you've got the pace.
So the bit I'm really interested to see is like, are the soft tyres falling off now?
Alive as long as possible.
We're halfway through what they said the stint would be, but
particularly well with the Kireth strategy. As you said, he's only got 2 throttle positions.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't, but we joke about that, but every driver here is one of the best drivers in the world in Gran Turismo. They know how to work things.
Good news there for Nissan. They just managed to get themselves ahead of Mazda, so up into P7, right from the back of the grid there for Nissan. So making their way through on that medium compound of tyres. So they are now sort of last of the medium shop runners. They're 5.4 seconds off the back of that gaggle that we saw between Merc, Volkswagen and Porsche a little bit earlier on, but still, nonetheless, good for them at least to be in a bit of clear air.
They're just warming up, mate. They're just warming up. They have only shown us 5% of their power so far. You wait, you wait.
5.3.
Yeah.
Interesting. So the Subaru is catching the BMW, right? Maybe it loses a bit on the straights, but maybe in the twisty bits, and that is on the harder compounded tyres. My call was I didn't think the soft tyres would last 14 laps comfortably.
This move between Nissan and Mazda.
Mazda must be so vulnerable here.
Nice bit of power, and the slipstream there proved to be very effective. It's going to be a nice move on the brakes here for Nissan through into 7th place. Clean as you like, textbook into that corner.
Best move of the race, easily. Easy best move of the race. Yeah, I mean, yeah, as you say, textbook. So
5.0 now.
A bit more. So meanwhile, nice little battle here.
That Subaru is catching the BMW.
Mercedes who have sort of fallen off the back.
Subaru
of Subaru,
is possibly
that Subaru is rapid.
One of the fastest cars on track right now.
I don't think it's lapping too much slower than the guys on that soft compounded tyre. In fact, if I look at the, I think the last lap time, the Subaru was actually quicker than the BMW.
Sign me up, Polyphony, for the insights
and the BMW, only half a second slower than Chevrolet. So BMW, watch out.
Yeah, Kireth has got the hammer down, no doubt about it. I mean, he is in the 149 flat, whereas the BMW last time around,
yeah, we should see first.
150.
It would be a shock if anyone pits before that 14,
in terms of
you have to do 14 laps on each tyre.
Look at this between the two.
That means someone's committing to an extra stop.
The Toyota and the Mitsubishi. Mitsubishi putting on the slipstream, a half look there. Again, not close enough to mount a particular challenge at the moment, but Mitsubishi, that's being driven by
not a good time for Genesis, is it?
Looking forward to seeing what the Japanese driver is going to be able to do as he sits right on the back of Nikita Moisov, who hasn't particularly made that much of an impression on this race so far, but of course he is on that hard tyre, so I wonder if they're playing that longer game here, which is, again, the opportunity. The hard tyre, though it looked terrible in the early stages in terms of where they sit in the race, it can play benefit later on because, of course, they've got quicker tyres than those around them who've still got to run those slower compounds.
Yeah, it might seem a basic thing to explain, but basically, if you're new to Gran Turismo and you're tuning in for the first time, soft tyre, fastest, wears quickest. Medium tyre is in between the soft tyre and the hard tyre, and the hard tyre wears the slowest, but is the slowest. So it's basically, what do you want? Do you want durability? Do you want your tyre to be consistent for a long period of time? Or do you want speed at the cost of maybe tyre life. The guys in first and second, BMW and Chevrolet, they've all chosen to go on to that soft compound of time. You can see that on the graphic on the right there.
Stake maybe for the BMW.
In that Chevrolet is using
tyre wear.
More than that BMW is.
It's an anti-clockwise circuit, this, so you'd expect the right side of the car to
Guys, that BMW 71%, that right rear
the car, but
is going to be not good near the end of the stint,
right?
right?
At the moment, he was, what, 5 tenths of a second nearly quicker than BMW.
And fuel, can anyone do the maths on fuel? Like, they're basically 20% of fuel. Are we 20% through the race? Just about, aren't we? We're just about. So it's going to be tight on fuel for some of the cars, but I think they're two of the heaviest
expecting the soft tyres to be run for.
Cars on fuel, maybe?
That's probably all they've got in the tank.
I don't know. I think it depends. If you can keep that soft tyre alive, which a lot of teams seeming...
Yeah, I'd love that percentage in GT for us,
they're going to
actually.
be sort of the guinea pigs for everybody else. If they can keep that soft tyre alive for
That's the first time I've seen that.
It's only going to help them complete this race distance quicker, which is the aim of the game, pretty much. So right now, BMW is doing better at that.
I want to see Subaru.
But it has also lost 2 seconds on pace. So it's a really fine balancing act here. It's very difficult, and it's the reason why I'm not here, because I have nowhere near the ability to keep up with these guys anyway. And I'll get back to that in a second. There's enough self-pity as Volkswagen and Porsche duke it out for 5th and 6th place. Volkswagen there, I think, losing.
Yeah, I don't know,
Porsche.
Chris.
Porsche
I mean, like, compared to the Subaru, though, I think at that point,
great move by
if the Subaru's got half decent mediums, it would be eating up the BMW. That's what I think.
Pole sitter.
So Roberto Sternberg
Jason's
down
got a Subaru?
into 6th place. They want to try and keep themselves within touching distance of that.
And who knows how the hard tyre is really? Is the Mazda and Toyota doing a good job?
Team, but Inestrosa driving to try and recover something then from this race after a bit of a challenging start in it there so far. They've kind of been in a no man's land really at this particular point. They've had relatively okay pace, but nothing particularly brilliant.
They need to run each tyre for minimum 14 laps.
Tires, but they're, what, 3.5, 4 seconds.
Yeah, G29 will work with the PS5.
So that Subaru is an
I'm sure some people in chat, 120 people watching. I'm sure some people are using a G29 on the PS5.
But relative to that Subaru, it's not quite as good.
Yeah, Subaru, the one to watch in this race. I mean, we've got a long way left yet. Only 10 laps into this 48-lap race. So hope you come here. We've got snacks. Hope you've got a nice couple of drinks around you. And let us know on Twitter. Let us know what you think of the race so far. Hashtag
I'm
GT7.
sure Twitter's been fun this evening.
It's looking like Subaru looking quite impressive on this team so far. But it's Team Chevrolet lead from Team BMW, Subaru third, Mercedes AMG fifth, and this team Porsche.
I feel like it's Subaru's to lose, really.
So lap 10 out of 48 we sit on then.
AMG have got Baptiste to get in the car and he smoked it in quali.
14 laps of the minimum sort of tyre life that the drivers will be able to run on, and I wonder what the strategies are going to be like, how they're going to diverge, because if you can coax the life out of the softer compound of tyres, you want to stay on them for as long as you possibly can. Of course, we have now got graphics that we can bring you on screen, new for 2022 here in the GT World Series, and yeah, it's really great to be able to bring that to you, because of course it gives you at home an insight into how hard these drivers are pushing, what the tyre life is like for different particular cars, different driving styles, etc.
Subaru dropping off a bit there.
It's really, really good because it gives us that extra bit of insight.
Yeah, can we have some more of that, Mr. Graphic Man? I'd like to see some more for the other teams as well who haven't chosen to go onto that soft compound tyre.
Can we have them for us as well, like us plebs?
I think really showing he's got the speed here. But bear in mind that, of course, the guys in front of us right now, Mercedes AMG, did start on pole. And
look at the rotation. He's just carrying the amount of speed where he gets the maximum rotation and speed.
Oh, that is very nice. Thank you, Graphic Man. Look at the hard tyre just is not wearing.
Oh, look at this.
7% on that Mazda.
What's this? I like it, but what is it?
The front rear. Trouble is BMW on that front tyre there.
Wow, that Subaru is so good on the tyres. 87% on the rear.
Really nice.
Even where
it's also
86, 87, and we're 11 laps in.
As well, in terms of, it's actually front and rear. So front's on the left-hand side of the picture, right.
That is obscene. Look at the Mazda. The Mazda hasn't even used its tyre. In fact, all of the hard tyres have barely been used. It's 2 times tyre wear.
On that bit more, hasn't he? He's been putting more pace in that car, just trying to extend that gap out to BM. So you'd expect that to be the case. It's kind of not too dissimilar.
And compare the Subaru with like the Porsche and the rears.
going to last to lap 14.
Mitsubishi's, they've done quite a good job.
What conditions going to be in once they get there, well, that remains to be seen. But we tend to see a drop-off, and what I mean by that is once the tyre gets to a certain percentage, you start to slide a bit more.
Nice graphic. I like that.
That.
Can we petition them
so
to?
You get to like a cliff and it just kind of falls
I'll do a
off
video.
well.
I'll petition them.
We're just going to wait and see how that pans
Right,
out. But
should be
now,
pit
Team
stops in 3
Porsche
laps.
And Angela Stroll are getting ever closer to Mercedes AMG in front. Under brakes, so that Porsche is mighty right onto the rear wing of the Mercedes. Now we go down the back straight once more. We have, through the front straight, we have noticed that the Porsche maybe not the quickest down the straight, so not the easiest place to attack.
Yeah, I can't complain about anything since the restart. This has been superb.
Merc front engine rear
It's
drive.
been really good.
That will have an implication in terms of the tyre life because, of course, it's not so front heavy.
Yeah, I mean, you tend to see in that situation the front engine car would use.
I just feel like that BMW. It's only 2 laps. It's only got to make 2 laps. But now is the most difficult time. It will just be sliding on the rears, and it wears them even more. So I don't know who's driving BMW. It's so good. It's about trying just to minimise any sliding.
Mercedes has used a little bit more of its front tyre, and the Porsche a bit more of its rear tyre. So there isn't much in it.
Very even. That it's very.
It's not as sort of night and day as I thought it would be.
The same.
There's a lot of testing that goes on behind the scenes here for these events to make sure that the
there's a reason why I drive for
exactly as close as it should be, and that's what
I've won races here for
Subaru
manufacturers.
These close races. There's a huge team at Polyphony. I say huge team, it's relative to some things, but it's a team at Polyphony that are able to sort of do all this extensive testing and work at the balance of performance. They take feedback and they look at it. They're like, okay, we're going to tweak this, we're going to tweak that, and then when we come to things like these World Series Showdown events, it's just able to bring it so close together.
Do you want to know who the fastest person on track right now is?
Tell me more about this team. Tell me more about this
team. It's Kylian Drimont in the Subaru on the medium compounder tyre.
Kylian is fastest man on track.
His last lap actually was nearly a second quicker than both the cars in front of him. So this is what we said. We said the Subaru would be good on its tyres, and it is so good in fact that on a tyre that should be slower, it's now starting to reel in those cars
the end of the
in front.
stint,
So what's this car going to be like on softs? What's it going to be like on the hard tyre? It's going to be absolutely fantastic. As Angela Stroza there gets a little bit too close to the Mercedes AMG in front, so I'm sure
try that
we'll keep an eye on it. I don't think there was any contact there, but you know,
I can't get that Dior
sponsorship. It's a bit more scary, but yeah, really cool seeing these strategies develop. It's definitely a different sort of racing, endurance racing. It's a slow burn. You have to sort of be with the story, but I love this stuff. I find it so fascinating. I hope you guys do at home as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been fortunate to call some endurance racing this year, and as you say, though the race is definitely at a slower pace, it can really get quite exciting once those strategies begin to diverge.
I think that Subaru's going to be very close.
Wearing quicker, there is an update, and those rear
so
tyres,
how would the Subaru be on soft tyres? Because
I don't think it'll be too much to be of a concern, but as you say, compared to Subaru, which the difference last time around was a second between Chevy and Subaru.
Look at the tyres on the Subaru. Look at the tyres. Like, compared to other medium runners.
We all knew this though, right? This is why we voted for Subaru.
Over everybody else. That
the BR's head is just obscene.
Dangerous if you are its opposition. And as you say, Tom, a second quicker
OP.
than the BMW last lap. That is unreal. It's visibly closer now. It's getting closer towards us.
Oh, big drift.
I would love to see in a couple of laps.
I know, the camera's a bit weird.
Possible. I reckon this Subaru might actually get the BMW before the end of its stint.
Kylian's talking. They must be ready for something.
His face there. Question: do you think he's going to stay in the car?
No, he's not, because there's Danny Solis is going to go in the car because I've got the driver's strategy here.
Okay, then. well, great question answer. There you go.
Well, Subaru are down to 2 drivers, of course, for this one. Takumi Miyazono sadly testing positive.
He will do the third stint.
So
surely Kylian, right?
One of the drivers has to double stint. They've chosen Kylian to be the driver who does that double stint. And basically what that means is they can either come into the pits, change the tyres, and then continue on in the car, get that continuity, or
it's like using
change
Subaru
over to the other driver
too.
as they would have done normally and then get back in the car for the final stint.
There's the BMW, and there's the Chevrolet.
Subaru are going for.
What a stint.
I think pretty much everybody else has got 2 drivers. So, for example, we should have had Mazda, but in fact we do have Mazda because, of course, Giorgio Mangano is driving for them, but they're doing exactly the same strategy in their respective race.
Another second quicker than that Subaru. It's looking scary now
Careful.
for BMW and for Chevrolet. They will all be aware that Subaru is closing. All these guys have team radio, so there's 2 guys, of course, not driving, well, for the majority of the teams anyway, and they're all on the radio chatting away, letting them know the gaps. And if you're team BMW, you're probably saying, stop telling me, I can see it's getting closer.
Last time we looked at the gaps, it was about 5 seconds. It's now under 3 seconds. That just goes to show how much of a gap they're pulling out. Just to put it in into a bit of relevance there for you. And you can see their Subaru really close now onto the back as they come down the back straight. So, yeah, those
anyway, I don't think Subaru will pass them before the pits. I think they'll both come in together, presumably. Well, Subaru needs to come in. Sorry, BMW needs to come in. Subaru could stay out.
Drummond is going to be close enough to launch a move up the inside, but certainly getting closer. The thing is, of course, with endurance racing, you've got to bide your time. You don't want to strike too soon, put both of you in strife, and then it costs you more than you'd have gained.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate that. Also, though, you kind of want to send it sometimes, you know, like especially if you see you're reeling the guy in front at that rate. If you're
it was like, I'm not needed here.
You'll get by quickly. You're going to get held up. Look how close now Kireth Drummond is to the back of Team BMW. I think Drummond might be having a lunge here if he's close enough. The problem is, of course, that Subaru doesn't quite have strength. BMW opting to pit. Had enough of that soft compounder tyre, getting off it as soon as they can.
Pitting
so BMW pitting, also Chevrolet pitting as well.
Look at the gap between Subaru and Porsche. I mean, that is really a gap,
Subaru staying out and they take the lead.
Yeah, Chevy coming in, Merc coming in to the pit lane then as well. So everybody coming in. So medium tyres for Chevy, medium tyres for BMW, hard tyres for Mercedes. Nissan also in the box as well for the hard compound of tyres. So lots of strategies now beginning to play out for the first time. What's that? 5-6 cars that we've got coming into the box where a BMW going to emerge. And what is this going to mean for them? Because, of course, they'll know that those medium tyres, though they won't be quick over the course of the one lap. If they can just eke them out, they'll have good pace. So the medium tyres looking like the ones to be on in terms of the ultimate pace. But this is what it means in front, because you saw Chevy into the pits there and they just emerged ahead of Mazda. Crucial for them because they've now got a bit of clear air. That's the one thing you want coming out of the pit lane. You don't want to be stuck behind another driver.
Undercut for fresh mediums against Subaru.
You a few corners. That could be the difference between coming out ahead of another
driver
when you make your second pit stop.
Yeah, definitely a possibility here, and it's not just Mazda, it's Mazda and Toyota. So
why did BMW come out so far behind Chevy? Does anyone know that?
So, interesting to see now.
Guys, why is BMW so far behind Chevy?
Now it's Iwata who's got into the Chevrolet.
But they were just that far behind, I guess.
Into the BMW. So new mind, fresh set of legs, as they'd say in football as well. Fresh brain, I think, is a more appropriate thing for sim racing. And let's see what happens here. I'm interested to see though how far Subaru.
I think fuel they're going to be banging on the money.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, in terms of the drivers that did stay out last time and both on the medium tyres, Porsche versus Subaru, they have not made their stops yet. Last time around, was that 6-7 tenths of a second quicker than Porsche was Subaru last time. So again, just going really good. Kireth Drummond, he's in that groove, isn't he? You know when you get into
so how long will they stay on these mediums?
Spot where you're not even thinking about driving it.
They want to do minimum on the hards because slowest tyres. That's 14 on the hards.
He's got no immediate pressure from
maybe
behind,
minimum on the softs as well.
In that zone.
Look at that difference in tyre
28 and then the rest.
Subaru and Porsche. There's nearly
20 laps on the
between those rear tyres.
Maybe 20 laps on the mediums.
So light. So I'm going to keep an eye on lap time though. I'm noticing the hard compound runners are starting to get a bit closer. So Subaru then did a 50.2 across.
I don't think the BMW animation was fuel, wasn't it? Just tyres and go.
So 6 tenths between those two. 6 tenths faster.
The Beetle, I think, is the heaviest car on fuel.
Dream if you're a driver.
Volkswagen into the pits. This, of course, is going to be important for that battle that we saw on the fringes of the top 5. Of course, had Mercedes and Porsche involved in that, though.
Yes, no fuel for the VW, so I don't think anyone took fuel.
Out a little bit later on in the race. Where are Volkswagen going to emerge? Well, it's behind Mercedes, so not too bad. A little bit of traffic in front of them, but of course, both on the hard compound of tyres, so it'll be interesting to see what the pace differential is like.
Anyway, can Chevy undercut?
But again, it's just
and remain ahead of
spreading out after this first stint. But we've had now, what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 drivers making their pit stops.
I've no idea why the hard runners haven't pitted.
I'm really interested to see what lap time.
Maybe they're just they don't want to be on the softs.
BMW, because Subaru, of course, out there on some tyres that are now 20% worn, according to our nice little graphic there. Thank you, graphic man. You're very kind. And we're now going to see if Chevrolet.
I don't know why you wouldn't want to just do main stints in the mediums.
Back in. Kireth Drummond has driven a fantastic stint so far. I've not seen Danny Solis.
Yeah, it definitely does, Kajira. I mean, I've spoken with people like Baptiste Beauvoir and Valeria Garo and Michael Hazal.
Look at that. That is
on this channel. I've done interviews.
I mean, that's ridiculous, that is. So
they say they race in the daily races to keep
better on both rear tyres. Better on every tyre. It's used a little bit more fuel, though. I have noticed that. It's a bit heavier on fuel. So we might. Will there be a refuel?
Shouldn't be too much of a concern from what we.
I'm surprised that Subaru is so heavy on fuel,
though. Works out. I want to correct myself earlier on. It's actually 6 drivers who've made their pit stop so far in this race. So half the field have pitted, half the field have not. Just to make you aware, if this is your first time tuning in to the Manufacturers' Cup for the GT World Series, first of all, welcome along. It is great to have you here. But also, just to remind you as well, make you aware, the drivers do have pit-to-driver communication. So basically, if you're Danny Solis, you can communicate with Kylian Drumont, your teammate, who's in the car at the moment, talking about
watching this stream,
and try and work out when is best.
really
The thing
strategizing.
is, he'll be there thinking, doing all right. He's got great tyre wear, great tyre life, great.
So the Chevrolet is about 18 seconds behind.
No immediate cause for concern, despite being a driver down.
Yeah, I reckon we'll see them pit soon, though. I mean, I think they want to use a soft tyre for a bit longer than the guys.
Yeah, Subaru's about to get nerfed.
Previously, maybe longer than the 14 laps that was originally sort of suggested for that soft compounder tyre. But bear in mind, there is a minimum tyre usage requirement. So every compound's got to get used, and you have to use it for at least 14 laps. So
the Mazda's
too long
for
one set of tyres, otherwise you won't meet the requirement. And if you don't meet the requirement for that, if you do 1 lap too short, you will get a 1 minute penalty added to your time after the race, which I haven't got to tell you, is pretty disastrous.
Yeah, it's not what you want, that is for sure. So, on board here with Team Toyota, this is Nikita Moisov who's behind the wheel. He started this race, of course, haven't made their pit stop as of yet. Stuck behind Mazda, who again also have not made their pit stop, but just up the road is Chevy on the medium compounder tyre. I expected Chevy to be pulling a bit more of a gap out, actually, on that medium tyre. They have made a pit stop there on fresh.
Yeah, the gap from Mazda to Chevy is
the leaders now into the pits for the first time. So, Drumont
wouldn't you expect the BMW to really...
for the middle stint. Crucially, Danny Solis getting behind the wheel too.
I don't know why the BMW is so far behind Chevrolet.
Fantastic stint
right,
there.
Porsche and Subaru in.
Fantastic, in fact, that his lap before his in that was still quicker than the Chevrolet on the same tyres that
Porsche and Chevrolet, Subaru in, so let's see where they come out.
That's ridiculous pace. So really good stint for him. Now it's up to Danny Solis.
Difference in strategies here between Porsche and Subaru as well. A medium to hard there for Subaru, medium to soft here for Porsche. I know that they were separated by quite a lot, but I'm interested to see what that's going to mean for Porsche.
There's the Chevy there.
With a bit of clear air. What about Subaru then? So Corvette.
There's the Mazda. What?
Subaru emerging in 3rd place, and
Toyota
really close on the back of them as well. Nikita Moisov sniffs an opportunity here as they come down into the left-hander. Of course, cold tyres for Danny Solis.
Yeah,
Toyota
just let him go.
Just
let him go.
Inside into 3rd
They're a pit stop ahead, Subaru, aren't they, really?
I'm confused. The Subaru must have taken fuel. They shouldn't be out behind Chevrolet. They should be well in front after that stop. They were fastest on track. They were putting better laps than everyone else around them. They should be in the lead. But I guess maybe they took a bit of fuel. Maybe now's the time to do it on that hard compounder tyre, because as I said, it was a bit marginal towards the end of the race whether they'd actually make that work or not. So maybe a bit of a splash going in there, but or a slow pit entry, but I don't think it's going to make so much of a difference. Although it might. You know, a second in racing can be the difference between winning and losing.
Well, speaking of winning and losing, there's a battle going on here in the lower half of the top 10 between Porsche and Mercedes. Porsche on the soft competitive tyre, Mercedes on the hards, but Mercedes definitely looking the quicker of the two cars at the moment. Trying to pull out of the slipstream there, but not quite able to mount a challenge as they come down in towards the left-hander. This is really close racing between these two drivers.
So interesting if Subaru think they can do more, like 16 laps
Mercedes, of course, who have also
on the softs.
Made their first pit stop in this race. Baptiste Beauvoir, the Frenchman who, of course, secured the pole position behind the wheel and having a sneaky look on the inside as we just crossed away from that. Here comes Genesis sending it as well on BMW through the left-hander. That was a decisive move from the new boys in the Manufacturers' Cup as they make their way through into
Genesis
6th
fans
place. And
in
Porsche
absolute
just able to keep ahead of Mercedes as well further back. But
whoa, big moment for Porsche!
Into the wall, there's contact there. Not quite sure what happened.
With Mercedes.
Porsche had a bit of a crash with Mercedes, but either way, it does mean that
Porsche
Porsche hit the wall. We need to see a replay of exactly what went on there, whether he just moved and weaved a little bit too much, or whether there was a bit of contact. But either way, it's dropped Porsche and Conor Healey right towards the back of the field.
That in it, Chief. That's going to be interesting there.
What are you doing? What's going on?
Hello?
Was he trying to do that thing where drivers who like, oh, I'm not happy with the situation, you crashed?
Bit of a tete-a-tete.
Meltdown there. I'm just looking over to see what's going on.
Yeah, let's get cameras on him, please.
I think there's a hardware issue. I think there's a hardware issue for Conor Healey.
Yeah, something's not gone well at all there. So apologies, I said there's a bit of contact, but whether that is a technical failure there for Conor Healey and for Porsche, that is an absolute disaster.
The brand
for
they
their
can't
race.
say, but it was
mean,
Touchmaster.
possibly an early end to this race, but certainly it means they're going to have lost any meaningful results from this one, and that is such a shame for Conor Healy, a great shame for teammates in Estrosa and Jose Serrano as well, because
the delta hasn't changed, I
not
suspect.
looking too bad in this one, actually, and clearly that hardware issue has put pay to, unfortunately, what could have been an otherwise promising result. They were looking good for a top 5.
Those 3-year-old TGTs.
Keep an eye on what's going on over there. It does look like this might end up as a mechanical DNF for Conor Healy, which is a real shame because, you know, just like
okay, you have to drink if they start saying, and you can
here as well, and
just like real racing, you can have mechanical issues in sim racing too.
When we know more. Meanwhile, great battle here developing between Jaguar and Genesis as Team BMW and that medium tyre are going backwards. It seems not able to turn that medium tyre on at the moment.
Porsche, I think we're like provisional piece.
A shame there, unfortunately.
3 maybe or something.
BMW,
I don't know.
It's Jay O'Dowd who is behind the wheel of that car at the moment.
Who else is in Porsche? They were looking good.
Whether the car
bold strategy as well to go on the side.
Either way, it is resulting
in
that BM dropping right towards the back. Here then is Team Toyota, who've had something of a quiet run here so far, but it is Igor Fraga who will be in the car next after Nikita Moisov. They're on lap 20. They haven't made their pit stop. Likewise, Team Mazda up the sharp end of the field. You can see that hard
100% tyres.
Still got 90%
OP.
of rubber, but it's not the
that
quickest tire
BRZ
by
is
any
OP on
stretch
tyres.
of the imagination, but certainly in terms of its duration, it is proving to be relatively good.
It looks like he's still
And it'll be
circulating,
interesting
maybe,
to
the
see what Subaru are able to do as well.
They might be trying to
They're
fix
on
it or
hard tyres,
something.
but they are on fresher hard tyres, and I wonder whether it
I don't know why they're using
the
the Thrustmaster. I guess Fanatec couldn't supply the wheels or something.
Subaru just on that hard compound tyre, the slower compound, but maybe they'll have just enough pace underneath them.
Yeah, there's a big gap on tyre wear between Subaru and everyone else, it seems, at the moment. And yeah, I'm wondering what's something that'll be looked at some point. But Subaru's still looking strong, as you say. Here's Team Mazda and Team Toyota are on board with Team Toyota now, sort of trying to chase down the Mazda in front. That hard compound tyre going well, still running well. These guys haven't stopped yet, of course. They're on lap 20. I think it's
see if Subaru's going to catch Toyota or not.
They're going to have to come in soon, otherwise they are going to risk running over the
yeah, Toyota needs to come in this lap, I think, because 20, 14, 14, that's where they split it. So I think Toyota has to come in. Massive shock if they don't.
Moisov there just veer to the left out of his corner.
Yeah, let's see whether that does prove to be the case. Indeed, it does. Absolutely spot on there, Mr. Broadbent. So into the pit lane then comes Mazda. Likewise, Toyota as well. Same on fuel. What strategy are they going to go for?
The Thrustmaster isn't the official rule anymore. It's Fanatec.
Strategy. So medium tyres there for Mazda. Soft tyres there for Toyota as well.
Igor Fraga's in
Toyota.
Toyota.
To the medium compound. What about Genesis? They go on to the mediums there as well. So everybody will have now made one pit stop then in this race. And the upshot is that it is Chevrolet who are 7.1 seconds now in the lead from this one, but who is going to emerge where once these pit stops have all played out?
Yeah, bear in mind, of course, that Chevrolet still owe the hard compound of tyre at the end of the race, and Subaru still have the fastest tyre to come. So all to play for. We're coming up nearly now to the midway point of this, our first 90-minute endurance race here in the Gran Turismo World Series. Great to be doing an endurance format here. I'm a massive endurance fan, so it's a pleasure to commentate on this. If you just joined us, welcome. Great to see you.
Maybe it simulates damage or something.
Racing left right now. Your race order is Chevrolet in P1, Subaru P2, Mercedes-AMG are pole sitter in P3, BMW and Volkswagen.
Right, Igor Fraga, maybe the fastest driver here, so let's see.
And Igor Fraga, one of the bigger names,
on the soft
I think it's fair
tyre.
to say, in the Gran Turismo racing world.
Have a look how he is with the wheel.
Driver as well, so he knows his way around a quick car. Let's see what he can do to pull that gap down to Mazda. He's got a superior tyre, soft compounder tyre, so it should only be a matter of time, but you know, we'll see how he does.
There's only one thing that you've got to say about Igor Fraga. If he's got
Get rid of
soft compounder tyres, beware.
Yeah, exactly.
Because Igor Fraga, soft tyres and a car that
it's a Porsche on the track.
Quick, let's be honest with that Toyota.
Is it going to be a lapped car? It's 135 and 147 lap, isn't it? So
I'll tell you what, just stick an onboard camera for him for the rest of the race, because that'll be a heck of a bit of progress.
He knows it well. You know, Fraga's been with Toyota for quite a while now, so he's very familiar with
where is the
platform,
Porsche, anyone? Can anyone see it?
Great shot here from the onboard of the Mazda rotary there, winding away down the straight. A great noise. I always like to point it out because I miss hearing it in the real world so much.
But it doesn't matter how nice your engine sounds if you've got Igor Fraga behind you on soft tyres. So I suspect we'll see that.
I don't know. I think they might be on
very
heavy
shortly.
damage.
Gap is 1.4
As simulated as
seconds.
possible.
Let's take a look as the.
If it's a hardware issue, they won't want to show it. The lap timer was 1:45 and now it's 1:20. Something's very weird with the Porsche.
Might have been eradicated for speed. It's a bit more chilled out in the endurance
I have
race.
no idea what's going on with the Porsche.
Like
Something to watch.
Yeah, I really love the attention to detail.
Love that camera angle there. So
Don't
violent.
forget, of course, you can vote for your Michelin driver of the day on social media throughout the course of this race as well.
Oh, all over the
on
grass.
Twitter, and if there's a particular driver that you think has driven exceptionally well, we would love to be able to hear from you. Get your votes in. They'll be announced on social media after the race has reached its conclusion. So
I guess Mercedes are only
stage in this
5 seconds behind
for 7th place
Subaru, and they're on the same strategy. So if you think Baptiste over a stint can wheel in 5 seconds.
The GT World Series as well, and as they come onto the back straight, you wonder whether Igor Fraga is going to have enough pace underneath him to try and mount a challenge as they come on this
Surely
long
can throw this
back
up the
straight
inside.
through the 2 tunnels and down in towards the hairpin bend. You can see him closing in the slipstream, different in tyre compounds, so a difference in pace, and certainly will be a difference under grip for braking as well as Fraga goes towards the inside, makes the move as Toyota goes through ahead of Mazda for P7.
Can anyone locate the Porsche on the map
from
though?
Igor Fraga. Next target, Nissan.
Yeah, easy peasy. And of course, Fraga, you might remember if you're a hardcore GT fan, that Fraga used to drive for Nissan back in the day, so he knows that car as well back to front, which would definitely be an advantage for him. I also remember him running out of fuel at the Nürburgring, but he might not want to remember that one himself. As we now come round the left hand, come into the last part of the circuit now. If you're new
he got a penalty.
Oh, a penalty there for Nissan in
Guess
front.
it wasn't a good line.
Penalty. That will make Igor's job a little bit easier.
Spin for the VW.
Volkswagen made a mistake, come back onto the course. Contact there with Igor Fraga. I'm not quite sure what happened. VW just looped it on the way into the corner. Might have called the curb on the inside a bit and spun the car around, lifted it.
Everyone
but
lived for another
Fraga
day.
nowhere to go there. So, ditto with Nissan in front.
Fraga got very lucky there, didn't he?
He's
He got
taken
very
2
lucky.
places in a corner and a straight. So got to take the rough with the smooth, I guess.
Yeah, well, that's the supermarket deal there for Igor Fraga. You buy one, you get one free. So he moves up into 5th place then.
Oh, the Porsche. The Porsche.
They're of course slowed because they've had that technical problem. So they're now a lap down here in this race. But Nissan not giving any quarter. They tried to mount a retaliation. Here come Mazda as well as they run really close to one another. Mazda trying for the outside line into the mountain section of this circuit, but certainly looking a little bit quicker. I wonder whether the cage has been a bit rattled with that penalty here for Volson there as well. And you can see Mazda trying to mount this attack and Volkswagen trying to come
surprised
and
Nissan didn't take the penalty. I mean,
the inside line, go
got it quite a few corners
Mazda
from the
know
line.
that they go for the outside line, and now it is a drag down the straight as Nissan
This
pulls
should be
towards the
interesting.
inside, trying to use that straight
What's
line.
going to happen here
Three
at the
wide
big corner?
down this straight, I'm pretty much sure, because Mazda have got great straight line speed, but it doesn't look like that Volkswagen has got the legs as they come in towards the left-hander. So Nissan there go for the inside line. They're just able to hold
Big defense from Nissan. Mazda around the outside. Huge.
What a move from Mazda, brilliant!
And VW following.
And Volkswagen
Hey.
trying to follow them past as well as they come through into the final sector of the lap. This is a
going to take the
great
penalty
scrap
anyway.
for 6th place here.
Yeah, for 6th place, exactly. I mean, these guys are getting
Well, Chris,
rowdy. And of
we
course,
do have a
VW,
no ghosting setting.
They're
I think
looking
you'll
to
find.
make up for lost time after looping the car on the last lap. So we're on board now with the mighty Beetle. And you're going to see that slowdown penalty being applied.
It's impressive
to
the VW
Nissan
on hard
in front.
tyres
They'll
is
come
kind
around
of
this right-hander, had that
looking so
0.5
good.
seconds of being off the
investigating the
throttle,
collision
and right
last
now
lap.
there is a investigation underway. You know what? I think we
Something-
might see a
penalty up ahead for
Volkswagen
Toyota or
an
something.
unsafe rejoin. We will wait and see. But there, nice
Toyota
easy
overtaking
move for
BMW.
Volkswagen as Nissan served their penalty. Mazda,
I guarantee
Volkswagen,
you would not
Nissan,
want no
6th,
ghosting in
7th,
dailies.
Halfway
Right.
stage then of this race.
If you do,
we are.
then
So
I would want
there
to.
are the stewards on the bottom left-hand corner
After
of
what we saw
your
today
screen, and this
when I
of
was
course is
racing.
where all the decisions are going to be made.
Stewards?
So they'll be looking back, reviewing the footage, keeping an eye out, seeing what happened, discussing with one another, and then making a decision. So that is under investigation. They may go for no further action. They may offer a penalty.
That guy got an FIA
Fastest car on
shirt.
track right now is Igor
blue one, has
Fraga
that got
for
an
Team
FIA
Toyota,
logo?
149.5 on the last lap around compared to the leader. That's about a second and a half
Porsche is
quicker.
pissing
So
out.
Igor
Maybe they're
Fraga
just gonna
on
tell
the
them to
move
get out
there
of
for
the-
the Toyota,
off
as
the
we
track.
suspected he would be. Right, we're going to get a replay of what happened with VW. I'm curious to see this. Oh, he just got
just
onto the
lost
grass
it.
on the inside, tried imitating the
But did he-
Sophie AI
bad
line
rejoin,
now, I
bad
think, and
rejoin.
just tagged the line and
It's a
just,
bad
and just
rejoin, to
spun
be
it
fair.
around. And the thing is, the rejoin there, the rule is stay where you are. He accelerated
into the race.
Exactly, Leon.
Would you give that a penalty?
Exactly.
Personally, yes, because the thing is, it's unsafe, isn't it? You've got to be so careful with rejoining. If you're going to compromise somebody else's race, then you've got to err on the side of caution.
I think they're going to tell the Porsche to stay in the pits.
I completely understand it because I've been in the situation myself, don't get me wrong, I do a bit of racing, and if you spin, it's very frustrating, and I'll be honest with you, Jimmy, I spin a lot because I'm not a particularly brilliant driver, but we'll come back to that in a minute because here comes Mazda trying to send it down the inside of BMW, and they do, so the Japanese drivers go through into 5th place. Nice move there, but as I was saying, yes, just coming back to that earlier point, if you spin, you've got to be safe when you rejoin. Clear cut.
Yeah, don't do things to make it look bad or something like that.
I'm pretty sure that if you did the poll of G10 players, there'd be a very small percentage that want no ghosting and babies.
Pretty much. That's what
bit surprised if VW didn't get more.
I think so, and unfortunately, I do think we have now lost Porsche from this race. So our first DNF, commiserations to the Porsche guys, valiantly fought up until then.
Technical issue.
But still 11 cars left in this race, with a lot of it still to go. Team Mazda looking fairly strong right now. It's fair to say that BMW dropped off quite a bit on that medium compound. The car not agreeing, it seems, with that medium compound tyre.
So is it working out for Toyota this stint? Maybe they've made the overtake to go. I think Mercedes, they're going to hand over to Baptiste, aren't they, for the last stint?
Heavy on its tyre where it's not had much. Oh, Mazda clipping the wall there.
There you go.
The inside, weren't they?
4 seconds behind the Subaru on the same. Whoa, what's going on here?
Does start to set in, and it makes you wonder, is Shitaro just trying to overdrive that car a little bit at the moment because he's looking a bit
very drifty, doesn't it?
Yeah, a little bit. I think at this point he's aware that he's sort of on the
honestly, completely entitled to your opinion. I'm just trying to take a view on balance, but completely valid opinion to have, completely valid preference to have.
You're basically trying to set up.
And I would say if you like that, then you may really like stuff like iRacing.
What it is. So I think maybe he's got that in the back of his mind and starting to throw the car around a little bit. We know that Mazda's fairly lively as it is, so that might not be helpful to him.
Race team, no ghosting, heavy damage.
So in the race
can report bad
let's
drivers.
take a step back, see where we are in this race. So right now, Team Chevrolet are leading from Team Subaru by 8 seconds. Right now,
I think AMG are a team to watch here. I think the AMG is better on hard tyres than the Subaru is.
Insane. So Subaru, though, on that harder compounded tyre, so just showing you the pace of that car. Behind them, Mercedes, AMG, bit of a
so I reckon there'll be last pit stops in.
AMG, though, faster than the
there'll be some pit stops in 3 laps, maybe.
Team Toyota, who we have almost set the fastest lap of the race there. 10th of the fastest lap of the race, a 48.5 from Igor
that
Fraga.
BMW, something is, I think, who's in the BMW, they may just be slow. I want to see the tyre wear, but they're getting overtaken by cars and hards.
Faster, no, sorry, 3 seconds faster than the leader. He is on a charge right now.
I said it.
Beware. Igor Fraga on soft tyre.
On soft tyres in a Toyota Supra is the one combination that you should fear if you're a
Porsche
driver out there.
There was
really
a technical issue.
Onto the back, and this could be great for Toyota. And
you don't really get grass dripping and grass dipping unless you're in top split. And brake dragging. Brake dragging was always a thing. I never talked about it on stream.
Getting out of the way in the middle stint, but still keeping pace. So you wonder when it all plays out with these pit stops in the latter stages, whether that's going to suit Subaru in the Pounces because they've got the softs to run.
Yeah, basically see it as, if we're going to go back to the relay analogy, that Chevrolet have had their fastest guys go there first, and the slowest guys going to go last, whereas Subaru has opted for their fast guy last, as has Mercedes AMG. So
yeah, I think Baptiste, it comes down to Baptiste here.
Really looking forward to seeing those race unfold. This is where endurance racing gets fun. As we come back now to a battle between VW. Oh, bit of a move there. I'm interested to see if the stewards watch that back, but Nissan there, not phased whatsoever, all the way around the outside there.
Not
squeezed
quite,
to the barrier by VW.
No,
I think that was a good move. It was a hard move, but a fair one. And
great
Nissan
fighting,
now all over the back of Team VW, who is, we have to say, are going back.
Get ready for Baptiste mode, everyone.
Mehdi Afidi behind the wheel of the Nissan, who we ride on board with
look
him
at that, right on the limit. These guys
are so good. Mehdi was the driver who scored
I would have lost
World
that
Series points for that manufacturer in World Series 1. They managed to get 1 point on the board coming into this one. Look out the closing speed there on the brakes as they come in towards the chicane. So certainly that Nissan's looking a little bit faster than the Volkswagen. A bit of a slide out the final corner won't help their challenge at the moment. Mehdi Hafidi there just getting a little bit hot under the collar, but certainly that Volkswagen
easy
does
overtaker,
not
surely,
have the
for
pace
GTR.
Laboutelet's trying all he can as they come side by side down the start finish straight, banging wheels as Nissan goes through into 6th place. They just about managed to get ahead. They run it a bit deep in the second phase of the corner.
BW with some interesting lines.
Volkswagen on the back foot, and it does, because they have to sort of get out of the throttle and almost ran onto the grass there between the two.
Yes, super aggressive move there. But
that's a good point, J-Mac.
Needed to be made, I think. Now, we did mention
but Mercedes will be
as well. We've had
Mercedes are also going on to the soft tyre.
Handed out in the first round from first to third.
I think that's the battle, really. Are Chevrolet still in the mix?
Showdown events.
Because Chevrolet's still got to go on the hard tyre, haven't they? But Chevrolet will be ahead, so Chevrolet will need to be overtaken.
Basically, that move there from Nissan on Volkswagen was for a point. There is something at play there.
Yeah,
it's a long pit stop for
Porsche. To see what is going to happen here, because of course the drivers will know that. Look at the gap between Mercedes and Subaru there. You can see the gap between them has been really quick.
And Toyota have got to go on the hard tyre as well, right?
And look at how close Igor Fraga is onto the back of the Mercedes AMG. He's going to send it down the inside.
Really
decisive move there from Igor Fraga as he goes through into 3rd place. Nice.
Maybe Mercedes will be able to use it as a slip until the last stop.
Why we love seeing him here in the GT World Series.
That's a move that a racing driver makes. He goes, I'm having that. And Tech took it and off he goes. That's it. No, not even going to bother looking back now. But you know, that's Baptiste both wild.
Oh, Baptiste in the car.
In that AMG. He is.
Baptiste is in the car.
So and there is a tire disadvantage there, of course. So
is it Nick? Who's their other driver?
As challenging as it would be if they were both on that soft compounder tyre. But mad how easy that looked. And now Igor Fraga goes in pursuit of Subaru. Now he's going to have to come in on lap 34. He's going to have to pit them because the 14 laps.
So will Baptiste catch up with the Subaru by the end of the stint, basically?
6 laps left on
oh yeah, we've seen it, King Larder. We've seen it twice.
Work as possible. And right now he's putting in a monster stint, really showing just why he had the skill to become the 2018 Nations Cup champion.
It's a great race, to be fair. It's great. Honestly, I'd love this in. I'd love this in for us normal people. You know, maybe like at the weekends, every 3 hours or something, do a race like this.
And the exit, he gets out of that corner as he goes through into 2nd place for Toyota. He's just phenomenal. So
good info, J-Mac.
Stuff from Fraga. Toyota now into 2nd. Finally, a bit of clear air for them as well. Doesn't have to weave his way through the traffic.
If you're just joining us, it's really, really hotting up.
On his own race here.
Yeah, the Toyota pace has fallen off a little bit of Daniel Solis. It's still.
Did anyone see the tyre percentages on the Toyota?
But it isn't the speed we were seeing from Dumont.
So they got Toyota got Kokobun to come in.
Again,
Kokobun's really quick.
We'll be seeing Daniel Solis getting out of the car pretty much as soon as possible.
Subaru, you mean?
Yeah, sorry, Subaru. What did I say?
Said Toyota.
Oopsie. I meant Subaru. Wrong word came out. But yeah, so I think we'll see again. Oh, well, Chevrolet coming into the pits. 20 laps left.
Baptiste is now less than a second behind the Subaru.
Left, right?
So I think Baptiste. Oh, Chevy's in. Okay.
Sorry, hard tyre.
They've got the hard tyre left to run, so they're into the pits.
So Chevy will come out after all the pit stops.
Where are they going to emerge though after this pit stop? Because if they're
still in the lead, I
traffic,
think.
That's going to cost them a little bit of time in this stage of the race. Let's see what happens as they come out of or come into the pits. So they're going to be behind, of course, the drivers who have already made their first stop. You'd expect that to be the case, but if they emerge in traffic, again, that second and a half could cost them a bit of time. BMW also into the pits then here as well. So out on the hard tyre we go here for them, and a penalty being picked up for Toyota. I can see on the screen. I wonder whether that might be for track limits. We've seen Igor just threading the eye of a needle, and maybe he's just done it one too many times. We haven't seen anything under investigation, so track limits is the only thing that I can think of. It's not too much of a concern, but certainly, again, those half seconds, they can all add up.
They definitely can, and a long stop for BMW. A very long stop for BMW. What's going on there? They're having to refuel. So there's a 1 second penalty there for Toyota. So that's a big cut track. I'm just seeing, has something gone on there with BMW? Have we missed something? That's a very long stop. Here we go. There's a replay.
Let's see. So this is Toyota, isn't it?
Yeah, this is where the VW got a penalty as well.
This is going to be track limits, isn't it? Ah, yeah.
Oh, you naughty boy.
You can't go over the curve
See,
like that.
There's something when they reload the graphic, it restarts the timers.
So,
it's really weird how the graphic is.
See if we can get a
Like the Porsche timer started again. It's weird.
For now, we'll have to wait and see. So
it's like when I do my streaming, you reload it.
And it will pretty much wipe out that lap for him. That'll be served on the main straight where he'll have to get off the throttle and get on the brake.
Nice one, J-Mac. I agree.
Down the straight.
Toyota 70% on the rears, but
so that is going to put a bit of a dampener on this charge. And this
I don't think the Subaru will catch up though. But we'll see.
Could be the difference between them having that gap at the end and then having to fight someone or be in traffic when they come out the pits next time.
Well, yeah, absolutely. This is where the penalty is going to be served. It's
not
just the second you lose in terms of the penalty, it's the time you lose before and after, because of course your car's not going to be up to the same speed. And
right,
Igor Fraga will know that as well. You can see
that AMG is like Baptiste is all over the Subi.
In the slipstream are Mercedes at the moment, and it does drop the gap down to 1.3 seconds.
Yeah, I should have mentioned myself. Baptiste running outside now.
Side by side, they go into the first corner. Merck and Beauvoir just backing out for the time being, but Subaru there really have to keep a keen eye on the mirrors. It's Danny Solis. He hasn't had the pace in the middle stint of this race.
Go on, Baptiste.
There's
a right-hander coming up, and then another right-hander.
Keeping that pressure.
Here's the first right-hander, but then there's a left-hander onto a long straight where I think Baptiste will get it done with a good exit.
His way through up the inside.
Daniel's doing all right. All he's got to do is keep this car in.
It's a very important exit here onto a massive straight.
And just make sure.
Look at Baptiste, how close he is there.
While they're behind to get by. Great views here back from Subaru. See Solis goes defensive straight away, hugs that inside line. He's
Baptiste might just go clear around the outside. I think Solis is just going to leave it now. He's just leaving it.
Curious. I don't understand that. You defend it or you don't. Maybe you wanted to
doesn't want to lose too much time.
Messing up a little bit. Maybe he had Kylian Drumont get on the radio and say, mate, don't bother.
He's trying to go the long way around the outside. I reckon he was trying to do the under and over into there, wasn't he?
There's a right-hander coming up, so I don't think Subaru will get
it pulls alongside momentarily.
Right, it's a big stint from Baptiste there. Big stint from Baptiste.
The problem is the Achilles heel of the Subaru is and always has been straight line speed.
And Benelli's going to come in. Benelli won the last Nations round, didn't he?
The radio and went, don't bother, I'll catch him.
Fair point, because Kylian has a good pace.
Yeah, and he'll have the soft tyre at the end as well.
What do you mean, King Rider?
It's going to be a good final stint, that's for sure. And we're on lap 30
BMW,
now.
that wasn't refueling, that was something weird happened with BMW.
Chevrolet and Volkswagen still duking out. The 6th place has been the place to be for this race. It's been hectic for there, and Volkswagen going up the inside, getting that place back there, I think, from Chevrolet.
That VW's got to pit again.
Because they've made their final pit stop, they don't need
to if I wish the Chevrolet drove now, I wouldn't be losing any time. Don't lose any time.
A little bit deep, and it's just going to be costing them that bit.
If after the pit stop just in the lead, ultimately they've got to get past you then.
You mentioned them in this race, they've been a bit quiet thus far, but they are here, they are circulating in 8th place, but Chevy, they don't need to be
Who's coming in from Subaru?
Because it's going to cost
Someone's
them
double
time
stinting, isn't it?
If they're involved in the
is Kylian doing another stint?
Or Toyota or whoever it turns out to
Kylian
be,
with rapids.
This could cost them quite dear.
Yeah, Genesis has been fairly anonymous as well, but bear in mind, a lot of these guys still have that soft tyre there and ready. So
shaping up nicely.
We're going to see, I think, it's all going to come together as all the strategies converge in each other for that glorious last stint. It's what you always work towards as endurance drive. Yeah, even in the
I'm excited to see what happens the last stint. It's going to come down to drivers, I think.
In one piece to the last stint, and then you fight.
Yeah, and the thing is as well, it's not over until the checkered
BMW were dropping down. I don't know who was driving for them to stint, but I think they had a pretty nightmare stint, and they may have crashed or something. I have no idea.
For the Manufacturers' Cup showdown here.
They were on the
for
mediums and they were dropping
World
way down.
Series. We ride on board with Jaguar at the moment, who are in 8th place. It's Alonso Regalado, I should say, who is behind the wheel of that
Don't think he's happy about the straight line speed or
something.
something.
In towards the braking zone, certainly looking pretty menacing, but just keeping his power to drive for now is the Peruvian driver. We've seen Alonso in World Series events up until this point, but it's been a long time coming since we've been here. Of course, this is our first live event in 2.5 years. It is so great to be back as Subaru come into the pits at the end of lap 31.
This guy Alonso looks pretty distracted.
Now, here is the car to watch. We have Kylian Drumont, who showed us some fantastic pace earlier on in this race. Now onto that soft compounder tyre, and he is going to fly.
Subaru in.
Will there be fuel going in that car?
How's the traffic going to be?
So, but he's got a lot of cars to get through there. Not many people have pitted for that second stop yet, so you see it's plummeting down the order there. I think it is just a long stop here. I wonder what happened to BMW before, but it's just a long pit lane here at Trial Mountain. On goes that soft compounder tyre. Any fuel going in? No way. Back out the pit lane.
How's the traffic?
We're going to see Kylian Drumont absolutely drive the wheels off this Subaru.
What he needs, though, is, of course, the drivers in front to pit within the next sort of 3 or 4 laps.
So he's got to pick off people.
Up onto the back of them. He's on a quicker combat of time.
Well, I think everyone's going to pit within 2 laps anyway, aren't they?
So they're going to be slower. He doesn't need to be fighting in traffic. What you want, of course, as I mentioned earlier on in the pit stop, you want a nice bit of clear air. He's got a little bit, but the thing is, on that soft tyre,
so as long as he doesn't get hold up in 2 laps, all of the one-stops ahead of him will have pitted. So you can see now Chevrolet is what, like 5 seconds ahead of 5-6 seconds ahead of Subaru.
Distance, bam, down the brakes.
So Subaru's still got to get past the Chevrolet.
So we'll keep an eye on this as we go on. Subaru already reeling in Genesis in front of the gap. Under
now for
2
Killian
seconds,
to win this, I think.
Just like that, click of the fingers. So now Toyota are leading at the moment on that soft compounder tyre. Igor Fraga still at the wheel of that car. They're 4 seconds clear. They're going to have to pit in 2 laps time. Or that'll be the latest that they can pit, is in 2 laps time. I'm sure Igor's going to go all that way as possible in that tyre. You can see here lap time differential.
It's all going to shake up in 2 laps, we'll all know.
Daniel Solis versus Igor Fraga. I'm interested to see this graphic in a couple of laps time though and see what that difference is.
Yep, so Fraga then out of the final corner, across the timing line, 4 seconds the gap.
I think you're getting confused, Kinglard. The Goodwood Revival course is not the Goodwood Hill.
To reel off another lap, and you can see their last
they're completely different things.
Beauvoir, who was the quicker of the drivers by half a second or so, but I think that was when that penalty was
I love that view. I love it. So Subaru's now really can't get held up by the Genesis at all.
Exciting towards the end of this one. Don't forget, of course,
that's what we should be watching now. We should be watching the Subaru. It's about to hit the Genesis.
If there's a driver that particular has stood out for you over the course of this one, get onto social media.
The Jaguar might also
of the day on our social
get into a fight with the Chevy.
And we will be announcing that on social media after the broadcast has concluded.
Yes, we will be doing that, and I'm just checking who's going to be in the car next for
let's see the Subaru, please.
It's going to be Ryota Kokubun, who is
Subaru gets past Genesis.
I mean, I look at that team, I don't see a weak link there. Moisov, Kokubun, Fraga, all very, very quick drivers. For Mercedes-AMG, it's going to be Lucas Spinelli, again, another very quick driver. In fact, the driver that pipped Igor Fraga in the Nations Cup last time around as well. So we know how quick he is.
Hopefully no drama at the pit change.
Everyone putting their best foot forward for this last stint. They all knew how it's going to turn out. Look at that tyre wear. That rear right tyre for Toyota, starting to look a little bit second-hand. He'll be feeling that in the long corners under traction. You see the car there, big understeer coming out the corner.
Tyres and laps
He's at the
makes
limit of that
sense,
tyre. I'm just looking over to Toyota now. Is anyone moving? I don't see Kokubun
that's quite right.
moving at the moment.
They've only done 8 laps on the soft tyre thus far.
No, that's not right. So that graphic's wrong.
The graphic that was on the bottom of the screen.
That's definitely wrong, mate. Sorry, that's definitely wrong because there's a
14 Jimmy's on it. Jimmy's on it. He doesn't do a lot of GT, but he's on it.
To change tyre.
Right, so let's see then what is going to happen.
Okay, I mean the hill climb used to be in I think GT6.
When this is all going to play out, the gap down to 3.9 seconds. We've got a driver change
Nissan
going on here for Team Nissan as they are into the pits then.
Right, this lap I think a lot of people are going to pit.
As they come
and we'll
to
see
their
where the
final
Toyota is
stint
compared
in this
to
race. Okamoto going behind the wheel
compared to the Subaru. You'd imagine the
Toyota
Toyota's going to be ahead, right? Because they've had their soft stint.
To win this one here too.
So Killian's got to overtake the Chevy, and I think maybe the Toyota.
I love my turbo brick. It needs to do well. Come on, I believe. So soft compound tyre going on that Nissan. It's not been the best race between Nissan. They're the poor qualifying position, and it has hurt them.
Loads of fuel there. 33 is loads of fuel.
Mitsubishi. Keep an eye on them though. We'll see what they do. Subaru up past Jaguar. I've just noticed position change to Subaru now.
Yeah, we want to be watching the Subaru. Right, here we go. This is full position.
Bear in mind, these are the guys they were fighting with at the start of the race. This is kind of coming back now.
This is full position.
Once everything's said done to the pit stops.
Maybe around the outside onto the straight.
So much more grip on that soft compound tyre.
Oh, contact!
Around the outside. No, he's forced out wide there.
But he'll get him here. He'll get him here easy. I mean, Chevy's good top speed. Chevy's good top speed.
No chance for Subaru, but I bet all my money that we're going to see an absolute lunge here coming down into the left-hander. Kireth Kart now
I don't disagree. He's got the lunge face.
Corvette, the American manufacturer, can't really do much about it. There goes Dumont up the inside, late
Such
on the brakes.
a good corner for overtaking.
For the apex,
love it.
Up into 5th place, and now
we're
going to see him charge after Volkswagen.
Right, but Toyota's going to pit very quickly. Toyota's in the pit right now.
I'm so bad.
Let's keep an eye on the Toyota.
Toyota and Mercedes into the pits. Medium tyres for Toyota, soft
and Mercedes as well.
Then. Not too bad on fuel, not really much of a concern.
And the Mazda's the unknown quantity.
Fraga out of the car, into the car is Ryota.
Yeah, I'd love to see Pikes Peak. peak, having done it in Dirt Rally.
Volkswagen
This is it.
well.
This is the race, everyone.
Is beginning to change
this is the
its
race.
complexion, and this is
So
where
I'm thinking Toyota and Mercedes, where do they come out compared to Subaru?
A sprint to the finish. This is almost like a separate third race, and now it's going to be soft tyres versus the slower compounds. And it's going to
Where's
be
the Subaru?
interesting to see what happens.
If the Subaru's ahead, then game over.
There are 13 laps now remaining, and it's time to see how this race is going to play out. Toyota
Mercedes is behind the Subaru, but they're on the same. They're on the same compound, and Mercedes will have newer soft tyres.
Gran Turismo fans, how cool is this? We have our first ever 90-minute endurance race
let us do
here
it.
in the GT World Series at one of the oldest circuits in Gran Turismo history. I'm an old school GT fan. I love those games. I play them to death. So to see this
for Kokobun, right?
now reimagined,
because if Kokobun is 2 seconds behind, so
a historic event.
If Kokobun can get 2 seconds on Killian,
nostalgia, nice things, you know, all the nice
this is
things
huge.
inside. But we'll come back to that.
I think Toyota's done because they're on the mediums.
For the lead now between Toyota and Subaru. Killian Drummond has already pulled onto the back of Toyota using the speed of that Subaru through the corners. He does have a tyre advantage too, but I don't
get it
think
here,
he's
but I think the
got
Toyota's
enough. Even
done.
the Subaru Matt Toyota's spinning away down the straight there.
Yeah, really quick is that.
But
Supra,
if Killian can't get past him quick enough,
grip is going to be
then
like,
Kokobun and the Mercedes will be all over him.
Of the lap here, so on board we ride here with Killian Drummond, who did brilliant things behind the wheel of that Subaru in his first stint.
But I think this is your podium.
So. He has got the grip underneath him. He is right.
Oh, easy.
Of
Kokobun
as he tries to look down the inside into the left-hander. This is for the race lead in the Manufacturers' Cup, and Subaru go through on lap 35.
So I don't know who's driving Mercedes
It's Subaru and Killian Drummond who lead now from Team Toyota. Brilliant move.
I think needed to make that move because look in the background, Mercedes AMG, Lucas Benelli very, very fast.
Oh, it's Benelli. It's Benelli in the Mercedes, sorry.
So he needs to get by Toyota to not be held up. Now it's going to be how quick can Benelli get by.
Can Benelli just overtake the Toyota on the long straight, lose a minimum amount of time?
Who can challenge Killian Drummond for this win? There's Daniel Solis watching on, probably just trying to keep his heart rate down a little bit at this point. There to offer
track limits could come into it, track limit penalty.
If he requests it.
Cooking the tyres potentially, but that's unlikely.
Back to Toyota. Kokobun, there's a bit of damage imitation for him now, really, on that medium compound tyre. I think that this could be an easy third for Toyota, but he's definitely going to fight for that second.
Yeah, I kind of thought that was going to be the case earlier on in this race. They've had good pace of Toyota, brilliant middle stint from Igor Fraga, but once it's all worked out with the difference in tyre compounds and of course the difference in pace as a result of that, it's kind of put them a little bit on the back foot there, really. Nothing they could do. They were out of place at the start of this one after not qualifying so well.
Oh, this is huge. If Benelli can get it here, very clean overtake. Softs against mediums.
He's got the advantage of the slipstream, and that AMG is very handy.
Yeah, the AMG's got the legs here, I think. I think it'll be quite easy.
Shifting up into 6th gear in the slipstream.
I think it'll be quite easy.
The inside and send it through into second. It's Mercedes versus Toyota.
No.
Or does he? No, he thinks about it, but he's just trying to wait for the mistake to come from Kokobun there.
Could be very costly, that. I think he needed to be braver.
Kokobun's got the inside line for Toyota. Mercedes just having to wait there for Lucas Benelli, but you guarantee that in the final sector of this lap is where we're going to see the move being made. It's exactly what it was for the race lead last time around. It's Mercedes up the inside of Toyota, and they go through into second place.
He needed to get on with that sooner. He should have made the lunge, I think. He's lost about a second there on Subaru.
I'm surprised he couldn't get it done.
It's admirable.
I mean, it's easy for me to say these are the best drivers in the world.
He's lost time. So let's see what the lap times
this is
look
it.
like now. So
12 laps.
Interestingly, in that last
12
lap,
laps.
we had Subaru do a purple first sector
Can
and Mercedes
Benelli
do a
get 2
purple
seconds
middle sector, I think, due to
on
that
Killian?
slipstream there. And the fastest lap of the race there from Subaru, 1:47.7, 4 tenths faster
This is it,
than the previous fastest lap. And AMG doing a 48.1 whilst overtaking the Toyota. So this is far from over.
This is
after this race, I'll open up a lobby at Tri Mountain.
We love to see in the GT World Series. If it is your first time joining us, then I'm sure you're going to be in for a grandstand finish. It is Subaru versus Mercedes.
All the sponsors come in the bottom right.
What we can see at the moment for the victory of this race, and Subaru pulling away 2.3 seconds.
I just feel like the Mercedes is going to shred its tyres.
Now he's got that clear area in front
of him. Because we saw the BMW
shred its
tyres
underneath him to try and reel in that Subaru with 11 laps left to go.
The thing is, we know that Subaru is light on its tyres, but then he's got to push now. He has no choice. He's not going to outlast
all or nothing. He's got to just
so there's no point
make it a dogfight.
You have one option, which is to hunt him down,
make him work, get by him.
So if you're new to Gran Turismo, by the way, let us know in the chat if you're new to Gran Turismo, but if that AMG gets another second or so, he will start getting pulled along by the Subaru in the slipstream. So really, he just needs a second. He's half a tenth at some corners and just they'll add up. Can't make any mistakes. They're so close to that wall. I wonder if they are hitting the wall.
It's going to be for them because
look how wide he is in track limits
Mazda,
here.
Nissan, Volkswagen, not too far adrift, and they're all
look at
on
the
soft
inputs as well, the brake.
So, though it looked like a pretty good race so far for Chevrolet,
he's gained a couple of tenths so far, and he should gain more down the straight, I reckon.
Yeah, I think so too. I think just the middle stint pace wasn't there, and that's what I'm saying.
I recognise Benelli's kind of focus at the moment. I've been there.
By watching the first stint,
I've been there.
Doing something different, and we've seen now that
look at that.
You know, in the midfield, we'll play that strategy.
So how much is he going to gain on the straight?
AMG, of course, were our leaders. Let's have a look. I'm just looking at the lap times now. 47.9, 47.8 from Mercedes AMG. Benelli was faster that time around. Now, bear in mind, although Subaru is light on those tyres, it has been on those soft tyres for a bit longer.
Cutting the track, to say the least.
So there's going to be a bit of time, a bit of crossover there. So Benelli can
slipstream distance here is real.
So then on board we ride here with Mazda now getting closer
That's
to the rear wing
using
of
the real
the Chevrolet. It is Lopez who is behind the wheel of the Chevrolet as we ride on board here with Giorgio Mangano, who is trying to tame that Mazda.
Love the sound of the Mazda.
RX Vision Gran Turismo Group 3 machine. And you can see there as well, not too far adrift, our Nissan with the GTR closing. Our Mazda here as we come through in towards the long back straight. And this is, of course,
the Nissan there as well.
The
could be great if the Nissan could get fourth. Be a great result for Nissan. They started last in this race.
Especially with the slipstream that, of course, the Chevrolet does not have. And keep an eye out for Nissan, who are not too far adrift.
It's going to be very defensive now.
It's side by side.
They may as well fight to the death. Chevy's on hard tyres.
And Mazda going through on the outside. They're already ahead before the braking zone. Nothing that Lopez or Chevrolet can do. They try to hold it round the outside. There's a smattering of contact between them, and it is still Mazda that come out on top.
Yeah, where's Nissan though now? Because these guys are fighting.
Benelli is just
drawn
half a tenth here, half a tenth there.
The GTR menacing in the mirrors of the Chevrolet Corvette in front now, right onto the back of Chevrolet. There's got to be a move here into the left-hander. Yeah, easy up the inside. Nissan now up
huge
into
for Nissan,
P5.
to be fair.
Can they hunt down Mazda though? This could be a P4 for Nissan from the back of the grid.
We've already talked about that,
Jimmy. Given where they started in this race, they've just quietly kept their sort of powder dry in this one, where others have faltered. We've had some messy races
made the
for
most
some
of that
other manufacturers, and it's really beginning
1.5
now. The gap between the top
but the tyres are going to wear. The tyres are going to wear.
Yeah, that was 3 tenths quicker. That lap. Benelli
9 laps to go, but I reckon he's only got about 4 laps or something before they wear. We need to see the wear.
The straight line speed is so massive.
We need to see the wear percentage.
Drive up to the back of that car. So this is where Drummond has to push in that.
Visibly looks closer. I don't care what the Delta's saying at the moment.
Make the best of the advantage of that
visibly
Subaru
close
and try and put away from the AMG behind. But look how hard Lucas Benelli is trying. That
I haven't
gazer,
eaten. When I stream, I don't eat.
Maximum concentration as we come through this left hand out. Exit out of here is extremely important. Pretty decent there. Now watch the relative. This is going to give you an idea of the speed differential. 1.86 it was before we came out onto the exit. It's down a tenth. It's down to 2 tenths. It might be down to 3 tenths.
He needs half a second now. That's it.
Get closer.
He needs if he gets a tenth every lap in the next 4 laps, I think he'll be okay.
He might be able to have a lunch.
So then into that left-hander we go then on board.
It's just such a love-hate relationship with Gran Turismo, isn't it? It's like it's almost like a family member. It's like you hate them, you love them, but
not afraid of getting his elbows out. If he sniffs an opportunity,
it's a deeper relationship you have with
them. Going to send it down the inside.
Yeah, of course.
Killian must be absolutely bricking
We've seen how quick he can be. Can take it to Igor Fraga on his good days. And you see there on the lap comparison, we were nearly half a second faster, I think. I'm not sure that graph is actually correct, but we'll check this last lap.
To make a
Has he
mistake
gained?
right now.
So let's have a look. Subaru now coming round to the right-hander. We're following. And let's have a look at the lap time of
it looks close, you know. If I was racing, I'd be like, okay,
very shortly. Last lap was a 47.8.
we're going to get this guy.
This lap, as it updates, a
4 tenths. No, 2 tenths. 2 tenths.
Another 2 tenths. So he is gaining very slowly.
According to my maths, that will do it for him.
As I said, Tom,
I
the
think
thing that's important is he's now getting into that slipstream range. And as soon as that
his tyres will go, we need to see the percentage.
About a second or so is the slipstream range, and it was 1.3 across the timing line last time around. Of course, that ebbs and flows through the corners, but it's
wide. Was that wide there?
Just a little bit, wasn't it?
I think Drummond is now starting to feel that pressure. obviously Solis on the radio sort of trying to keep him updated with gaps, but he'll know. All the drivers have the gaps information in front of them. They can see what's going on there.
I wonder if the tyres are going a little bit already, to be honest.
Does Danny Solis, doesn't he?
Show us that percentage.
Yeah, I did recognise him when he walked in. And actually the gap there, coming on to the back straight, a bit wider than it was before. But look at that, how menacing is that AMG in the mirrors? Lights ablaze there, just reminding you that if you make a mistake, he will be there.
I want to see the percents.
Yeah, so down the back straight
Here we go.
And
wow. Well, I did not expect that. I did not expect that. Worse wear on the Subaru because the Mercedes has newer tyres here, doesn't it?
A couple of percent or so on the front.
The Mercedes has newer tyres.
Because, of course, the Subaru pitted a bit earlier.
Beg your pardon.
That percentage has actually come down. So the Mercedes is being more aggressive on the tyres at this point.
Okay.
But the crossover is close. Again,
8 laps
just
to
got
go.
to push. There is no other
this.
option. He has to get there, and he knows that now. I think he's already used the best bit of the tyre. The shine of the tyres come off it now, so he's now starting to get into it. But look, in this braking zone, 1.5 seconds. I'd say actually, in the very slow speed stuff, that AMG is pretty mighty.
Oh my word, it's close now.
It's
close now.
Across the timing line, let's take a look at the difference in the lap times.
What's the poll saying? The poll is saying Subaru.
And as they come across, and the timing screen does update, a 48.3 for Subaru, a 48 flat, or 48.1 there and thereabouts pretty much for Merc. So again, a couple of tenths in it, now down to 1.1
my word,
seconds.
if you're Killian right now.
Range, hold on to your hats because this is not over. For
the esports community is a bit brutal, like the way they banter with each other is like brutal. Like if he loses this, they'll always drag him down
these
for
guys
that.
at work because it's just a 100% concentration. It's
Benelli's after it.
Precision and something that I'm definitely not capable of.
If Benelli wins this, he's the form Gran Turismo driver in the world, like no questions asked, I think.
In the context of each other, but
and it looks like a team of Baptiste and Benelli's just like way OP.
You try taking these guys on, you would have no chance. Closer on the straight once again. We're getting into that slipstream range
not
now.
Actually,
1.4 seconds, 1.3 seconds. It's going to start feeling a little bit of a pull now
coming.
on the front of that AMG as we now come down to the downhill.
I think the Subaru might be 3 laps older tyres.
But the gap at the end of the straight nearly a second flat. So Benelli, the thing is, if you're Benelli, if you're in that AMG right now, you're seeing that gap come down.
I feel like Benelli drives with anger.
You're starting to feel like this might be on, and that only helps you go quicker.
It's like you're going to explode. I love it.
Blink for the last half a lap, so you know he's on it at the moment.
The hunt face, exactly.
So, we ride down into the
I want to see Killian and Benelli here.
Face of concentration, the face of anticipation from the Mercedes AMG team down there at the moment. It is Lucas Benelli who is the man on the move, and as they come through in towards that final chicane, we're coming in towards the
bit of rotation.
Stages then of this race.
How close can you be? How close can you be? He's going to start to get that slipstream. Look at it coming down quicker, the gap. I think he's in there now with the real slipstream. I think he's in there.
Too much out of his tyres, and they're beginning to come towards the sort of.
They're coming in here faster than he's used to.
Range compared to that Scooby.
No, he's still caning. Still, there's a tenth quicker that lap. Not as much, but as you say, I think they might start.
He's going to tear the rib off the wheel there.
This is the point where Killian Drummond. This is his part of the circuit. This is Subaru territory.
I love this
sort of mid-speed corners where you can really change the direction of the car nicely. This is where the AMG starts to understeer a little bit. Front engine isn't quite as kind on its tyres through there. What the gap we're looking for onto this left-hander here is less than 1.4 seconds, and we know his game. We come out now, it's 1.5.
Lose time there, but now the big straight in the AMG just got way more at the top end.
1.2 seconds.
The Subaru.
Going to start coming into account, and I'm wondering.
I think Killian's doing an incredible job just to keep him at bay, but once Benelli's properly in, he's going to be in. Like, you'll know he's in.
We'd see they'll be on similar tyre wear, because that AMG is
going to close him down at the end of the straight on the Delta.
I wonder whether he's just, like you say, coming towards.
Show us more of Benelli's cam. We want to see it.
I wonder whether he might just be waiting, maybe keeping his powder dry on the other sense of it.
Have you seen Benelli?
He knows that as well. There's no point waiting now. It's it's 6 laps left. You've got to push. So the last stint is always the sprint stint, as we call it. So Killian knows this. There he is on the looking.
Killian, you're being hunted.
He doesn't seem very bothered by the fact that he has a set of headlights.
Bit controversial if Subaru do win because they didn't have, because he's only got COVID. Double
almost the same tyre wear as the Subaru, despite running a few laps less on that soft compound.
Thing is, this is the thing. The BRZ on low tyre wear, on low tyres, handles so nicely. That's what I remember about the BRZ at Suzuka. It's like, oh, this handles. It doesn't like massively understeer. It just oversteers a bit more and helps you get to the apex. So Benelli really, I think, needs to make it a dogfight. Because if it's down to time trialling, I think the BRZ is just faster on worn tyres. And Kilian's doing such a good job through here that it means that Benelli's not in the slipstream when it comes down the big straight. This is where it's killing Benelli.
A driver down after Takuma Miyazono was not able to travel due to a positive.
Because the BRZ has very unique handling characteristics on worn tyres.
This race are this manufacturer at the moment. The gap now beginning to increase as well. 1.6 seconds, 1.7 seconds.
I think Kilian's doing a superb job
over the last 5 laps or so here.
Tyres are gone, mate. That's it. I think that's a chance gone now, maybe. I mean, it may be just cooling them down a little bit.
I don't think his tyres gone. The tyres are gone for both cars, but the BRZ, when you drive it on worn tyres, it handles unlike anything else. It doesn't just understeer. Just, you can pirouette it.
And you have to really give it to both of these guys. The pressure they are under right now. There are thousands.
But I do feel like Kilian kind of just held off Benelli through the first couple of sectors, and then
well, there are cameras in their face. They can hear us shouting over the top
just
of their
couldn't
driving.
get close down the main straight.
These guys are doing such an impressive job, and regardless of result, definitely a big round of applause warranted for both these guys when we get to the end of the race. But not just yet. Let them concentrate for now. And there you go, tyre wear.
No, still plenty of time. You can see on the left-hand side of the screen, Chevrolet, of course, have now lost out.
So that AMG now on worn tyres is going to be difficult. I love this camera.
Managed to get their way through on the soft compound. So that is
sweat in the eyes.
Big shame for them because they, again, had good sort of pace in the first stint of this race, but the middle stint,
that's so cool that they're next to each other.
Bite them rather in the backside. And you can see there as well, for the battle for the podium,
so if Kilian makes a mistake and lets Benelli be about a second in the big straight through the tunnels, Kilian will get, Benelli will get so much time.
Begin to stabilise now.
But it's been a great race, Dave. It's been a great race.
Still half a second a lap, 6 tenths there, so it's coming down. Like all the gaps here.
But so is the lap counter.
Yeah, definitely, mate. Like I said, it might be a last lap thing. So it's not over till it's over, my guy.
Mazda could get to
we know that. And, well, right now, I'd say that if you're Lucas Benelli, you're probably quite frustrated because he's driven really well here, but you can't. This Mercedes, it likes its front
just wonder if Benelli had got that move done on the Toyota at the end of this straight.
Unless Kilian makes a mistake,
he might just have kept that momentum and been able to get into that slip. He's never consistently got. I mean, it's such a good drive from Kilian.
Again, Daniel Solis looking very nervous down there.
Benelli's like getting frustrated now. I think he knows that his platform underneath him just isn't as good as Kilian's. This is where the Subaru is so OP when the tyres are.
No, but you know that's just the name of the game. You know, these guys chose Mercedes AMG. They knew what the car was good and bad at, and it is good over a single lap. It's very, very fast over a single lap. And you see now Benelli having to fight that tyre wear, doing his best to make sure the car doesn't get away from him, because a slide there means contact with the wall. It means game is definitely
He's
over.
Still there or thereabouts. If Kilian makes a mistake, the AMG will eat him on the straight. Just corners the AMG.
And we saw Igor Fraga getting a penalty earlier for just being a little bit too early on turning. That's all it takes for this to
look at that slide there.
Well, Kilian will know that, and he will be, I imagine, just trying to keep a watching eye on that. The thing is, those mistakes are so millimetrically different between them.
Tyre really is getting away from the
a couple of centimetres almost on track of getting a penalty or not, but Kilian doing a fantastic job of just soaking that pressure up like a sponge. 3 laps.
Tell you, a half-second penalty now for Subaru would make things very interesting. Oh, it's a great race, Needle. It's an absolutely great race.
2 seconds behind the gap.
Benelli was giving it absolutely everything. I think his time has passed.
9 seconds, so under the 2-second mark for the first time.
Just Kilian will know that. Kilian will be able to see the delta. Kilian might even be able to see Benelli's screen and see Benelli being more frustrated. It's important he stays in the zone. I'd love to see lap timers, laps coming out, because I want to see how consistent they're being.
Mangano stepping up to the plate. He was only supposed to be competing in the Nations Cup here tomorrow, but I'll tell you what, he's doing a brilliant job and could be on for a very strong result with a team that he wasn't even supposed to be driving for.
I think he is, mate, because another 6 tenths like that, and we have 3.
I wonder if I'd gone as a registered Subaru driver. I could have ruined Subaru's chances. I'd be the most popular person.
That Toyota is an absolute bullet in a straight line, so he's going to have to find a way to do it and find a way to get by
probably not in the toe. So
Mazda also quite good on tyre wear generally, but it doesn't handle as nice as
the Italian
Kireth.
commentators, they are going absolutely potty over the opportunity of Giorgio Mangano with the possibility of getting a podium. I can hear Andrea, one of our commentators. He's right over the other
look at
side
that,
of
3/10 slower for the AMG.
Like he's standing next to me.
Yeah, that's the Italian event, mate.
And actually slower than the Mazda. The AMG slower than the Mazda
few
now.
laps left here in this race. It's been over
Mitsubishi having an
75 minutes of
absolutely terrible
racing
race,
to
really.
this point. People are tired, people are fatigued, cars are fatigued, tyres are fatigued, but
Yeah,
still
you can't
we
argue with
push on.
Subaru, fastest
Only
lap.
3 laps remaining when we
Fastest car
cross
on
the
track last
line
lap.
this time, and we're on board with Giorgio Mangano. The gap now to Toyota.
But anyway,
in
for those of
front,
us that voted for
down
Subaru
to under
and need some
1.5
credits, because I have
seconds.
like
So
no
he's taking
credits.
chunks out of Toyota there, and just really playing with the car, letting it slide loose. And you can see as
Here
well.
comes William
starting
T,
to
a
get
very
little bit
cool
darker
character.
Here at Trial Mountain as well, as the sun starts to set.
Yeah, the time-
on this
the
race.
time of day is
and
nice.
It looks like Giorgio Mangano is in with a shot here for a podium for Mazda.
Needs to get himself into that slipstream range. It's about a second or so. Don't forget, of course, this is all important for the points that they will take home from this World Series event. Points down to 6th place, 9 of the maximum on offer, all the way down
Great
to
drive for
1
Killian,
point
really,
into
really,
6th place. So it will be a very beneficial result for Mazda if they can carry that through.
Also
into the
keep an
second
eye on
half
Jaguar,
of the
presumably
World
will get
Series
past the Chevrolet.
Championship, and then, of course, into
Unless
the
they
World
cook the
Finals
tyres.
in Monaco in November as well.
So you might be going the other way for Jaguar.
There's not only positions and pride to be gained here, there's points as well, which could be very important for that
The line they take
championship
through there
challenge.
is, if you've driven Trial Mountain in a Group 3 car, is absolutely insane.
Nissan, who are now up in P5, but we will come back to my Nissan bias later on because Mazda are now right on the back of Team Toyota. In fact, Mangano there just flashing the lights to say, hello, mate. Remember me? I'm back, and I reckon he's got a chance in this, Tom. He's only 9/10 behind
Mazda had an
now.
interesting strategy
We have
because they
a couple
started
of
on the
laps
hard
left. He's closing
tyre,
at pretty much every
and we did
corner.
say we didn't know how it was going to
He's
work out at the
a
end.
fantastic driver, but you can't overcome the tyre difference on medium to soft.
I think BMW
Coke
crashed or had
now
some
is
issue.
that the soft tyres just fall off that Mazda behind, and it keeps him there for now, but we'll have to wait and see.
2 laps to go when they go over the line.
Really, really good job. You can see him there taking a couple of bites of the cherry as he slicks it into that left-hander medium compound of tyre. Not
Thing is, the Mazda isn't super great on top end, so
fast as we've seen for the likes of Subaru,
best overtaking
when they were on that
space
compound.
is a big
Of course,
left-hander after the straight,
soft
but it might
compound
struggle
there
there.
for Mazda proving to be very nice indeed. So coming through to the penultimate lap here at Trial Mountain, the gap now
Killian
down
just
to
managing the gap
0.8
up front.
of a second. Giorgio Mangano as the headlights flash as the dusk begins here at Trial Mountain. The sun beginning to set on what has been a phenomenal grand final in the Manufacturers' Cup, and it is going down to the wire for the
If you've
final
driven it here, it's a
podium
hard car
positions
to drive
between the
here.
two Japanese
Really hard
manufacturers,
car.
Toyota versus Mazda. Cockburn versus Mangano.
You can see there Cockburn's really having to push. He's putting the car out onto the grass just to try and find that bit more speed. But I just think that Giorgio Mangano has him covered
Still,
for
I think
now.
AMG
so coming through his
they've got
middle
some
sector,
great
Mangano needs to work
drivers like
hard here to get as close as possible
Benelli
to
and
that Toyota,
Baptiste.
to use that draft. And we said
Dangerous.
before, Toyota's really quick in a straight line, but Mazda can use that toe.
Considering that
and
the
stay
Subaru
with
is,
it. Look into the left
I think,
hand
quite a
there,
bit
much more
better.
confidence and speed.
Oh, hit the wall.
Mangano takes almost
Hit the wall.
He does touch the wall there
Will lose
on
some
the right.
speed.
Just slows him down a little bit, but he is deep within slipstream range.
So this is where I
Only
don't think the
6
Mazda
tenths between
quite
him
has a leg,
and
so it might come
Cockburn
down
in
to the
front.
last lap here.
Not quite close enough to make a move for now, but Cockburn's going to be very well aware, and he still has a lap and a half left. Can Toyota
Hey, Veritich.
and Cockburn hold on to the podium?
You can't spectate online modes like this, unfortunately. No, that would be great.
That corner just cost him a
Spectating
little bit
lobby.
of time, maybe a couple of tenths of a second or so, but it just stops him being within striking distance there on that Toyota. Into the final sector, we've seen moves being made into the penultimate series of corners, but again, it's not quite close enough at the moment. It needs to go again. It's
I think
going
it will
to
come down
to
to that
the
last
final
lap, possibly.
for this podium battle here, and Giorgio Mangano,
Oh,
as
that's
the headlights
Toyota
now
sliding around,
begin
Supra.
to illuminate this circuit, is got everything to do. He's got all the pressure on his shoulders, and he knows
Come
it.
down to that sector before,
keen
and then
to
the
see
long
if he's
straight.
going to be
Oh,
able to
wide,
manage-
wide,
He's
massively
There
wide.
is Cockburn.
Those
That's going to
tyres.
allow an opportunity here for Mangano as they come
Oh,
through this final
big
chicane,
sliding.
slipping,
There must be
sliding.
nothing
He's
left.
all over the track like a dog on a polished floor as they come
Yeah, we'll
across
do a
the
lobby
timing
after
line
this.
here.
We'll race this
The
track
start,
in
the
game. I'm in
last
game
lap
right now. I'm
of
watching
the
this in game.
Manufacturers' Cup Showdown.
Well,
I
a
think
crescendo this is.
it's just gotta be
90 minutes
patient
of racing,
and just
it all comes
that big
down to
straight,
this,
I
but
think.
Toyota and Mazda. Subaru managed to pull a gap gap of 3 seconds to Mercedes-Benz, so that seems
look at that
Toyota,
Toyota, man.
now, but Mazda still every corner putting onto the back of Toyota. Kokeman can't do much about it though. He's trying his best to keep that car on the straight and narrow wide.
Oh my God, he's so wide there.
The marbles. Mazda and Magno looking very, very menacing right now, but there aren't many places to overtake in this middle sector. Magno's has got to
it's going to come down, so one right-handed and one left-handed, and that's it, the big straight.
Giorgio Magno, he needs to get a strong exit coming through there.
Will the Toyota get over to the right to open up the corner? He does. Great line from Kokeman. You wouldn't know there that he's got one tyres. Here we go, this is it, this is it.
Gran Turismo Group 3 machines.
3 tenths.
He's right in the slipstream range now. It's Toyota versus Mazda
if Kokeman just stays defensive, I don't think the Mazda do much, and it hasn't got the top end really.
He's got good straight line speed. Magno though, you know if half
a little bit of a lag bump.
He's going to go for it.
He's got to go round the outside really. He's got to go right, commit to running outside.
Goes defensive. Magno
he didn't know what to do.
Trying, but not close enough to strike into that hairpin bend. It's going to come down to the final sector, and I wonder if Kokeman
this has been absolutely incredible
defensive
defensive drive from Kokeman
in his
here.
pocket to try and hold on to this podium position for Toyota against all of the odds. This is a brilliant end to the race here as we come into the final series of corners. Subaru are a few seconds up the road.
Really
They're ready to come across the timing line, and here they are. Subaru win the grand final in their manufacturers' cup showdown here in Salzburg. Mercedes-AMG come home in second place,
Benelli's
and
not
Team
particularly
Toyota
happy.
are going to hold on ahead of Mazda for the final podium positions. It's Toyota and Kokeman who claim third place ahead of Magno and Mazda in P4. What an end to this race. What drama, what tension to the checkered flag.
Gran Turismo was briefly dead, but it's back alive. Oh, that's Clive.
What a phenomenal
taking the
finish.
photos.
And delight for Subaru as well. They are on the top step once again
Just
here
Daniel
in the
and
GT
Killian.
World Series.
Yeah,
didn't even need Miyazono. Didn't even need one of the fast drivers in the world.
On there, taking the win.
Baptiste and Benelli just smashed that.
Just commiserating there, Lucas Benelli, just saying, yeah, I know you gave everything, mate. Good job, good effort there, buddy. And,
if you enjoyed
what
it,
a race there.
make sure to subscribe to see more Gran Turismo 7 action every day on this channel.
At the moment, emotions may be getting the better of him just for a second or so, but yeah, well done to Kokeman as well, holding on there for Team Toyota. I thought he was done for, but awesome race. I don't you love to see that there.
A lot of us will have raced
second place
Killian.
and first place, congratulating each other. What an awesome sight that is.
Brilliant.
I don't think the red flag will be the talking point, Chris. I think everyone would have moved on.
From Subaru. Let's not forget they were a driver down coming into this one. Takuma Miyazono, unfortunately, getting a positive COVID test before travelling to the event, meaning he was unable to travel, and I dare say he'll be watching this race at home, and we wish him well. We hope he has a very speedy recovery, but what a phenomenal job that was from Killian Drummond and from Danny Solis. Team Subaru back on the top step here in Salzburg. What a great way to start live action again here in GT.
It's half past midnight in Austria as well. They've gone late.
Yeah, I think you have to see.
Honestly, Kokeman was like.
For the guys there at Team Subaru.
I think Kokeman has raced Sophie, so he'll have seen Sophie kind of on the absolute limit.
They didn't need him, but if you've just joined us and you missed some of the key moments of the race, it was actually Team Chevrolet and Team BMW who set the early pace on that soft compounder tyre, with Nissan making its way back through from the back of the field. But we noticed early on Subaru looking very fast and very quick on that hard compound tyre
got
as well.
very lucky there. Really lucky.
Volkswagen, as you saw.
Yeah, did you like it? Chat, did you like it, not like it? Should we do these again? We'll see if YouTube takes the whole stream down. I'm taking it down, yeah.
This was Lucas Benelli giving absolutely everything as they went through. There is Subaru as well. Lots of overtakes into the final series of corners, and it was great to see this battle for the podium positions taking place, as well as Subaru were able to just build enough of a gap, and it all came down to Toyota versus Mazda for the final podium places.
Yeah, awesome.
It was a great race, to be fair. For it to come down, if they just gave that care and attention to the daily races, we could have that kind of balance as well for us.
And behind them coming home in third
Rasmus enjoyed it. Chris enjoyed it.
And there is a difference there in
Bedwood
emotions,
loved it.
and that's what it means to Danny Solis.
Yeah, and
solid drive from Solis as well.
Solis' story a lot, because he was one of the drivers who started on a gamer pad. He's now racing on a wheel. He's said to this one, he's got no excuses coming into it, and I tell you what, he did himself very proud in that. Team Subaru on top here for the 2022 World Series Showdown in the Manufacturers' Cup. Mercedes and Toyota on the podium.
Team Nissan Last to fifth.
Well, the
boys.
BRZ has changed it because Subaru on the WRX would not have been good tyre
You
wear,
want to
really.
like pay by word basis from Nissan or something? Like every time you mention it, you get a quid in the back pocket.
Banter.
Goodness, I'll tell you what, it was a phenomenal performance. All joking aside, great job from those guys.
Yeah, a great job, but you can't take away from Team Subaru. I mean, I know it's said a couple of times already, but it's very disruptive to lose a team member, especially so close to the event. It was only a couple of days ago we heard
no worries, Chris.
Miyazono would not be attending there, but well, as they've shown, they don't need him. I'm sorry, mate. Stay home. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, absolutely. The thing is as well is that some teams, like Genesis, for example, Nico Romero was unfortunately found to be positive with COVID, and he was replaced. And as such, you know, it was possible that they could have replaced him with another driver. They thought, do you know what, actually, we're going to do this.
They didn't call me. I'm a registered Subaru driver. I'm signed up.
That takes some real
and I didn't get the call.
It didn't work out for him, though, unfortunately.
No, I didn't get the call. We could have won by more.
The opportunity for the fastest race time, and if there's a different formula there, then I say take it. You know,
I was referring to Subaru, by the way, when I said about having guts.
You said Genesis.
I meant Subaru.
See that?
I did 1-1. Yeah, exactly. 1-0
now.
Yeah,
we're done now, so we're good.
You know what I mean, though. Anyway, so yeah, it's. I tell you what, it has been just brilliant to be back with live racing. I mean, the atmosphere here has been fantastic. It's been great to have all of our commentators.
I think it was 500 each, wasn't it?
And just when the overtakes were happening, the round of applause.
Yeah, hang on, who's voting now?
Everyone cheering.
Who's cheating on the poll?
I can't tell you how much we've missed that.
Close that poll.
I mean, like when we watch the online races, you might get those little kind of smirk when they overtake them. And now it's like, yes, and the crowd feeds off the drivers, the excitement feeds off each other, and it's just great. And again, you get those emotional reactions at the end as well. That's what racing's all about. I always love to say that the racing the cars might not be real, sorry.
Oh, it's Willie. Glad to you enjoyed it.
Absolutely. Well, let's go down then to our winners. Julia is catching up with Team Subaru after what was an incredible performance.
I mean, just... wow, there are so many things that we can talk about now because there are so many factors that just came into this win. But first of all, just take a breath. Like, what's your kind of first reaction right now, Kilian?
I'm so happy. I don't believe.
Yeah?
I'm so happy. It's my first live event, and I did the first victory, so...
I mean, you're 1 for 1.
Yeah.
It's good.
Kilian smashed it, didn't he?
Yeah. Danny, I can see you're emotional. That was a lot. That was tough. Yeah, of course. This is like actually, it's endurance. It's like draining. So I'm not surprised. How are you feeling right now?
A lot of emotions. It's wild. Yeah. It's crazy. I mean, you know, for years, I've been playing the game with a controller, and I still do.
Yeah.
And, you know, a lot of people kind of give me some doubt for that, and a lot of people also respect me a lot for it, but I just wanted to come to an event and be able to prove that I can still do this.
Of course you can,
yeah.
Proving the haters wrong.
I did feel bad about that, but
David's still here.
My pace felt good, so I mean, it's the best I could do, and we won. So.
Oh, Danny,
that's passion right there, man.
It's all good. Like,
that's
it's all
passion
good.
right there.
All of these mistakes will happen. Every single one of everyone who's made some mistake at some point, but you fought through it and you still won. You shook it off and you move forward. That's the champion. That's
passion.
The winner's mindset, and that's what you've got to be up here to win it. So don't look back at the mistakes. The mistakes is what has made you great. You know. I mean, obviously it's extra tough as well. You know, you're a man.
This is what it means.
What have you got to say to Miyazono? I presume you're watching from home.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah?
You know, the hardest part about doing this without him is, you know, we won in 2020, and of course, Miguel is here, right? So I was hoping we could come together as former champions, and that didn't get to happen, so
yeah.
I hope we made him proud, because this one's for him.
Yeah, of course, absolutely.
I'm really happy we won.
Of course, of course. I mean, it's just, it's difficult times now. I think, you know, moving forward with all these competitions, it's going to be luck of the draw, you know, like who can come sometimes and who, you know, can't. But, like, you guys have fought through. I mean, okay, let's get out the emotions and let's talk strategy. Like, how did you stay to your strategy? Did you change it as you went?
No, start of the race, the strategy is good.
Yeah?
Start our hard. Start our mediums and minimum lap on the hard. Because on the soft tires, the BZ is very, very fast. So it's the difference. He can win with that.
Yeah, and it's and obviously this is like, you know, one of the longest races that we've done here. How did you practice for this? Like, it just seems like to concentrate for this long is like, maybe that's just me, like a super hard thing to do. But how did you stay so focused?
I mean, admittedly, I actually didn't practice too much for this. To be honest, I actually didn't practice so much because, you know, compared to every other race I've done, I mean, I got up to speed pretty quickly and I didn't want to overdo it.
Yeah.
So I noticed that when I practice for too long, I start to burn out really easily. So I have to take it short bursts at a time. So I just, you know, at home I did the best that I could do on controller, saw what I could do on wheel, and then I was faster on wheel. So I felt very comfortable going into this. And I mean, it worked out. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, the car felt great. That was the best part. It was such a good car to drive, so that made it easier for me.
Yeah, and any final thoughts you'd like to shout out to the Gran Turismo fans out there before we get on to giving you your podium and award? Anything you'd like to say finally?
Just so happy. I can't say anything. So happy. I don't have the word.
Oh.
For all the controller players out there that think they still can doubt themselves and they think they need a wheel to be good, I mean, obviously I'm here competing on a wheel, but you can get here and you can do this. So just believe in yourself and keep practicing.
Gotta get those controllers out and chat, everyone.
This is very real. You can do this. If
Gotta get those control emojis
and
out.
how good does it feel right now that you've won?
I shouldn't say an expletive, but it feels super good.
Get your controllers out and chat.
The swearing, but thank you. Let's give a big round of applause, Team Subaru. We're going to chuck it back down to Tom and Jimmy.
I mean, to be fair, at least we are after the watershed for Danny. But I tell you what, I mean, we talk about how hard it is and how hard these guys practice. I mean, the emotion on Danny Solid there, you can really see just what that means to him. There's an outpouring of emotion, isn't it?
Exactly. There's a lot of time and effort that goes into this. It's like any sport.
Control plays right.
It takes a lot of effort. The competition is really fierce. So to go against all these guys here, some of the best drivers in the world, and come out on top, like, it's an achievement. So, you know, it's something that really should be celebrated.
Look at the emojis
I'm glad that, you know, the guys down there all think that, and Danny's able to sort of feel that in the moment there. But yeah,
but to be honest, that is one bit about
race
like,
where I was thinking maybe it's not going to come off for Super. That middle
in Gran Turismo, there's so much like there is a lot of negativity about people will say, "Oh, you're only faster than controller because you got assists," or
absolutely.
"You're not really that." There's a lot of negativity in Spy, and I feel like it got to Danny a bit, and like this is a really important move. I see a lot of it like in comments to my videos and stuff like that.
Toyota wasn't actually as fast as it has been in previous races. I mean, it's bullet down the straight. It always has been, but everywhere else, I mean, he was a machine gunner, but obviously that mistake in there kind of maybe damps it a little bit. Killian, though, I think Killian's first in.
Yeah, I have to agree. That would be mine, because that was just incredible what he was able to do.
Yeah, driver of the day, I think, has to be Killian there.
On the first thing, Killian Drummond was matching
the pressure at the
on
end,
a soft compound tyre. And just going quicker and using that
these
tyre
drivers
better.
make,
So,
I think
and that's what endurance racing is. It's all about using that tyre effectively, and they just mastered that today.
Yeah, absolutely. So, biggest mistake of the race, if we are to look at it?
Biggest mistake?
I'd say that probably goes to probably VW. They tried backing it in there at the hairpin. I'd say Porsche, but unfortunately for them, that was a technical issue.
Yeah, exactly.
They couldn't really control that. But yeah, VW, I think, and also the rejoin, although there was no further action, that could have very easily been quite a big penalty. They did come away, I think they came away with 6th in the end. So they did grab a point there, but that could have quite easily have not happened if the stewards decided the other way there.
And something happened to BMW in that race as well. Let's be fair, because they dropped. They were in the pits for an awfully long time.
I don't know what happened there.
No, we don't either.
I know that Jay didn't have a particularly great stint in the middle there. I think he struggled a little bit on that tyre, and I'm not really sure what happened in the stop. So we didn't really hear about that. But if we do find out,
Jimmy's very smart when it comes to stuff.
I mean, what a brilliant way to kick off live
done racing for a long time. He knows what the game is.
Here for the GT World Series. It is now time then for our podium celebrations. Then, so in third place, please welcome onto the stage Igor Fraga, Nikita Moisov, and Ryota Kokkerman for Team Toyota.
Yeah, good to hold on to that, wasn't it?
Delight for a podium for Team Toyota here.
Can't really knock anyone on the podium.
Red Bull Hangar 7 in Salzburg. Please welcome onto stage the second place finishers for Mercedes-Benz, Baptiste Beauvoir, Kazuki Cho, and Lucas Bonelli.
Unlucky. I think you could say they didn't really have a good car for this combo. They did a very good job.
And despite being a driver down, they managed to pull it out of the bag. Please welcome Kylian Drumont and Danny Solis from Team Subaru, the winners of the Manufacturers' Cup here.
See, in a way here, it's nice that there's no sponsors, and it's nice that it's kind of pure just people and friends racing at the highest level.
Well, a quite incredible performance here at the Red Bull Hangar 7 in Salzburg. Now, ladies and gentlemen, your respect, please, for our winning manufacturer, Japan, the national anthem for Team Subaru.
Oh, Japanese anthem. Who's going to pay for that for you? Easy to say. Who's paying for that? Yeah, maybe. I actually disagree because Miyazono is so quick. Like, Miyazono, I've got to say, he's quicker than Kylian. Well, it's the first time we've seen Kylian in these live events anyway, World Finals.
The winning manufacturer's national anthem there for Team Subaru. Now time to present the trophies. For Team Toyota, third place, presenting the trophy, it is the 2019 Nations Cup champion, Mikael Hezal.
Mikael's presenting it.
And that trophy is presented to Igor Fraga, Nikita Moisov, and Ryota Kokkonen of Team
Valerio
Toyota.
Will give one, presumably, and he will give the last one. Oh, the awkward handshake between Fraga and Hezal.
Big congratulations to
Team
Toyota, a brilliant podium for them. The second place trophy is presented by Brembo brand manager Alberto Ferrari, and it is presented to Baptiste Beauvoir, Kazuki Cho, and Lucas Bonelli of Team Mercedes AMG.
Oh, fist bumps this time.
And the first place trophy presented by the head of Michelin Motorsport, Matteo Bonardel. It is presented to Kylian Drumont and Danny Solis of Team Subaru.
They have more trophies. They won a table. I don't know why they don't give them out individually. It might take more time, but they all will get a trophy. And they'll get other stuff from sponsors as well.
Well, huge congratulations to Team Subaru, the winners of the World Series Showdown here for the Manufacturers' Cup. Huge congratulations also to Mercedes AMG and to Toyota as well. Our top three finishers here. A great way to kick off live action after 2.5
Bring on
years
Monaco.
here for the GT
I want to be there.
World
I'm going to be there.
Series.
I've just got to find a way to get there.
Wow. Massive congratulations to all of our drivers here today. I mean, I know it goes without saying, but that was tough. That was a lot of
Right,
race.
screw it. Let's do our own racing now. Let's do our own racing. Right, I need to bring this sound down. What am I doing? Sport mode. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. that quieter now? Oh no. Better. Testing. Okay, should be better now sound. I'm going to create our own lobby at Trial Mountain. It's not that expensive to get to Monaco. You just fly to Nice and take a train. It's just I would love to just be there. I think it'd be very cool, and I'd just be interviewing people, taking videos, showing people behind the scenes and stuff. So, I mean, the channel's quite... Oh, what's happened here? What's happened here? Why have I got 2 of these? Hang on a second. Okay, there we go. Hopefully the sound isn't too loud. Let's get to Trial Mountain. Let's just do some racing. What am I doing? Don't think it'll work though. Let's do the real slipstream. Alright, let's do it. Let's all be on the softs. Is that loud? Is that loud or not loud? Ooh. Yeah, nice one, Subaru winning. We get our credits. Oh, can I be in the skyline here? Surely the skyline here might be very interesting. Ah, did I do Ah, nice, amazing. I did. Using the new setting. Hang on, I need to change tyres. Now I'm not doing 30 laps. I just want to have some racing. Bear with me. Oh man, I may have made a mess of this. Ooh. Rock Nasty. Oh, thanks, Richard King. Yeah, it's been a long time, hasn't it? It's been a long stream. More than it should have been. Oh. I'll try it a few more times. If it doesn't work, I'm just going to do a new lobby. I can save these settings and go again. Alright. Screw it. Starting again. Right, one more time, it doesn't going to quit. Sorry, lads. Oh, it's so good. Can load settings in. Oh, it's nice. There we go. What car shall I use? What cars do I have? Okay, Mike, good to see you. Long time. I thought it was really good, the final, to be fair. I thought it was really good. How do I change my car? Do I have the BRZ? I do have the BRZ. No, what? I don't have the BRZ. I do. But do I have it on the right tyres? Oh. You can't, you can't buy it in lobby, can you? Oh. Very sharp. Oh, amazing. Quality of life features, just phenomenal. That is so good. Right, let's get out on track finally. It's been a long time. Oh, yeah. Ooh. Oh, thanks, Mike. No worries, man. That's quite loud, isn't it? Is that better? Could try and do a lap. I mean, they were doing what, like 147s? Let me know if this sounds okay, actually. I messed it all up. This is the car that won. I was impressed here, Kokobun last lap. He just made the tier to so wide. This is where they're so good here, like, they're so good there. Oh yeah, shame GT, we've raced lobbies though. Someone's behind us. Oh, I love this. White. Great way to showcase Trial Manson as well, that race. Such a tricky corner there. I didn't see a lot of people hit the wall as well. We'll see, Casey. I'm sure one of them would. Oh, that's wide. That's a track cut. Such a nice car to drive this. They were so close there on left hand side, like so close. I don't think they invited the crowd because of COVID. Oh, it's going to be so slow. Right, let's jump into a race, everyone. Sound like a master. Let's jump into a race. Is it slowest first, I think? Slowest first. Right, are we ready? We're going to rock and roll. Wow, 16 drivers in. I think we can kick off. Let's go, let's go. That's not what I wanted to do. Damn it. Start race. If I keep spamming it, will it work? See, Leon? T-Sweat wants to... Oh, you'll be lucky with a 2022 car being added, full stop. I just want a race. I just want to have a race, honestly. Let's go. Let's kick someone. Who's initializing? They've been there for ages, haven't they? Sorry, bro. Can't kick them. Ooh. Let's go. What? Who's initializing? Is the room just messed up? Oh, I just want to race like Gran Turismo. Just such a love-hate thing. Who is initializing? Just want to race. Come on, Daddy Coolio 81. I want to get this thing rolling. I got 16 people here, ready to race. Let's rock and roll. He's left. He's left. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. What even is this thing? What even is this thing? Oh. Dangerous location, tracks it. Maybe if I go on track or something. Right, I'm determined to have a race. So save this one because it's the right one. Screw you. Ah. Let's go. I'd set a quality time as well, so I'd start at the back. Ah. Love-hate relationship with this game, really. It's like a football player that has like incredible skills, like can just shoot from like outside the box, like get it right in top corner, take on anyone. Just really bad at short passing. That's like Gran Turismo 7. Dog. We just want to race. We've got people all over the world, mainly the UK, going by this lobby, but kind of, yeah, between the UK and the US, that covers most of the globe. Can't get this one working, then I don't know. We're 5 likes away from 300, by the way, so if you're watching and you've mislaid your like, we get to 300 on the stream. We very rarely get to 300. It's been a long stream, hasn't it? Let's hope everyone can get in. Okay. 10 people entered. 10 people in. 5 with cars. 7 with cars. Let's get some more cars in. Welcome, Phil Day. Thanks for joining. Sentinel with that ASR. What has happened? 8. I want to get going with a full lobby. 9 in cars. 10 in cars. Roofers joined twice, which worries me. Okay, let's just roll with these. Here we go. We ain't racing today. We ain't racing today, I'm afraid. Who's that other person in the pits? Can you jump out of the trap, Lansdy? He's out, so there's no one in the pits. Hate this, honestly. Just want to race. Like, oh, we could have so much fun. It's not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. Can't do anything. Can't even change settings or whatnot. Right, gonna have to call it a day then. Gonna have to call it a day. Gonna have to call it a day. We'll have some videos out tomorrow. Videos out during the week. Possibly live stream tomorrow if I feel like it, but I can't live stream in the evening, so. Just hate this so much. Like, I honestly just hate it. Yeah, anyone else still around? Hopefully you can make a lobby. All I can do is just apologise. Right. Gonna call it a day. It's been a fun stream. Shame about that to end, but it's been a very fun stream. Gonna go to our members page, which I think is here. So yeah, hope you enjoyed it. If you are still online, then hopefully someone can create a lobby. And if you do, let me know in the Discord if it works for you, if it looks like a general issue. But yeah, 300 likes, absolutely mad for a stream. Watching the World Series, sticking with GT, ups and downs. Maybe we'll get there. If we stick with it, maybe in a few months it'll be, you know, really, really, really solid game where we can just jump on and have lots of fun all the time. But there we go. Thank you so much, everyone. I'm going to roll to the members page, and I'm going to play us out as well. So I'll see you all next time.
There was a wild ride. I know at the start you were curious, but my goodness, that was fast and furious. All the intensity we had, we've come to the end. Now that's too bad. But the energy threw books off the shelf, and we hope you all enjoyed yourselves. Enjoy yourselves. We will go all the way. It's not about the trend. Keep going now. Keep going till we reach the end. Till we reach the end. If you had a good time being part of this journey, and the thrill is now making you thirsty, if you want to keep seeing the action, then just drop us a like so you can come back for more. If you're new here, we welcome you with a smile. If you like what you saw, just hit subscribe. We appreciate each and every one of you tuning in to see Kireth Kart. Join us for the next part. Hope to see you again soon.